Paul. Thanks for the call. And that's why, again, most of us believe this race between Bruce Rauner and Pat Quinn's going to be pretty close. And when you get a pretty close race in the state of Illinois, boy, I'll tell you, that's when a lot of these other factors come into play. Fraud, dirty tricks. And on top of that, in Illinois this year, you put this same-day registration crap, no ID needed. Boy, I'll tell you, it's a recipe for a mess. And now we've got, again, reports that some polling places in Lake County have been ordered to stay open until 9. There are some polling places in Chicago that have been ordered to stay open till 9. This could get really, really messy in Illinois. 312-642-5600. We're on all night here until we know the victor. Give me a call. What's going on out there? What are you hearing? What are you thinking? Let me go to Jeff in Zion. Hey, Jeff, you're on with Joe.
Joe, how you doing, buddy?
Good, man.
Hey, I've been missing you. Anyways, I voted early in Zion, and it was packed. The election judges last week said they were worn out. So many people had been in there. I was there. The crowd was a crowd I'd never seen.
You mean, Jeff, you mean early voting?
Early. I voted last week, and they had 600 in a day. Come on now, Joe. My wife voted today, and it was packed in Zion.
Well, hey, Jeff, is your particular place in Zion more Republican or Democrat?
I would say most of the time Republican. This time it looks Democrat to me.
Oh, wow. Yeah, and that's interesting. Jeff, thanks for that report in Zion. Here's what we don't know in Illinois. Turnout has been down in a lot of places, and we don't know if that's because so many people voted early. Early voting, mail-in voting in Illinois was up by a very sizable number over 2010. So when you combine early voting, mail-in voting, and same-day voting, we don't know where that's going to be yet. Let me go to Lois in West Chicago. Hey, Lois, you're on with Joe Walsh.
Hey, Joe. Good to talk to you.
You too.
Just wondering who you think is behind these robocalls. I mean, it's so strange. I don't know. Do you think it's an opportunity for fraud again?
Oh, man, Lois, it sure is. I mean, think about that. Somebody made robocalls to a huge number of Chicago polling judges over the weekend. And these fraudulent calls told the judges not to show up on Tuesday because they needed more training. And there are reports in Chicago, Lois, that 200 to 300 judges did not show up in Chicago this morning, causing huge delays, causing many polling places not to even open on time. Authorities are looking into it, because that is a real dirty trick. We need to find out who's behind it.
You're always just minutes away from the latest up-to-date traffic info. It can only be AM 560. The Answer.
Would you like to know the problem with the stock market? It is riddled with uncertainty. You literally have zero control. You never know from one day to the next if it's going to go up or drop like a rock. You lose your shirt. John Howell here. Can you imagine knowing with certainty that your money was working hard for you, generating income every single month like clockwork for the rest of your life, and earning far more than you'll ever find at a bank right now? We'll find out how with a free retirement income master plan from Tom Fortino, host of Alpha Wealth Hour right here on AM 560. To get yours, be one of the first 10 callers now. 630-873-6326. No cost, no obligation. 630-873-6326. Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. Alpha Wealth Group and RWA not affiliated, and past performance is not indicative of future results.
May I have your attention, please? If you're trying to lose weight, we need your help. We're Final Trim, and we have too much product and too few participants in our nationwide risk-free trial. If you need to lose 30 pounds or more and would like to participate, call now. 1-800-900-1767. Final Trim is a breakthrough in weight loss. Take 2 capsules just once a day and you can experience maximum weight loss, allowing you to shed pounds in days. It uses natural ingredients, making it healthy and safe. If your weight loss with Final Trim is too dramatic, please decrease use and only take 1 capsule a day. Be among the first to call for your risk-free trial. Again, we have too many risk-free trials and too few participants. If you would like to lose 30 pounds or more by taking all-natural Final Trim just once a day, call now to participate in this nationwide risk-free trial. 1-800-900-1767. 1-800-900-1767. That number again is 1-800-900-1767.
If you're a small business owner, you need to know about Uline, the sponsor of the Joe Walsh Show. Uline is the leading distributor of shipping, industrial, and packaging materials to businesses throughout North America. They serve hundreds of thousands of small business customers right here in the U.S., and Uline understands that small business owners are the engine of our economy. Hey, if any part of your business involves packing or shipping materials, you know what? You need Uline. Their catalog is like huge, and it's full of high-quality products. They offer same-day shipping of more than 27,000 industrial products, and Uline's customer service is second to none. For all of your shipping and industrial product needs, contact Uline. Call them at 1-800-295-5510 or go online at uline.com/Walsh. That's ULINE.com/Walsh. Uline takes care of business owners big and small. 1-800-295-5510. Hey, coming up, 312-642-5600. We're all election all the time. We'll have the latest right after the news with Dave Stewart.
Thank you, Joe. Good evening. It's 46 degrees in Chicago at 6:32 on AM 560. The Answer. Chicago election officials suspect a malicious robocall campaign led to a higher than average number of election judges not showing up at their polling places today. The robocalls falsely told the judges they needed more training for their duties and had to vote a certain way. Board of Elections Chairman Langdon Neal.
Sometime all it takes is a call like that to convince them not to show up.
The board called in all their reserve judges, and then in some cases, voters were sworn in as election judges. A number of polling places around Chicago are staying open late tonight because of problems during the day. In the city of Chicago, 4 precincts will be open until 8. In Lake County, 5 locations will be open until 9 to allow voters to register and then vote. And in LaGrange, 1 precinct will be open until 7:30. The polls have closed in parts of Kentucky and Indiana. Earlier today, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said he hopes he won't be the only Republican elected to the Senate.
I'm hoping we're going to have a new majority to take America in a different direction.
And McConnell is the projected winner over Democrat Allison Lundergan Grimes. Republican Lindsey Graham, the projected winner in the U.S. Senate race in South Carolina. In other news, an official with the Vatican is calling assisted suicide, quote, an undignified absurdity. He's responding to the media attention surrounding Brittany Maynard, who publicly chose assisted suicide over fighting terminal brain cancer. And Minnesota Vikings running back Adrian Peterson's avoiding jail time. He pleaded no contest to a misdemeanor reckless assault charge in his child abuse case. Peterson gets 2 years probation, a $4,000 fine, 80 hours of community service. How bad's the traffic? We'll have the answer in a minute on AM 560, The Answer.
You've heard of living trusts and how they can help protect your assets, but you may not know if a living trust is right for you, or maybe you have questions about creating your own living trust. The fact is, almost everyone can benefit from a living trust, which can protect your assets from the court system and your loved ones from unnecessary expense and inconvenience. Learn more at a free seminar on Wednesday, November 5th. Estate planning attorney Robert Zapolis will explain how to create your living trust, estate planning under the new tax laws, why a will not avoid probate, and more. Have your estate planning and living trust questions answered absolutely free. Don't miss this important seminar on Wednesday, November 5th at 6:30 p.m. at Papa Joe's Restaurant, 145th and LaGrange Road in Orland Park. The seminar is free and a complimentary dinner is served, but you must make a reservation now. Call 708-478-1400. That's 708-478-1400. Call 708-478-1400.
It's time to check the roads at 6:34 on AM 560 from the ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center. Here's Paula Holmes.
Thanks, Dave. Road's still plenty busy. The Reagan eastbound jamming up from Midwest Road all the way to the northbound Tri-State. We got a crash now that's blocking the left lane. On the Edens to Lake Cook 20, back in 44. Kennedy to Montrose 21 to O'Hare 39, 19 in the Express. Inbound jams up River Road to Montrose in from O'Hare 39. Eisenhower to Thorndale in hour 5. Inbound tight Wolf to Austin. A crash on the left shoulder in from Thorndale in hour 3. Stevenson to the Tri-State 49 to 355 an hour 2. In from 355 46. Ryan to 95th 33. Back in at 40. Southbound Lakeshore Drive type 57 to 67th. Northbound delayed Monroe to Chicago. Westbound Elgin O'Hare with a backup roll wing to Plum Grove. Southbound Tri-State tied up Jane Addams to North Avenue. Northbound delayed 88 to the 290. Westbound Adams. Brake lights from Devon to Lee. Eastbound it slows from Toohey to Manheim. This report brought to you by Jiffy Lube. Now, for a fact you probably didn't know, Jiffy Lube offers more than just oil changes. So if you need a high-quality oil change or any other preventive maintenance, they've got you covered. Visit ChicagolandJiffyLube.com. Jiffy Lube, drive in today and leave worry behind. Next update in 15 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
Just ahead of more Joe Walsh, your official Chicagoland weather forecast. Partly cloudy tonight, lows 38. Tomorrow, partly sunny with increasing clouds and a high of 59. Right now, it's 46 degrees at O'Hare. The weather's a service of Morrison Security, encouraging you to visit OperationRestoringInnocence.com. Next news update, 7 o'clock. Continuous coverage of the latest news, traffic, and weather at 560theanswer.com. We've got more Joe Walsh next on AM 560, The Answer.
It's the hard truth. In today's world, negative experiences quickly find a way to go online. One disgruntled customer, a bad employee, or broken personal relationship can easily post an ill-advised photo, tweet, rumor, story, bad review, and there it is right on page 1 when you search your name or business online. In the past, you had no way to fight back. Well, now you can. Grab a pen and take down this phone number or store it in your cell phone, but call 1-800-460-5733. That's 1-800-460-5733. When you call, you'll get free info that'll show you how a reputation management company can easily build positive online content for you and legally bury negative information. This is not something you can do on your own. Don't lose any more business or miss out on another personal or business opportunity because of what is wrongfully being said about you online. Take control of your internet search results. Call 1-800-460-5733. That's 1-800-460-5733. Hurry, don't delay. Call 1-800-460-5733 today.
Setting the table of topics and serving up some interesting conversations.
The confusion, the impotence of the president on foreign policy, Libya, North Africa, Iraq, Iran, Israel, Hamas, Gaza, and then we can add to that, I guess, now the South China Sea. That's coming.
Sean Hannity.
Most troops oppose ground troops in Iraq. Of course they don't want boots on the ground because they don't trust this guy.
Weekday afternoons at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Now, 31 years in business, and our first employee and first client are still working together. Hi, Tom Sadeka, CEO of Precision Payroll of America. If you are like me and are listening to this station, chances are we hold some common values and truths we hold self-evident. That's the main reason Precision Payroll attracts great clients and great employees. Precision Payroll of America operates at the core with fundamental principles that drive our attitude and delivery of service. We work hard to provide the best in pricing and value. In addition, with our great team that has been with us a long time, you are ensured a lasting relationship with people who understand your needs and always stand ready to serve. What sets us apart is that we view what we do as a great opportunity to serve others in a professional and technical capacity while building long-lasting relationships. That's what we treasure. If this message hits home, please call me at 630-242-1507. That's 630-242-1507 or on the web at precisionpayroll.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Hollywood 360. Hollywood 360 is heard Saturday evenings beginning at 8.
Joe Walsh back with you on The Answer Election Day, and it's still voting time. 312-642-5600. If you haven't gotten your little old fanny out of the house yet and gone to vote, you still can. Technically, the polls are still open for another 20 minutes. If you're in line at 7 when the polls close, you can still vote. And I know you know this. We've got polling places all over the state that are staying open beyond 7 for a number of different issues. And again, I got to keep harping on this issue. Just an absolute mess. A robocall went out to Chicago polling judges over the weekend, telling them not to show up on Election Day because they needed more training. WGN is reporting that maybe 2,000 Chicago polling judges did not show up today in Chicago, resulting in polling places not opening, resulting in long delays and long lines. That's it's being looked at, and that's something to keep your eye on. The other thing to look at and keep your eye on is control of the United States Senate. We told you about Mitch McConnell. He won. He's getting reelected. Looks like he won by a pretty decent number. We've got this race in Virginia, the Senate race, which is still too close to call. The race in New Hampshire between Scott Brown and Senator Shaheen, still too close to call. The race in North Carolina. Remember, North Carolina and New Hampshire are the first two that we're really going to take a look at. That one is still too close to call. Georgia, the polls have closed. That race is still too close to call as well. So the battle for control of the United States Senate is still very much up in the air, as well as everything going on here in the state of Illinois. 312-642-5600. Reports all over the state that there have been just a number of complications and hassles and funny stuff going on at polling places all over the state. Have you voted? What have you seen? What do you think's going on out there? 312-642-5600. Let me go to Richard. Hey, Richard, you're on with Joe.
Hey, Joe, it was an exciting day so far. I mean, when I got to the poll, it was packed as well. And
where were you, Richard? Tell me where you were.
I'm in the city, but I live outside. I live west of the city. So it got out there, and so I was discussing some stuff in line. And I mean, I got to tell you, I'm a GOP guy as long as I'm a fairly conservative Republican. And I was telling some guy, this guy, Mayor Bloomberg, he's another billionaire guy. And I said, when I spit Bloomberg out of my mouth, Rauner hit the ground. And I just got to tell you, man, I do not support Rauner's campaign. I just think that.
Did you vote? Did you vote in that race, or did you leave it alone, Richard?
Oh, I definitely voted.
Okay, I got you.
The other guy. I just got to tell you, I mean, we had so much better people. I mean, I'd love to see you run for governor. I mean, there's this. I just got to tell you, man, I just got to really. Rauner and his robocalls, by the way, I must have received 500.
Yeah.
Robocalls sent out. I think we got a pretty good suspect. Oh.
Hey, well, man, Richard,
I love you to pieces, but I mean, sometimes I got to vote my conscience, and it doesn't always go GOP, but 99% of the time it does.
Hey, Richard, let me tell you something. You always have to vote your conscience. And if you listen to this show on a regular basis, like me, the Republican Party pisses me off every bit as much as the Democrat Party does, huh?
Well, let me ask you a question, Joe, because I absolutely respect you. Why do the Republicans hate unions so badly? I mean, I don't see one negative thing about being in a union, and I was once anti-union, and then watched my wife get fired for no reason, became a union guy, and now I'm sold out union, and I don't understand why the Republicans hate them so much when there's nothing wrong about being in a union. I don't understand.
Richard, thanks for the call, man. I can't and won't speak for other Republicans, Richard. I can just tell you, as a guy who ran as a Republican and served as a Republican, I don't hate unions, and I make a big distinction between government union employees and trade union guys. Trade union guys are the greatest guys in the world. They love their guns. They love their families. All they want to do is work. There's a big difference. I think what you hear from a lot of Republicans often is we look at these government union employees, Richard, and we look at the state of Illinois, which is flat broke, and we look at cowardly politicians who don't want to do anything about our pension crisis. But, Richard, thanks for the call. I'm glad you voted. And remember, I'm so glad you said what you said. Always vote your conscience. Screw the parties. You vote for who you think is the best person. Look, the country and the state are falling apart. I want to vote for people who are going to fix it. I don't care what party they are. 312-642-5600. What's going on out there? Again, the battle for the United States Senate around the country. Still very, very much up in the air. A number of these initial states are too close to call. Let me go to Frank and Harvey. Hey, Frank, you're on with Joe Walsh.
Hey, how's it going, Joe?
Good, man.
Good. Hey, I just came from 69 West Washington.
Yeah.
And I was told to go to one floor to register and vote. Then I told them, that I'm from the suburbs. And they told me to go down to another floor. And then that person informed me that I had to go down to another floor. So finally I got to the right floor. And I saw this big line downstairs in the basement serpentining around the corner. And I hear people saying, we're going to be here for 3 hours.
What?
And then the next thing you know, Then the next thing you know, this guy asked me, he says, where are you from, sir? I was like, I'm from the suburbs. I'm from Harvey. He's like, come with me. So all those people that are waiting in line, I bypass them, and I get in there. There's nobody voting in the suburb area, so I was like so happy.
Hey, Frank, those people waiting in line, do you know what they were in line for?
They were all Chicagoans. They were all from the city.
And they needed to register and then vote, right?
Right.
I'll tell you, Frank, thanks for the call, man. This is a mess, and the Democrats brought this to us. Same-day registration. You can register and vote in the same day, and now we've got people all over the city in these long lines trying to register. Man, we may not know the results of this race for the next year, Eric, at the rate we're going.
Call Joe now, 312-642-5600.
312-642-5600. All I can say is right now, it looks like a supreme mess in the state of Illinois. 312-642-5600. What are you seeing in your neck of the woods? Give me a call. Hey, tonight, clear. Going to get down to 43. Tomorrow, Wednesday, cloudy and a high of 61. Thursday, rain coming and a high of 43. Let's check those roads in the ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Paula Holmes.
Thanks, Joe. And Willow Springs closed with a crash. Archer Avenue southbound at Route 83, Fox Lake. We still have a closure too. Route 173 east and westbound at Lake Street with another accident as well. On the Edens to Lake Cook 20 back in at 40. Kennedy outbound at Hubbard Street Tunnel. Disabled vehicle blocking the right lane. Out to O'Hare 4118 in the Express. In from O'Hare 35. Eisenhower to Thorndale 55. Inbound at St. Charles. Crash on the right shoulder. In from Thorndale an hour 7. Stevenson to the Tri-State 41 to 355 51. In from 355 39. Ryan and 95th 33. Back in at 35. Southbound Lakeshore Drive tied up 57th to 67th. Northbound slows Monroe to Chicago. Westbound Elgin O'Hare brake lights Meacham to Plum Grove. Southbound Tri-State backing up from Lawrence to North Avenue. Northbound slows 88 to the 290. Eastbound Adams with brake lights 2E to Lee. Eastbound on the Reagan Heavy. Route 83 to the northbound Tri-State with a crash on the left shoulder. Next update in 15 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
That was a sound you've recently heard all too often. But do you know what that sound may mean to your roof? Damage. All Roofs specializes in insurance work. So if you think recent storms may have wreaked havoc on your roof, invite All Roofs out. Let them take a look, and they'll tell you if you have a claim. That's the sound of your new residential or commercial roof being installed by All Roofs. All Roofs does it all. They install heavy-duty shingles, cedar shake, flat roofs, copper, metal, Spanish, or any other types of tiles. And that was the sound of relief. The relief you'll get from knowing your home or business has been covered and protected by All Roofs. For a little peace of mind, give All Roofs a call and have them inspect your roof. Call 800-RE-ROOF-0. For a free estimate, call 800-RE-ROOF-0. Financing is available. For any roof, call All Roofs. 800-RE-ROOF-0 or visit allroofs.us.
It's going to happen to someone else, not me. That's what Adrian used to think about identity theft before he tried to buy a new car and the dealer ran his credit. He was shocked to learn that someone had racked up a $15,000 credit card balance and bought a timeshare in his name. This motivated Adrian to become a member of LifeLock, the industry leader in identity theft protection. And in the time since Adrian signed up, LifeLock's gotten even better. With their new LifeLock Ultimate Plus service, you're provided protection for your identity, bank and retirement accounts, credit cards, even the equity in your home. Look, no one can stop stop all identity theft, but LifeLock Ultimate Plus provides the most comprehensive identity theft protection available. Help protect yourself with LifeLock Ultimate Plus now. Visit LifeLock.com and enter promo code AWARE or call and mention AWARE to save 10%. Call 1-800-838-6010. 800-838-6010. 800-838-6010. Network does not cover all transactions.
AM 560. The Answer.
Joe Walsh, AM 560, The Answer. Stay here, stick here. I have a feeling I'm going to be here for the next 2 weeks. I have a feeling we may not know the results of this race for governor of Illinois for another 2 weeks. I'm exaggerating just a little, but man, we're just horror stories in the city of Chicago and actually around the state of people trying to register and vote. We've got polling places that are going to stay open. 312-642-5600. Keep it all here because we're going to be on air all night for all the latest election coverage here in Illinois and around the country. And right now, if you're keeping score, the Republicans have a net gain of 1 pickup when it comes to control of the United States Senate. My former colleague, Miss Capito, Shelley Capito, won in West Virginia. So the Republicans have picked up 1 United States Senate seat. The races in New Hampshire and North Carolina and Georgia still too close to call. We told you that Mitch McConnell won in Kentucky. And then there's this Senate race in Virginia, which is just blowing me away. The Republican challenger, Ed Gillespie, challenging Democrat Senator Mark Warner. That race right now is too close to call, and nobody expected that race to be close. So right now, we could be seeing a potential snowball effect when it comes to Republican control of the United States Senate. We're keeping an eye on that, and we're keeping an eye on everything in the state of Illinois. It's just going to be a fascinating year. What are you hearing? What are you seeing? Give me a call, 312-642-5600. 312-642-5600. Let me go to Rick in Chicago Heights. Hey there, Rick. You're on with Joe.
Hey, Joe. It's nice to talk to you.
You too.
Joe.
You too, man.
Listen, I want to make a comment about the last caller who's Republican but had to vote his conscience. I mean, today, when you have progressive socialism reaping all over the country in the Democratic Party, how could you not vote Republican against this wave of socialist, progressive socialism? And I'll tell you too, when there was a radio station, a sister station on 820. That was when Obama was running for election for his second time around. They were bragging that capitalism was almost dead, and that is a progressive station.
Absolutely, Rick. Thanks, man. Thanks for the call. Again, everybody's got to vote as they see fit. You know that I've been yelling and hollering on this radio show now for the last 2 months that there's no perfect candidate out there. I'm like 100 million% behind Bruce Rauner, purely because I'm sick and tired of having family members and friends leave this state. And by the way, the polls are still open. This is going to be close. We got a number of races around the state, a number of these statewide races, not just the race for governor. We've got a race for Illinois state treasurer. Tom Cross has got to win this thing. That could be a real close race. So you got to get out there and you got to vote. And the polls we mentioned, there are a number of polling places in Lake County that are going to be open at least until 9. A judge has ordered those open. We've got polling places in the city of Chicago because of this, I'll tell you, this polling judge fiasco. There are going to be polling places in Chicago that are going to stay open for a while. So get out there and vote. Let me go to Mike in Bartlett. Hey, Mike, you're on with Joe.
Hey, Joe. Good evening. I had a couple questions about the
the robocalling, is there any way for the first part is there any way for them to trace back who was making all those robocalls and what was the actual content of the call? My dad is actually a Republican judge in Chicago, and I haven't actually talked to him because this is actually the first time I've heard about this. But my follow-up question to that would be, since it's primarily the judges in Chicago, and Chicago being primarily Democratic, do you think the Democrats are going to try to paint this as being some kind of Republican, operation to discourage voting and this, that, and the other?
Hey, Mike, thanks for the call. All I know is this. The reports are that Chicago polling judges got a robocall over the weekend that told them not to show up on Election Day because they needed more training. WGN is reporting that up to maybe 2,000 polling judges in Chicago did not show up this morning. That's like a really big deal. So a lot of places didn't open. A lot of places opened late. It's something right now the authorities are looking into. It's also one of the reasons I think you're seeing polling places staying open much longer than they typically do, much longer than 7. 312-642-5600. I'm looking at CNN above me. That governor's race down in Florida between Governor Scott and Charlie Crist, neck and neck. It's interesting. We've got a number of neck-and-neck races out there. I don't have any info yet out of Wisconsin. Really, really anxious to see how Governor Scott Walker is going to do. A lot on the line, a lot at stake. Keep it here. I'm going to be joined by Wes Bleed. We're going to have Mike Scott. We're going to have a great, and we're here. We're here for the duration. So if you want to know what's going on politically tonight on this election night, keep it right here.
Stay up to date with the latest. Visit WalshFreedom.com.
Would you like to know the problem with the stock market? It is riddled with uncertainty. You literally have zero control. You never know from one day to the next if it's going to go up or drop like a rock. You lose your shirt. John Howell here. Can you imagine knowing with certainty that your money was working hard for you every single month like clockwork for the rest of your life and earning far more than you'll ever find at a bank right now? We'll find out how with a free retirement income master plan from Tom Fortino, host of Alpha Wealth Hour right here on AM 560. To get yours, be one of the first 10 callers now. 630-873-6326. No cost, no obligation. 630-873-6326. Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. Alpha Wealth Group and RWA not affiliated, and past performance is not indicative of future results.
AM 560. The Answer. WIND, Chicago.
This is a critical message for listeners who need to actually lose 30 pounds or more for legitimate health or personal reasons. Because for the next 5 minutes, the makers of AF Plus are giving out risk-free trials of their incredibly effective weight loss supplement. It's proven and can cause dramatic weight loss. So only call if you need to lose 30 pounds or more. Call toll-free 1-800-771-6414. Because it's so potent, take no more than 1 capsule once a day. You can expect to experience maximum weight loss, pounds in days. It's all natural, safe, and healthy. But if your weight loss with AF Plus is too dramatic, please decrease use and only take it every other day. For your risk-free trial, you will be given a full-size supply to use absolutely risk-free. Supplies are limited. If you need to lose 30 pounds or more for legitimate reasons, call now, toll-free, 1-800-771-6414. Phone lines will be open for the next 5 minutes. 1-800-771-6414.
AM 560. The Answer.
Pausing the show because I've just been handed something remarkable. Right now, I'm holding a coin unlike any I've seen before. It's a 2014 official $50, celebrating the 75th anniversary of the National Baseball Hall of Fame. It's the first 3D curved coin in American history. On one side, a stitched baseball literally emerges from the surface like a real baseball. On the flip side, a classic baseball glove is open, curved inwardly as if ready for a catch. This unique first-ever legal tender coin was recently released by the U.S. Mint and made headlines as several versions of the coin sold out before most Americans even knew they existed. But today's lucky radio listeners have a second chance at the world's first, thanks to a shocking cache of these coins just released by government.com. But only if you act now. To claim one, you need to call 1-800-500-5613. You'll also receive a free collector's box and a certificate of authenticity. Again, 1-800-500-5613. Wait and you'll miss out. 1-800-500-5613.
It's news, opinion, insight. It's AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago.
This is a Fox News election alert. I'm Ron Flatter. Needing to take away 6 Democratic seats to get control of the Senate, Republicans have claimed their first. Fox News projecting Republican Congresswoman Shelley Moore Capito has defeated West Virginia's Secretary of State Natalie Tennant in the race to replace retiring Democrat Jay Rockefeller, making her the state's first woman in the Senate. The Senate race in North Carolina between Democratic incumbent Kay Hagan and Republican State Representative Tom Tillis is too close to call. $100 million were spent on the campaign. In other races, Fox News projecting that Democrat Tom Wolf has defeated Republican Governor Tom Corbett in Pennsylvania. In other races, incumbents are holding on to their seats. In the Senate, Republicans Jeff Sessions of Alabama, Susan Collins of Maine, Thad Cochran of Mississippi, Jim Inhofe of Oklahoma, Jim Lankford of Oklahoma, and Lamar Alexander of Tennessee were winners. Democrats keeping their seats. In the Democratic side, Richard Durbin of Illinois, Ed Markey of Massachusetts, and Cory Booker of New Jersey. In the Lankford race, which he won, he's actually taking the seat that has been held previously by Republican Tom Coburn, who is retiring. In gubernatorial races, Alabama, Robert Bentley maintaining his job as governor on the Republican side, and Republican Bill Haslam in Tennessee. And Tom Wolf, as we mentioned, taking the place of Tom Corbett in Pennsylvania. Republicans getting an early victory that may have been a sigh of relief. It was also something for them to celebrate, that cheering going on in Louisville, Kentucky. Fox News projecting that Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell has won a 6th term, defeating Kentucky's Secretary of State, Democratic challenger Allison Lundergan Grimes. Although McConnell has not yet made a victory speech, he's waiting for some other races to get done before making that speech. You're listening to Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Money Report, I'm Jen Ursullo. Americans spent billions of dollars on this year's midterm elections, but that's nothing compared to what we spent on other things. The Center for Responsive Politics estimates that political parties, candidates, and outside organizations spent nearly $3.7 billion on the midterm elections, but so far we've spent $95 billion on new cars and nearly $60 billion on beer. Both the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 ended lower today as another big slump in oil prices dragged down energy shares. Dow Jones Industrials finished up 17 points at 17,383, but the NASDAQ fell 15 and the S&P 500 lost 5 points. Michael Kors dropped 8%. The luxury fashion retailer expects profit and revenue during the holiday season to fall short of expectations. 21st Century Fox posted a surprise increase in revenue for the latest quarter as the entertainment company continued to benefit from strength at its film unit and cable networks. Dawn of the Planet of the Apes and The Fault in Our Stars were box office successes. Jen Ursullo, Dow Jones Money Report.
Still to this day, I'm sure you get all those email blasts from the Democratic and the Republican Party.
John Howell and Amy Jacobson.
Total up, and I get more emails from Democratic candidates than Republican ones. I mean, if Al Franken emails me one more time, I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. And you get them from Michelle Bachmann, from everyone.
There's a way to get off those lists. You have to scroll down.
I know. I'm just waiting for the election to be over.
Amy, we talked to you in Off the Ledge this morning. Fantastic. Hey, that's $175. Glad I could help.
Wake up with John and Amy. Mornings starting at 6 on AM 560. The Answer.
We help farmers make the best use of their land, which means healthier crops, higher yields, and less harvesting hours, which is good news for a growing population and good news for the environment. BASF. the chemical company.
Cloud may be just another overused buzzword, but the cloud is an effective computing environment that can save your business time and money. Barracuda Networks is no stranger to the cloud. In fact, all of our security and storage solutions connect to the cloud for continuous updates and off-site redundancy. Barracuda's cloud also plays host to our email security, web security, file sharing, and e-signing services. We even offer solutions on Amazon's AWS and Microsoft's Azure public cloud platforms. To try any of our cloud-connected solutions free, visit barracuda.com/cloud.
It's the hard truth. In today's world, negative experiences quickly find a way to go online. One disgruntled customer, a bad employee, or broken personal relationship can easily post an ill-advised photo, tweet, rumor, story, bad review, and there it is right on page 1 when you search your name or business online. In the past, you had no way to fight back. Well, now you can. Grab a pen and take down this phone number or store it in your cell phone, but call 1-800-460-5733. That's 1-800-460-5733. When you call, you'll get free info that'll show you how a reputation management company can easily build positive online content for you and legally bury negative information. This is not something you can do on your own. Don't lose any more business or miss out on another personal or business opportunity because of what is wrongfully being said about you online. Take control of your internet search results. Call 1-800-460-5733. That's 1-800-460-5733. Hurry, don't delay. Call 1-800-460-5733 today.
It's time to check the roads at 7:05 on AM 560 from the ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center. Here's Paula Holmes.
Thanks, Dave. On the Edens, out to Lake Cook 20, back in 33, heavy Willow to Montrose, outbound Kennedy at Hubbard Street Tunnel, right lane blocked with a disabled vehicle, to O'Hare 41, back in 35, Eisenhower to Thorndale 55, your reverse trip at 57, Stevenson to the Tri-State 41, coming inbound 29, Ryan to 95th 30, back in at 35, heavy Pershing to the Burn Circle interchange. Next update in 15 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
More Joe Walsh and election coverage next, but now your official Chicagoland weather forecast with meteorologist Jeremy Pearson.
Cooler throughout the overnight hours. It will be partly cloudy, low 39. For Wednesday, we'll see sunshine give way to clouds, high 59. Thursday, cloudy, windy, and cooler with rain showers mixed with wet snow, high 47. I'm Jeremy Pearson on AM 560, The Answer.
It's 48 at the lakefront in Midway, 45 degrees at O'Hare. The weather's a service of Morrison Security, encouraging you to visit OperationRestoringInnocence.com. Next traffic in 15 minutes. Look for continuous coverage of the latest news, traffic, and weather at 560theanswer.com. Joe Walsh continues now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Lou Bridges Show. Tune in on Saturday mornings at 8 to learn how you might fight foreclosure and keep your home.
The following is a special presentation of AM 560, The Answer. It's Election Night 2014 with Joe Walsh, AM 560 News Director Mike Scott, and special guest Wes Bleed. Now, here's Joe Walsh.
Hey, it's election night, baby. And it's shaping up to be kind of maybe a messy election day and night in the great state of Illinois. Really pleased to be joined by our news director, Mike Scott, along with Wes Bleed with Matt Communications. He's a communication strategist. He knows politics inside and out. Let me just get everybody caught up as to where we're at. Right now, nationwide, the Republicans have picked up 1 United States Senate seat. They need another 5. They need a net pickup of 6. A number of these races are really too close to call right now. Georgia still, New Hampshire, North Carolina. And I'm stunned by this. The Republican challenger in Virginia, Ed Gillespie, is actually beating sitting Senator Democrat Mark Warner. That race has not been called yet, but oh my word, if the Republicans pull off an upset there, again, watch the barn door. And here in the state of Illinois, the polls in many parts of the state have closed, but there are a number of polling places still open because there have been a number of situations around the state. Hey, Wes, I'm so glad you're in the studio with me.
Hey, glad to be here.
What's your initial blush here feel for what's going on?
You know, I'm looking at a headline on one of the news sites for Illinois. It says, busy day at the polls, missing judges, ballot confusion.
Oh, my gosh.
Steady lines of voters. You could have written that headline 6 months ago, 6 years ago. That seems to always be the case in Illinois. Ballot confusion, long lines, confusion, missing judges. Isn't that really the story? But
Absolutely, Wes. And what's interesting is, and by the way, we always want to hear from you. Wes, I, and Mike Scott, we're going to be here for the next 3 to 13 hours. Probably not 13 hours.
Should I cancel dinner reservations
You
at
may
8?
want to push back dinner.
Okay.
312-642-5600. Have you voted? What are you seeing and hearing in your part of the state? But, Wes, this story just blows me away, this Chicago polling judge story. WGN reported that up to maybe 2,000 Chicago polling judges did not show up today.
That's amazing. I mean, that is the highest number I've ever heard of.
Ever.
And it's, let's face it, let's play the movie forward to a very, very close race for governor in Illinois, and let's say that we've got a number of precincts affected by this. We may not know who wins tonight because whoever is trailing at the end could very well say, well, we don't have all the votes counted, especially if we're talking about Governor Quinn in the city of Chicago.
And we are. We're talking about Chicago, and we're talking about the latest reports I saw. There are still long, long lines of voters and people in Chicago trying to register to vote. And as we've discussed, a number of polling places have stayed open. There are, in addition to this race, Wes, there are so many other interesting, fascinating races in Illinois. Outside of the governor's race, is there another one that you're sort of keeping your eyes on that you're interested in?
Well, there are a couple of things. One, I really like the 10th congressional race. I mean, you as a former congressman know full well what's at stake there. And we've got Brad Schneider and Robert Dold, or Bob Dold.
Rematch.
A rematch that in terms of money and attention and power and all of that, you couldn't ask for anything more. So the people in the 10th district, they're at it again, and I don't know. It's pretty close. Do you have any inside information on that one?
Only in that it was going to be very close, Wes. And my understanding is there are a number of polling places in that 10th district that are staying open. Waukegan and some of the Round Lake areas. Because I think Wes, it's fascinating. 312-642-5600. This phenomenon of same-day registration that Madigan and the Dems put in place for this election only.
What appears to be a failed experiment of same-day registration?
Certainly created loads of problems.
Yeah.
And I don't know yet how they're dealing with them.
No. Maybe the good side to all of this is that it will be a failed experiment and that we will not see it again.
312-642-5600. A couple other interesting statewide races. You've got what's projected to be a real tight race for treasurer here in Illinois between Republican Tom Cross and Democrat Mike Frerichs. Wes pointed out the congressional race in Illinois' 10th. A few other interesting congressional races. There were 5 of us who lost after the remap in 2012. A few of these Republicans trying to get their seats back. 312-642-5600.
Yeah, the Bobby Schilling rematch. Well, it's not a rematch.
Great guy.
But
He's such a great guy.
Sherry Bustos. I guess it is a rematch.
It is a rematch.
Yeah, it is a rematch.
Yeah.
So she's the incumbent. And
she beat him in 2012 when he was the incumbent.
Right. And this is the west side of Rockford, out west, and then it goes south, and then all the way to Peoria, I believe.
Yeah.
So it's a crazy district, like a lot of them are, redrawn courtesy of the Democrats.
Exactly.
But and so the folks in Rockford have a challenge there. I don't know. It seems as though the last I heard that Bustos is pretty well in command on that one, but we'll have to see.
She had decent lead in the polling heading into the race. Nobody expected Bobby to win when he won in 2010. So I think he's got a shot to make that interesting and close. 312-642-5600. Let's shoot up to Kyle in Milwaukee. Hey, Kyle, you're on with Joe.
Hi, Joe. Thank you very much for taking my call. The reason why I wanted to talk to you guys is on the issue of same-day voter registration.
Right.
In Wisconsin, we have same-day voter registration, and I have to warn you is that if Illinois continues with same-day voter registration, you're going to run into a lot of problems in which you're not going to have clean voter rolls. You're not going to have, basically the type of checks that the state elections board needs to be doing, because in Wisconsin, our Government Accountability Board is not doing its job, and there's been attempts by Republican legislators in the state of Wisconsin to get rid of same-day registration, and I just wanted to call to talk to you about
Cool, Kyle.
Wisconsin's problems about it. And
Well, thanks, man. Thanks, man. It sounds like we brought those problems down in Illinois because this seems like a nightmare. Hey, Mike Scott, can you hear me? What your thought on some of the mess with this same-day registration? Are there still reports of lines in the city of Chicago?
Still reports of lines, 2.5 hour waits at some polling sites that have been confirmed by the Chicago Board of Elections. Illinois State Board of Elections is actually saying through their communications with newsrooms that things are actually going fairly smoothly considering the herky-jerky style of that same-day registration and not really coming up with too many problems. It's just the long line.
Do we know, Mike, if you're in line, the polls closed at 7. If we don't know if you're in line to register, what happens?
It's the question of the night, and I'm efforting an answer right now.
Fascinating, Wes.
That doesn't even really, I mean, when you think about it, does it pass the laugh test? Does
Well,
same-day registration?
No.
Well, you're laughing. There you go. It doesn't. It doesn't pass it. How does it make sense?
Because Michael Madigan demanded it. So 312-642-5600. Where did you vote today? What do you hear that's going on in the state of Illinois? We've got a couple different sets of eyes going on here. We're keeping an eye on control for the United States Senate. Such an important deal around the country because we'd really like to make Harry Reid very, very sad tomorrow morning. As of now, the Republicans have picked up one seat. Most of them are too close to call.
And Mitch McConnell has held on, and so he is the new Senate Majority Leader in waiting.
Yes,
and is promising an aggressive agenda. So we'll have to take him at his word for right now.
Well, he's promising an aggressive agenda, and you and I probably know that Ted Cruz will insist upon an aggressive agenda.
And so you have to wonder just how aggressive, and you have to wonder what issues they will put forward. Is Obamacare on the table right away? Is there something else? Is immigration reform on the table? What exactly will they try to do? And obviously, budgets and things like paying bills have to be taken care of, and maybe we're on to a new path. This is, in my opinion, I mean, not that that's all that unique. This is more of a pendulum election than anything. We're clearly on a midterm. This is clearly a referendum, if you will, on President Obama, and we are seeing a pendulum swinging toward the Republicans, but not necessarily because the Republicans have had such a great agenda out there that we can't wait to vote for them.
It's you're right, Wes. It's Ebola, Obama, and ISIS. They're voting against things. All major networks, by the way, have just projected Dick Durbin the winner to get reelected again. No surprise there.
And Senator Oberweis really, he didn't have much of a shot. You had an incumbent senator with all of the trappings of power and in a blue state.
So they projected Durbin the winner. We're keeping an eye on everything in Illinois. We told you about this news down in Florida. That race, that governor's race, is neck and neck between Governor Scott and Charlie Crist. Charlie Crist asked a judge to keep the voting in Broward County open because of the long lines. An update, the judge just denied Charlie Crist's request. Stay with us. We're not going anywhere. It's election night.
How can you get from here to there? We've got the answer from the ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
I'm Jim Talamonte checking the...
Hi, Tom Sadeka, CEO of Precision Payroll of America. Now the 31-year-old company whose first employee and first client are still working together. With me today is Paul Sivak, partner and head of sales here at Precision Payroll and fellow NIU alum. Yep. We're Huskies.
That's right, Tom, and it has been great watching the Huskies compete in the Mid-American Conference over the past several years. It makes you want to support such a hard-working group of athletes. Like us at Precision Payroll, our sales team never overpromises and always delivers a product that helps our clients be more productive by allowing them to focus on their strengths and leaving the tedious business of payroll and taxes for us to handle. Package our payroll service products with our tremendous support personnel managed by experienced, well-trained professionals needs, and you have a team that is hard to beat. The Precision Payroll Team, where service is our business. Call us at 630-242-1507. That's 630-242-1507, or on the web at precisionpayroll.com.
Hey, no matter what kind of small business you own, I know that you need packaging, shipping, and industrial materials. I'm talking about things like boxes, bags, envelopes, and labels, but I'm also talking about things like utility carts, shelving, storage bins, safety materials, and just about anything you can think of for your office, warehouse, or job site. You can find all of this stuff in one place inside the Uline catalog. Uline is the leading distributor of shipping, industrial, and packaging materials to businesses throughout North America. They're family-owned, and they know that small business owners just like you are what makes our economy go. Uline offers same-day shipping of more than 27,000 industrial products, and Uline's customer service is second to none. Call Uline today, 1-800-295-5510, or go online at uline.com/Walsh. That's ULINE.com/Walsh.
In health news, a new scientific discovery could spell relief for the millions of Americans who suffer from constant ringing or buzzing in their ears.
That's right, Mike. A U.S. company just released an all-natural, fast-acting product that's scientifically designed to relieve ear ringing and buzzing. It's called Ringaway, and it's the first product of its kind.
Jill, this could benefit millions of Americans. It relieves that internal ear noise of ringing or buzzing so people can actually concentrate on their work again and sleep in peace. And you only take it once a day.
This is such a huge discovery. Ringaway has now set up a public phone line to let the first 100 people who call try it for free. Mike, do we have that number?
Yes, I've got it right here. It's 1-800-718-9937. Again, Ringaway is now letting the first 100 callers try this new breakthrough for free. Call now for details. 1-800-718-9937. That's 1-800-718-9937.
AM 560, The Answer. Now, more of continuing coverage of Election Night 2014 on AM 560, The Answer.
Joe Walsh, former Congressman Joe Walsh, back on The Answer, doing something sort of weird, Wes. I'm actually sitting through an election night where my fanny's not on the line. Interesting. Sitting in here in studio.
Those have got to be tense moments.
They are.
Yeah.
With that voice belongs to Wes Bleed with Mac Communications. He's a communications strategist. Really happy to be joined in studio and making sense with Wes of everything that's going on tonight. We want to hear from you. 312-642-5600. You've been out voting, what you've seen and heard in the state of Illinois. We've got our station's news director, AM 560's news director, Mike Scott, who's going to be bringing us the latest from Illinois and around the country. Again, I want to emphasize this. Outside of what's going on, Rauner, Quinn, and everything in Illinois, control of the United States Senate. And right now it's fascinating because the Republicans to date have picked up one seat. A number of these races are still much too close.
So we need
to be
5
called.
more?
We need 5 more. A net of 6. And I think, Wes, and I'll tell you, they were optimistic that, and I still think this could happen, that they'd pick up more than 6.
That'd be amazing.
That would be amazing.
Let me toss a couple of other numbers out there that we'll be looking at today that are more obscure. But here's a number for you: 20. The number 20 that represents what Rauner hopes to get in the city of Chicago. 20%.
20% is the magic number.
Yeah. Okay. Here's another number for you: 6.3. Now, 6.3 is the percentage of votes that third-party candidates got last time in 2010.
In 2010.
Thereby, in a lot of people's opinions, robbing Senator Brady.
That's interesting.
From winning election. Here's another number for you. 5. That is the current income tax in the state of Illinois.
Yeah.
Which, in a lot of people's opinions, was not nearly as front and center in this campaign as it should have been.
Exactly.
And one other number, 2.95. 2.95, that was the price of gasoline that I saw on the way here tonight.
Yeah.
And what that represents to me is, as a pocketbook issue, that's the one thing that people still hold on to. And if things are getting better, the stock market's going up, maybe some people out there were saying to themselves, after all, maybe things aren't so bad. So that is one of those little barometers that you sometimes have to include in the conversation.
Exactly. This race for control of the United States Senate is going to be decided in a number of interesting states coming up. I'm really happy to be joined by Lauren French. She's the congressional reporter for Politico. Hey, Lauren, thank you. I understand that you've been covering this Colorado Senate race, and obviously the polls in Colorado are still open, but what's your read on what the read on the ground is there in Colorado? How are both camps feeling?
You know, it's going to be an incredibly close race out there in Colorado. Like, it's going to be an incredibly close race in a lot of these key Senate races.
Yeah.
No one's, calling it yet. It's a really interesting year because it's an all mail-in ballot
Yep.
now in Colorado. So no one really knows how that's going to change the election results, whether that's going to make it more friendly for Democrats who tend to vote early, or whether Democrats are going to be so depressed with their enthusiasm that they don't mail it in, even though that seems, to be a simple thing, much simpler than going to the actual polls. But nationwide, you're going to see a really tough race for Democrats. They're fighting kind of everywhere. Already have suffered a loss with Alice Mundergan Grimes. She lost to Senator Mitch McConnell. That race was called almost immediately. So currently, tough race, kind of where we predicted a few weeks ago, but all of these races are still being slugged out.
And Lauren, in Colorado specifically, the race between challenger Cory Gardner and the sitting Senator Udall, it seemed to me that the polling the last few weeks of the campaign sort of moved in Gardner's direction. Is that accurate or no?
It did move in Gardner's direction. Colorado is one of those states that it's really tricky to poll, not anywhere near, say, Alaska, but it has a unique voting population. The Denver Post had a poll out this week that found Gardner and Udall in a dead heat. And Udall was posting, a 7 percentage point advantage just over the summer.
Exactly.
Closed throughout the fall, and now that they're the last poll I saw had them at 46-46. So it's going to be a really tough race.
And is Udall, Lauren, is he banking on a real strong Democrat get out the vote effort? That's what I'm hearing.
All Democrats would really need a strong get out the vote effort to win this cycle. President Barack Obama is highly unpopular. Democrats are highly unpopular. Incumbents are highly unpopular.
Yeah.
So for any Democrat to win nationally, they're going to need a really aggressive get out the vote structure. Democrats in Colorado have been doing that. They're registering voters. They're educating voters. They're telling them about the stakes. So they've been out there really aggressively. It's a key race. So, both super PACs, Democratic aligned super PACs, as well as these congressional committees are out there really trying to get Democrats to go to the polls. But that's going to be their main obstacle, is that there's just a really tapped-down enthusiasm.
Cool. Lauren, thanks so much. Lauren French, congressional reporter for Politico. Lauren, thanks for joining us.
Anytime.
Interesting, fascinating stuff. Again, keeping an eye on this battle for control of the United States Senate. I think that one of two scenarios is going to play out here. Either it's going to be a real snowball effect for the Republicans, or this is going to be sort of hand-to-hand combat in state by state. And Wes, I'm looking at this race in Virginia. Nobody thought Ed Gillespie, the Republican, would beat Mark Warner.
Well, and that might be playing to exactly what you're saying. Maybe there is more going on here.
Oh my gosh!
Than meets the eye, and this snowball effect could spread across the country. You never know. At least it portends.
Yeah, and don't forget again, Republicans right now, as we speak, they need to net 6 seats, and they've only picked up 1 so far. We're still waiting on North Carolina. We're waiting on New Hampshire. We're waiting on Georgia. So we're not even close yet. But stick it right here. We're not going anywhere because this is election night.
Would you like to know the problem with the stock market? It is riddled with uncertainty. You literally have zero control. You never know from one day to the next if it's going to go up or drop like a rock. You lose your shirt. John Howell here. Can you imagine knowing with certainty that your money was working hard for you, generating income every single month like clockwork for the rest of your life, and earning far more than you'll ever find at a bank right now? We'll find out how with a free retirement income master plan from Tom Fortino, host of Alpha Wealth Hour right here on AM 560. To get yours, be one of the first 10 callers now. 630-873-6326. No cost, no obligation. 630-873-6326. Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. Alpha Wealth Group and RWA not affiliated, and past performance is not indicative of future results.
May I have your attention, please? If you're trying to lose weight, we need your help. We're Final Trim, and we have too much product and too few participants in our nationwide risk-free trial. If you need to lose 30 pounds or more and would like to participate, call now. 1-800-900-1767. Final Trim is a breakthrough in weight loss. Take 2 capsules just once a day and you can experience maximum weight loss, allowing you to shed pounds in days. It uses natural ingredients, making it healthy and safe. If your weight loss with Final Trim is too dramatic, please decrease use and only take 1 capsule a day. Be among the first to call for your risk-free trial. Again, we have too many risk-free trials and too few participants. If you would like to lose 30 pounds or more by taking all-natural Final Trim just once a day, call now to participate in this nationwide risk-free trial. 1-800-900-1767. 1-800-900-1767. That number again is 1-800-900-1767.
AM 560, The Answer. Good evening. I'm Mike Scott. We are watching in Illinois election officials not reporting any major problems as voters go to the polls, except for same-day voter registration, staying open in Lake County in places until 9 p.m. In some places until 9 p.m. in LaGrange because of problems with election officials there and dirty tricks keeping city election judges home on Election Day. One of the many stories we're following on AM 560 The Answer. Now an election update from Fox News.
This is a Fox News election alert. I'm Lisa Lacera. Fox News projecting another win for Republicans in the Senate. In Arkansas, Tom Cotton defeats incumbent Mark Pryor, and Republican Asa Hutchinson wins the open seat. Fox News projecting the Senate race in New Hampshire is too close to call. Fox News Radio's Bill Marcus live in Manchester.
Lisa, electricity in the air here at the Puritan Conference Center in Manchester. Democrats convinced they're going to catapult incumbent U.S. Senator Jeanne Shaheen to a second term. The room is starting to fill up. That may have something to do with the fact that workers have brought out the food. The polls in New Hampshire closing a half hour ago. Republican Scott Brown hoping to return to a Senate where he lost his seat 2 years ago, representing the neighboring state of Massachusetts. Lisa?
Bill repeating, Fox News projecting another win for Republicans in the Senate in Arkansas. This is a Fox News alert.
Okay, if it's a cold day, you put on a jacket. If your husband has a cold,
Kids, please. No, stay there. Love you.
you don't kiss him. Common sense.
There's a lot of fear of Ebola.
Sean Hannity.
Let's not infect anybody else. Let's not let people from these countries into this country.
Weekday afternoons at 2.
You can hear it if you listen.
Common sense.
On AM 560. The Answer.
The Johnson family had a savings account until their furnace died. The Martins had a vacation fund before their water heater quit. The Baileys have no money, and their refrigerator just broke. The truth is, it can only take one home appliance repair to bust your piggy bank. But with a home warranty from American Home Shield, you get to keep more of your hard-earned money because they pay your covered repairs for you. For valuable free information, call 1-800-479-6961. Why pour money into repairs when American Home Shield will pay covered repairs for you? Your heating, plumbing, oven, refrigerator, air conditioner, and more. Service requests are subject to a service fee for each trade call. Some exclusions and limitations apply. The choice is yours. Pay for expensive home system and appliance repairs, or let American Home Shield pay covered repairs for you. If you're sick of spending your hard-earned money on repairs, call for valuable free information, including terms, rates, and coverage. 1-800-479-6961. That's 1-800-479-6961.
Stuck in traffic? We've got the answer from the ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
I'm Neil Fiorito with a look at the roads. Eden's backed up still inbound 26 minutes from Lake Cook. Outbound heavy 20 minutes up to Lake Cook. Watch for an accident at Wilson blocking the right lane. Kennedy Expressway on the way out, 15 to the junction, 13 in the express, 30 out to O'Hare, 30 back in as well, 12 from the junction. Eisenhower Expressway on the way out, still pretty heavy, 52 out to Thorndale and about the same coming back in. No doubt that's Bulls traffic coming in. Stevenson Expressway on the way out, looking at 42 minutes to 355. The Ryan is heavy, inbound between the Stevenson and the Burns Circle, 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive is slow northbound right around Chicago. Chicago weather, tonight's low 46 degrees, Wednesday chance of showers, high 61. Next update in 15 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by attorney Robert Zapolis. Visit online at zapolislaw.com.
This is Election Night 2014 on AM 560, The Answer. Now, here's Joe Walsh.
Joe Walsh, AM 560, The Answer. Here is Mitch McConnell.
A little while ago, I spoke with my opponent. Secretary Grimes ran a spirited campaign. She earned a lot of votes, and she earned my respect. It took a lot of guts to take on a race like this. Because of the business we're in, it also meant she'd take some heat. I admire her willingness to step into the arena and fight as hard as she did. We need more people who are willing to do that, not fewer. She deserves a lot of credit for it. This was certainly a hard-fought contest.
That's Kentucky Senator Mitch McConnell, who could well be the next Senate Majority Leader if things hold to form here tonight. Want to update you on the race on the battle for control of the United States Senate. Tom Cotton, Congressman Tom Cotton, the Republican challenger, has been projected the winner in Arkansas. So that now means the Republicans have netted 2 seats. They need only 4 more to grab control of the United States Senate. I want to turn right away now live to AM 560, The Answer's Amy Jacobson, who is live at Bruce Rauner's headquarters. Hey, Amy, good to hear from you. What's going on there? How's the energy in the room?
Well, I have to tell you, campaign workers look a little antsy and a little nervous. They've just, spent the past 2 years working on this campaign. They're frustrated that Rauner was depicted as an evil, heartless businessman vilified for his riches. But, we talked earlier, they said Rauner owns 9 mansions and he wants the 10th one. He wants the governor's mansion.
What's the feel, Amy Jacobson, for where the race is at right now? What do you think people are thinking and telling you?
Well, I've just been told that Bruce Rauner and his family, they won't be arriving here at the Chicago Hilton until after 8 p.m. because some polls are closing later than expected because of those discrepancies we had with the judges. And one restaurant, which turned into a polling place on Sheridan, the restaurant owner didn't even show up, so the Chicago Fire Department had to break a pane of glass to open up the restaurant to let the voters in.
Wow.
So that was a little odd, but, Election Day, what can you expect? There's always something strange going on, but that's why he's arriving later with his family. He spent the day making no campaign appearances whatsoever. He went to his polling place early this morning wearing his signature 18-year-old flannel shirt. He went with his wife casting his vote at his polling place in Winnetka. And, there's a lot on the line for him. This race cost $60 million, Joe, and Rauner put in personally $33 million of his own money.
Go ahead, Wes.
Hey, Amy, it's Wes Bleed. Hey, we heard earlier that there was a cash bar.
Come on, Amy, you're kidding me.
So I don't even see, they're finally starting to let supporters in. There's one bar in the corner. Yes, guys, it's a cash bar.
Either Rauner is completely out of cash, or he's decided that this is one thing he's not going to pay for, I suppose. Huh?
Well, they're expecting, close to 1,000 people tonight. We're at the Conrad International Ballroom. And I have to tell you, it's very reminiscent of Mitt Romney's primary victory. The stage looked similar. There's a 20 by 30 foot flag huge American flag and the backdrop, and the stage looks exactly similar to what Mitt Romney had, and there's bleachers set up for supporters to stand on when hopefully he makes his victory speech. But we all know that this could go well into the night because there's so many absentee ballots that have to be counted. I've been told that 33,000 have to be counted. They're going to start right now counting those because this may come down to every vote.
Hey, Amy, one other quickie for you, and I'm also awful glad you took some time to join us. One word to describe the mood there. Are they confident? Are they nervous? Do they lack confidence? Where are they at?
I do not have a sense of confidence in this room. I have a sense of nervousness.
Yeah, well, that's
the first thing I felt when I opened the doors and I walked in, like, oh, people are scared.
Well, wait, thanks. Amy Jacobson, AM 560, The Answer is Amy Jacobson.
I mean,
what's interesting, Wes, is that's probably the mood in the Quinn room as well.
Well, no question about that. But think about this. This is the very kind of thing that Rauner has already experienced. He nearly lost the Republican primary in March from the sudden surge at the end from Kirk Dillard, and fair warning here. I mean, I did work for Dillard.
Yeah.
But so in full disclosure. But my point is, he has gone through an evening where he has seen his lead collapse. Now, in some polls, he has been coming from behind at the end. So I can understand the nervousness, no question about it.
He has good reason to be nervous. I want to bring you up to speed. Again, I'm with Wes Bleed, and we've also got AM 560's news director Mike Scott with us as well. Just up to speed on where we're at in Illinois. The race has been called for United States Senator Dick Durbin. All the networks have called that. This election judge story continues to garner lion's share of news and attention. WGN is reporting that up to 2,000 Chicago election judges stayed home this morning based on some bizarre robocall they got over the weekend telling them to stay home. I just got to believe, Wes, that's going to be a big deal. And I want your thoughts on this, and I want to get Mike Scott's thoughts as well. I'm getting the feeling, Wes, that we may not have a winner announced for a while.
It could very well be, but I do have a hard time believing that 2,000 judges stayed home. I just did the.
That's
that's a lot of judges.
Yeah.
No, and on average, Mike, I was told on average 50 judges don't show up. 2,000's like bizarre. That's incredible. And Mike, are there still reports of lines in Chicago?
Not a whole lot of lines that I'm seeing anymore. My sources down at the Chicago Board of Elections and other places, other reporters are saying, well, there are some lines. There's nothing huge or significant. No one's standing in line right now thinking they're going to wait for another hour or so.
And we've had no extended polling hours of any kind declared by a judge or anything like that.
Not in the city of Chicago, no. We had that up in Lake County where they had problems.
So
with,
only
with
Lake County, not Chicago.
Unsure yet. I have not seen any news reporting on an extension of numbers. I know there has been some hotly contested problems up in Lake County with Willard Helander and Lisa Madigan trading jabs because some polls did not open, I believe, for same-day voter registration until 10 a.m.
Hey, Wes, you've been involved in this kind of thing before. We're now 45 minutes after the polls have technically closed in Illinois. Give our listeners a feel for where just you think this race between Quinn and Rauner's at.
Well, at first I was thinking this is Rauner's to lose. And over the last day or so, maybe I have thought, could it be that Quinn pulls out another rabbit from the hat? I don't know. I cannot get there and read the tea leaves that closely. But you have to wonder if Quinn didn't make enough inroads at the end. And, just as evidence today, he was out at 4, 5, 6 different places shaking hands.
Quinn was.
Yeah. And Rauner, as Amy mentioned, made only one appearance, and that was to vote.
So what does that tell you?
I don't know. It's obviously Quinn was thinking he needed to be out there on the final day.
Yeah.
That tells me he's not very sure.
Interesting.
But Rauner also maybe maybe he's overconfident. I don't know.
312-642-5600. What you've seen and heard in Illinois today as you went out and voted, maybe you're still in line right now voting. Your sense on this race between Rauner and Quinn. Again, Dick Durbin has been reelected. That's been projected. We're still waiting, and we should be getting in the next hour or so some information on these other races. And as Wes Bleed reminded me, there are some very important races for the Illinois State House and the Illinois State Senate, and we should be getting numbers on those races in the next hour or so. So you're going to want to keep it right here. 312-642-5600. Let me sneak in a quick call. Jim. Hey, Jim, you're on with Joe Walsh.
Yeah, Joe, how you doing? Yeah, I'm near Midway Airport, and I voted this morning.
Good for you.
And when I went in there, usually there's 4 or 5 people checking you in, and they're in their 40s, 50s, stuff like that. There was 2 kids that were in their early 20s, and right away checking me in.
Yeah.
And it was like something wasn't right.
A little different, huh?
Oh, yeah. And now I find out about the judges. There was like...
I agree, Jim. Thanks, man. Thanks for the call, and thank you for voting. That could be a big deal. I'm looking above me as well. Rick Scott in Florida and Charlie Crist are in a tight battle for governor down there. I don't think I've seen any information yet when it comes to Scott Walker, Governor Scott Walker's race just north of us in Wisconsin. That's one I'm going to want to really keep an eye on. And remember this. Republicans have netted 2 seats, 2 pickups in the battle for the control of the United States Senate. Hey, some initial results coming out right now. Illinois State Treasurer Tom Cross has an early lead with a few precincts in, so Cross has got an early lead. And Judy Bartopinka has a fairly comfortable lead right now over Sheila Simon, 2 other statewide races in Illinois.
And very early, though. And we don't know
very
where the votes
early.
are coming from. And, where I thought you were going with the earlier question was, when do you think we'll see some really firm numbers? And every year, or every election, I should say, I'm always thinking, hey, why can't they speed this up?
Yeah.
But technology is so good today. Why can't they? And it just drags on.
Imagine being the candidate. It kills you.
How can you get from here to there? We've got the answer from the ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
I'm Neil Fiorito taking a look at the roads. The inbound Eden is still heavy. Cicero through the junction, 26 minutes late cook in. Outbound is just fine. Kennedy on the way out now, 12 to the junction, 8 in the express, 23 out to O'Hare, 28 minutes back in, and 12 from the junction. Eisenhower Expressway still on the brakes outbound between Sacramento and Des Plaines, 30 minutes to Manheim, 43 out to Thorndale. Back inbound heavy as well, 41 from Thorndale and 28 from Manheim. Stevenson Expressway on the brakes outbound Ashland to Pulaski, 38 minutes out to 355. The Ryan is heavy inbound, 23 minutes 95th into the city. Lakeshore Drive clear now, and all 4 tollways look good tonight. Chicago weather, tonight's low 46 degrees. Wednesday, maybe a shower, high 61. Next update in 15 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
You've heard of living trusts and how they can help protect your assets, but you may not know if a living trust is right for you, or maybe you have questions about creating your own living trust. The fact is, almost everyone can benefit from a living trust, which can protect your assets from the court system and your loved ones from unnecessary expense and inconvenience. Learn more at a free seminar on Wednesday, November 5th. Estate planning attorney Robert Zapolis will explain how to create your living trust, estate planning under the new tax laws, why a will not avoid probate, and more. Have your estate planning and living trust questions answered absolutely free. Don't miss this important seminar on Wednesday, November 5th at 6:30 p.m. at Papa Joe's Restaurant, 145th and LaGrange Road in Orland Park. The seminar is free and a complimentary dinner is served, but you must make a reservation now. Call 708-478-1400. That's 708-478-1400. Call 708-478-1400.
Hey, no matter what kind of small business you own, I know that you need packaging, shipping, and industrial materials. I'm talking about things like boxes, bags, envelopes, and labels. but I'm also talking about things like utility carts, shelving, storage bins, safety materials, and just about anything you can think of for your office, warehouse, or job site. You can find all of this stuff in one place inside the Uline catalog. Uline is the leading distributor of shipping, industrial, and packaging materials to businesses throughout North America. They're family-owned, and they know that small business owners just like you are what makes our economy go. Uline offers same-day shipping of more than 27,000 industrial products, and their customer service is second to none. Call Uline today, 1-800-295-5510, or go online at uline.com/Walsh. That's ULINE.com/Walsh.
AM 560, The Answer. Now, more of continuing coverage of Election Night 2014 on AM 560, The Answer.
Joe Walsh back with you. Election night. I'm in studio with two smart guys. Wes Bleed, Mac communications strategist. He knows all things political in Illinois, and really happy to be joined as well by our news director here, Mike Scott. Mike, I wanted to go right to you because we're focused like a laser beam on this battle for control of the United States Senate. What do we know?
Couple of things. Georgia, the race to succeed retiring Republican Senator Saxby Chambliss, Republican businessman David Perdue, really in the fight of his young political career against Democrat Michelle Nunn, who's been really playing up her bona fides as a worker in the George Bush White House. She's the daughter of a former popular Senator Sam Nunn, who was quite a defense hawk during his time in Washington. Under Georgia rules, a runoff will be set on January 6. If neither candidate tops 50%, Perdue has been up based on Metro Atlanta numbers, 61 to 37, but not a huge number totally reporting yet.
Okay.
Virginia, Ed Gillespie, the former GOP party head, against incumbent moderate Democrat Mark Warner. That's what he's been running on. Warner getting some positive returns right now, according to CNN, from the heavily military Virginia Beach area. Gillespie with a 51-47 lead, not close to calling that race yet. The numbers from suburban Washington, D.C., tinging blue, I would imagine, from that perspective, have yet to be tabulated fully. Florida governor, let's focus on that for a moment. Most expensive in state history, the most bizarre, when incumbent Rick Scott did not take the stage at recent debates, Scott being challenged by his predecessor, Republican turned independent turned Democrat Charlie Crist. Virtual tie here. Palm Beach County turning out heavily for Crist. It's a little bit unexpected. Orlando for Rick Scott. The Cuban vote being called for right now in Miami. Right now, it is too close to call in that race. We're following that very carefully. Kay Hagan and Tom Tillis in North Carolina. Right now, we're waiting on returns from the metro areas there, the heavily populated, like Charlotte and the Research Triangle, Durham, that area. But we're seeing Hagan with a 51-47 lead right now, and that has been consistent throughout the night, even starting with the early numbers. New Hampshire, Shaheen and Brown. This has been a battle right now between people who are projecting a win for Brown and the numbers which stubbornly hang on for Jean Shaheen in this case by like a 55-46 margin. But the numbers that are coming in are very, very low.
Interesting.
And that's the thing that sticks out from CNN and from Fox and places we're watching. The numbers in New Hampshire, very low. I would be interested to find out, and I'll look for it, how many registered voters there are in that state.
Interesting. Mike Scott, thanks. Wes, any read right now?
Well, what I was thinking when he just said that was, how this an election comes down to organization and motivation. And if you have lower numbers, that's not much motivation. And that means that the people who are the most organized are going to take advantage of the lower motivation. Here in Illinois, I would have thought going into this race for governor, we would have had tons of motivation for people to say things aren't working. What happened? Why was this such a close race? And a couple of thoughts come to mind, and I'm sure you have your own take on it. One was, I think Quinn did a great job of painting Bruce Rauner as this wealthy, bad ogre kind of a guy who was going to take away everything from everybody. And when you vote your self-interest,
Yeah.
That's a very precious motivation.
Hey, Mike, I'm curious about Virginia because this was a race nobody was thinking about. But based on what you just said, some strong areas for Warner haven't come in yet.
Not yet. No, not totally. We're talking about the blue areas, the heavily Democratic areas around suburban parts of Virginia, close to Washington, D.C. Some areas of Richmond haven't come in yet. That's traditionally been somewhat of a Democrat stronghold. That hasn't come in yet. But the south and east part of the state that win for Romney and win for President Bush in a strong way in past elections have not been coming in as of yet. So we'll wait and see. Those are probably last to come in. Not heavily populated, but we're talking somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 to 30% for Romney in the last election.
And Mike, one other quick follow-up on North Carolina. For those of us who would like to see the Republicans take control of the Senate, Kay Hagan, a number of the urban areas for her haven't come in yet.
Not yet. And again, numbers in North Carolina, not shockingly high. However, I'm looking at the numbers that are coming in right now for Gillespie and in the race in Virginia. The numbers are quite high. The reporting numbers are almost into the 800,000 range with him with that 3.5 to 4 point lead. The numbers are, they're approaching over 1 million now. They just updated the numbers for Hagan and Tillis. So now we're starting to get some spread, Hagan-Tillis, with almost 1 million votes cast, 52 to 45 for Kay Hagan. So we're starting to see those numbers come in. That's what we want to see, those metro areas start coming in, those heavily populated counties.
And just to bring the focus back here to Illinois, we've got polling places in Lake County that are still open. We're trying to figure out what exactly is going on in Chicago because there were reports of long lines of people trying to vote and people trying to register to vote. So I don't know that we're going to have hard information on Rauner Quinn for a little bit. We told you about some initial numbers coming out in the Illinois Treasurers and Illinois Comptrollers race.
I also have the first numbers in the governor's race.
Hey.
First of all, do you know how many precincts we have statewide? 10,114.
Wow.
We have 2 precincts reporting.
Boom! Give it to me.
2818 for Bruce, 1,935 for Pat Quinn, and 210 for Chad Grimm, who is the Libertarian candidate.
So it's early. It's very, very early. But keep it here. Keep it here because we're going to continue throughout this night.
This winter, thousands of children will face the cold weather without so much as a coat, hat, or mittens.
And Merlin 200,000-mile shops are asking for your help.
From now through December 17th, Merlin shops are collecting new and like-new coats, hats, gloves, and mittens for kids of all sizes.
It's Merlin's Snug Hugs for Kids clothing drive.
And we're helping the Children's Home and Aid Society to warm the heads, hands, and hearts of kids.
The holidays are a time for goodwill.
We'd like to extend that goodwill to Children's Home and Aid.
It takes so little to impact a life.
So please include one more charity on your list this holiday season, Merlin's Snug Hugs for Kids.
One coat, one hat, one pair of mittens from every single person listening can change so many lives this Christmas.
So please
bring a coat, hat, or mittens to your local Merlin 200,000-mile shop and give a warm, snug hug to a child this winter.
From all of us at Merlin, a very warm and very snug holiday season.
John and Amy back bright and early Wednesday morning.
I'm spending Tuesday night with Bruce Rauner. I'll bring you the inside scoop.
Beginning tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. 560, The Answer.
It's the hard truth. In today's world, negative experiences quickly find a way to go online. One disgruntled customer, a bad employee, or broken personal relationship can easily post an ill-advised photo, tweet, rumor, story, bad review, and there it is right on page 1 when you search your name or business online. In the past, you had no way to fight back. Well, now you can. Grab a pen and take down this phone number or store it in your cell phone, but call 1-800-460-5733. That's 1-800-460-5733. When you call, you'll get free info that'll show you how a reputation management company can easily build positive online content for you and legally bury negative information. This is not something you can do on your own. Don't lose any more business or miss out on another personal or business opportunity because of what is wrongfully being said about you online. Take control of your internet search results. Call 1-800-460-5733. 1-800-460-5733. That's 1-800-460-5733. Hurry, don't delay. Call 1-800-460-5733 today.
AM 560, The Answer.
Your server room is overheating, risking the loss of data worth millions of dollars. Your food processing plant has lost temperature, and your product is in danger of spoiling. Your business normally runs like a well-oiled machine, but any business can take a surprise hit. It's up to you to periodically take the temperature of your company's financial health. Literally. Air Comfort works to improve the climate for hundreds of businesses in the Chicagoland area. Since 1935, they've built a culture of caring and a tradition of excellence in HVAC and mechanical services. Recognized as Contractor of the Year by Contracting Business Magazine, Air Comfort takes the time to understand your company's environment and business. They'll customize a preventive maintenance plan for your building's mechanical systems, which assures that the temperature of your business stays healthy. Don't assume that all contractors have the same background and capabilities needed to do the job. Take comfort with Air Comfort. Visit aircomfort.com to find out how they can improve the climate of your business. That's aircomfort.com.
I'm Nick Soboleski, a Select Quote agent with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a $300,000 group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and can't take it with him. Well, I impartially shopped the highly rated term life insurance companies we represent and found Ray, who is 41 and takes medication to control his cholesterol, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $23 a month. That's almost twice the coverage for less than half of what he had paid. If SelectQuote hasn't shopped for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-579-9368. That's 1-800-579-9368. 1-800-579-9368. Or go to SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price could vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
What's happening? What does it mean? Why is it important? We've got the answer. AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago.
This is a Fox News election alert. I'm Ron Platter. Republicans have now picked up 3 of the 6 seats they need to get control of the U.S. Senate. Fox News projecting that in South Dakota, Mike Rounds, the Republican, has defeated Rick Weiland, the Democrat, in the race to try to replace Tim Johnson, the retiring Democratic senator. And Fox News also projecting that Congressman Tom Cotton has defeated Democratic incumbent Mark Pryor in Arkansas. The first Democratic Senate seat to flip to Republicans.
West Virginia is one of the first tonight, and West Virginia has done it right.
Congresswoman Shelley Moore Capito defeating Natalie Tennant. She will replace retiring Democrat Jay Rockefeller. Among the incumbent winners in the Senate, including those that have just been called by Fox News, projecting that the winner in Texas is John Cornyn. He will stay on as a Republican senator. Democrat Al Franken in Minnesota. Democrats keep a seat that has been in the Democratic hands in Michigan. That would be Gary Peters, who has defeated Terry Lynn Land. In gubernatorial races, Republican governors keeping their seats include Dennis Dugard in South Dakota and Democrats Mark Dayton in Minnesota and Andrew Cuomo in New York. Greg Abbott wins the seat that Rick Perry had held and keeps the governor's job in the state of Texas. Democrats Chris Coons in Delaware and Jack Reed in Rhode Island also win Senate seats. Races in Virginia, New Hampshire, and North Carolina in the Senate are still too close to call. One expected to be in a close race, Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell, but he was an early winner in his quest for a 6th term representing Kentucky.
I've heard your concerns. I've made them my own. You will be heard in Washington.
McConnell defeating the challenge of Democrat Allison Lundergan Grimes, who at one point was within single percentage points in surveys ahead of their race. You're listening to Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Still to this day, I'm sure you get all those email blasts from the Democratic and the Republican Party.
John Howell and Amy Jacobson.
Total up, and I get more emails from Democratic candidates than Republican ones. I mean, if Al Franken emails me one more time, I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. You get them from Michelle Bachmann, from everyone.
There's a way to get off those lists. You have to scroll down.
I know. I'm just waiting for the election to be over.
Amy, we talked to you in off the ledge this morning. Fantastic. Hey, that's $175.
Glad I could help.
Wake up with John and Amy. Mornings starting at 6 on AM 560. The Answer.
With an increasing number of Illinois concealed carry instructors having their credentials revoked, don't leave your training to chance. Safer USA, Chicago's trusted name in firearm training, has trained almost 6,000 students to be responsible firearm owners. We're offering the most comprehensive Illinois concealed carry program available. Our program will actually prepare you to carry a firearm for personal protection, including firearm, holster, and ammunition selection, a comprehensive law review designed to keep you out of trouble, and even how to deal with home invasion. We provide the firearm, ammunition, holster, class notebook, and lunch. Safer USA and the Aurora Sportsman's Club invite you to participate in this one-of-a-kind Illinois concealed carry program. For more information, visit saferusa.com or call 877-954-3030. That's 877-954-3030. Safer USA, choosing to own a firearm is your business. Teaching you to own it responsibly is ours.
Did you know by age 50, half of all men have an enlarged prostate? This means more trips to the bathroom, longer time in the bathroom, waking at night to go, or issues in your romantic life. If this sounds familiar, call us now, because we're shipping free bottles of Super Beta Prostate to listeners of this station. Super Beta Prostate is a non-prescription formula guaranteed to reduce the symptoms of your enlarged prostate. It's yours free. Pay only shipping and handling. Just call 1-800-952-3467. In clinical trials, the ingredient in Super Beta Prostate was shown to reduce urges to use the bathroom, speed up bathroom trips, reduce waking at night to go, and improve quality of life. This Super Beta Prostate free offer is for listeners of this station, but it won't last. Don't wait. Just call 1-800-952-3467. That's 1-800-952-3467. Call 1-800-952-3467.
Stuck in traffic? We've got the answer from the ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
I'm Neil Fiorito with a look at the roads. In Fox Lake, Route 173 still shut down both ways at Lake. Crash cleanup there. Use Grass Lake as your detour. And in South Elgin, Stearns at Dunham, the reported semi on its side. Eden's right now coming in 25 minutes Lake Cook to the junction. Kennedy inbound 27 from O'Hare, 12 from the junction. Back out in 12 to the junction, 8 in the express, 23 minutes out to O'Hare. Inbound on the Ike right now. Plan on 37 from Thorndale, 24 from Manheim. Outbound still on the brakes too. Sacramento to Des Plaines, still 30 minutes out to Manheim, 43 to Thorndale. On the Stevenson heading out, 36 minutes to 355. Stop and go on the Ryan yet. Inbound 20 minutes, 95th into downtown. Tonight's low 46, tomorrow's high 61. Next update in 15 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
You're listening to a special presentation of AM 560, The Answer. Election Night 2014 with Joe Walsh, AM 560 News Director Mike Scott, and special guest Wes Bleed. Now, here's Joe Walsh.
Hey, it's election night. Things are getting interesting. Things are warming up. I'm with Mike Scott and Wes Bleed right now as things stand, the battle for control of the United States Senate. The Republicans have netted 3 seats. They need to pick up 6 to get control. They've won in South Dakota, Arkansas, and what am I missing? Not Kentucky. What am I missing? What's my
West Virginia.
Thank you, West Virginia, Arkansas, and South Dakota. That voice belongs to Mike Scott. Before I get to Mike Scott, the polls in Wisconsin have closed. For all of our listeners in Wisconsin, we're going to get you some of the latest information coming out of Wisconsin, Scott Walker and everybody else up there as soon as we have them. Mike Scott, it sounds like early, but there are some very interesting results coming in from some of these Illinois congressional races. What do you got?
Well, we're looking at DuPage County results just as a sampling of how things are beginning to play out. DuPage County, interesting, it has quite a few congressional races in it.
Yes.
Actually, starting with 6. One that I didn't forget, just wasn't on my radar screen, Roscommon, the challenger Michael Mason. Roscommon is running away with that.
Yeah.
Again, early votes, only 325 precincts in that race in DuPage County. and right now Roscombe is running away with that. 8, quite a focus with a couple of war veterans battling it out literally in that one with ads proclaiming their ability to represent the military and families in Congress. Larry Kafish and Tammy Duckworth. Again, 182 precincts in DuPage County. Total votes cast so far about 7,700, and Larry Kafish with a lead, 51 to 48% right now over Tammy Duckworth. We'll see if that's a bellwether or not. Meantime, 11, Darlene Sanger and Bill Foster. Foster won that race 2 years ago, and it looks like Darlene Sanger has had a good get out of the gate, 52 to 47 right now, with about 7,000 votes cast. Again, we're looking at 165 precincts in DuPage County, and so that's not a whole lot reporting.
That's a lot of Naperville area votes, I would guess.
These are, Mike, these are very early.
Extremely early numbers. And again, these are only DuPage County focused numbers right now. We're gathering some other information. Randy Holtgren in a bit of a tight race right now, but again, only about 500 votes cast in that race. So he has a lead against Dennis Anderson, but that's something we'll watch.
Do we have anything yet, any numbers out of Illinois' 10th, Bob Dole and Brad Schneider?
I'm looking for that right now. I will be efforting that in a minute. Just wanted to update the governor's numbers out of DuPage County, and then I'll do a search and come back for you on the 10th. Rauner leads Quinn in DuPage County, approximately 34,000 votes cast.
Okay.
So it's a good sampling. 60 to 37%. Again, DuPage County, which has seen a bit of a Democrat tip in some spots in the last 10 years or so, in terms of total votes cast, Democrats vote cast in that county.
Yeah, it's not the Republican bastion that it once was.
Not at all.
It's changed, but it is still, however, the second highest producing vote total county in the state of Illinois.
Right. Interesting. Some declared winners, no surprises here. Congressman Bobby Rush, Congresswoman Robin Kelly, and Congressman Dan Lipinski have all been projected winners here in Illinois. And on the statewide races, guys, Lisa Madigan's been projected the winner along with Jesse White. No surprises, Wes.
And I've got 10% of the votes reporting in the Bob Dole-Schneider rematch, and we've got Dole with a 52 to 48% lead. Again, that is only with 10% of the votes reporting so far, precincts reporting, I should say.
And actually, I think I'm correct in this. Those polling places that are still open in Lake County are in that 10th district.
Probably.
312-642-5600. A number of interesting Illinois results starting to come out. Wes, I'm going to ask you again, and I think I know the answer you're going to give me. Still way too early to have a feel for some of these initial numbers between Rauner and Quinn?
It really is, because if you're looking at those DuPage numbers, now that's a great margin that Mike was talking about, that sort of that 60 to 30 doubling. The Rauner doubling what Quinn was getting in DuPage County, but he's got to do that, and then he's got to do it again and again, county after county after county, if he hopes to win.
And Mike and Wes, here's a question I've got, and a number of listeners have thrown this at me. The vote in Chicago, the turnout in Chicago, because it seems like that's Quinn's saving grace. Do we know anything about vote or turnout in Chicago as of yet?
Pulling that up right now. Did you get, Wes, did you get your notes from the Lake County website? Because the clerk, I'm saying, go ahead.
No, I got it from one of the news sites.
The clerk is actually reporting a significant number of precincts reporting in Lake County.
Really?
229 of 309 precincts reporting. And this is off the unofficial tabulation site for Lake County. Unofficial, let me stress that completely. Bob Dole leading Brad Schneider 52 to 47%, 98,000 votes unofficially cast, 98.7 in that race.
And how much in that district is Lake and how much is Cook? And
he's almost all Lake. In fact, I think I think he's almost all Lake. I think it's
that's significant then.
That's
huge.
That's a large number then.
That's a significant number, and then if that is the case, we see significant numbers in the governor's race in Lake County as well too, where Bruce Rauner and Evelyn Sanguinetti, out of 139,000 votes cast, lead 58 to 39% unofficially in Lake County, 81,000 votes to 54,000 votes.
Yeah, you'd like to see a little larger margin even than that.
In Lake County.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You still would.
Again, to balance what we know is going to come out of Chicago.
Exactly.
And Cook County.
Exactly.
And suburban Cook County.
Exactly. Because you got the city of Chicago, then you've got the suburbs of Cook County, and those together are just a huge, the 30 to 35, 37% of the entire votes cast across the state of Illinois. Then you take the collar counties as another third and downstate as another third. And you put them all together, and if Quinn was doing as well as was reported downstate, he could be helping himself downstate to ameliorate some of the success that Rauner has in the college.
Well, that's actually an interesting point. And Mike, I was going to go there as well. Maybe this is not where you want to go, but do we know anything about downstate?
Not yet, no.
Okay.
I'm really focusing on that right now. I've been in Bond County and Bureau County and St. Clair County trying to find those numbers. Really, none of those websites and none of the news reportings like the Belleville News-Democrat, the Southern Illinoisan are reporting any numbers except for an interesting number in the Congressional 12th District where Bill Enyart is not trailing quite badly in some spots.
Mike
and some
Bost.
returns Mike Bost out of Murfreesboro. So we'll keep an eye on that. That was not supposed to go into the Republican hands, but Bost has had a tremendous campaign. By the way, 52% of precincts reporting in the city of Chicago.
52%?
52%.
All of a sudden?
1,080 out of 2,069. Board of Election Commissioners for this election tonight, unofficially. Again, unofficial numbers. Quinn at 75%. Quinn and Vallis. Rauner and Sanguinetti at 22%.
Oh, that's a good...
237,800 to 69,300. Grimm polling above 6,000 in the city.
This is huge.
So
this is
Wes,
huge for Rauner.
Explain what that means.
Well, Senator Brady, Bill Brady, got about 17% in the city in 2010. That's where Quinn had his huge margin.
Right.
If Rauner was able to get 20%, if not better, that was considered to be a key to his victory. He's on this pace. He's going to make that happen.
And you want, if you're Bruce Rauner, you want that number for Grimm to be less than 3%.
Absolutely, yeah.
And that number less, and he's at.
We haven't talked about that too much.
Statewide, or
statewide.
Statewide, you want that number.
So if you see 2, that's good if you're Rauner. If you see 3 that or higher, that's good for Quinn and Vallis.
Yeah. And again, Chad Grimm is a libertarian candidate who is also purported to be pro-life. So that was, I described it as an oxymoron. Normally you see a libertarian candidate who is pro-choice. In this particular case, it was an odd mixture of positions, but that was seen to be by some a move to hurt Rauner. And, it could well be that some people cast votes for the third-party candidate rather than vote for a pro-choice Rauner.
So, Wes, the two magic numbers that I think our listeners really need to clue into here when it comes to this governor's race. In the city of Chicago, the magic number is 20%, roughly. If Rauner can get more than 20%, that's really, really good for him.
Very good.
And then this third-party candidate, the Libertarian,
Mike mentioned 3% or less, and it might be 3.5%, who knows, but somewhere in that 3 or so range. That's definitely good for Rauner and bad for Quinn.
So right now, again, you know me, I'm one to just jump. Right now, Mike and Wes, things are looking pretty okay, sort of good. I'm being as careful as I can for Team Rauner.
But not only that, but Republicans in general. We have Tom Cross with a lead. We have Bob Dole with a lead, as we've talked about. And you mentioned the other race, Darlene Singer, so far hanging on, as well as I guess K-Fish is giving Duckworth is giving her all she can handle, and Boston and Enyart. So those are a couple of. I'd love to see some numbers on Bustos and Schilling too. Maybe Schilling can pull something out.
That's interesting. So it does appear to be that turnout wise, it's shaping up to be a fairly strong turnout Republican year. Mike Scott.
Just wanted to give you a snapshot of suburban Cook County. Numbers are just starting to be posted there by Cook County Clerk David Orr on the suburban Cook County voting sites. Remember, in this case, you have about almost 1.4 million registered voters in that swath of suburban Cook County. Turnout is at about 10% right now, but again, not every vote is in.
Okay.
However, we do have a pretty good sample: 953 out of 1,673 precincts in, and Quinn and Vallis are leading in suburban Cook County right now, 51% to 46%. Again, right now, Chad Grimm below that number. He's at 1.9%.
Okay, and in just comparison, in 2010, Quinn had 53.6% in suburban Cook County. So he is trailing his numbers from last time.
So right now, Quinn is underperforming where he was in 2010. It's still early, but these numbers are coming in.
Did
Wes?
Mike say that the turnout was 10% in suburban Cook County? The turnout?
10.75%. Again, 1,398,000. Ballots cast 150,417. Now,
oh my gosh!
Yeah, that
can't be.
I don't understand those numbers. But unless that's just what's tabulated.
That could be.
Boy,
that could very well be.
We'll check that. We're going to stay on top of it. I'm with Wes Bleed and Mike Scott. We're not going anywhere. Stay with us. Election night.
How can you get from here to there? We've got the answer from the ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
I'm Neil Fiorito taking a look at the roads. Fox Lake, Route 173 still shut down both ways at Lake. Accident cleanup there. Use Grass Lake as your detour. In Wheaton, an accident at Geneva and Gary. South Elgin, Stearns at Dunham, an overturned semi being worked on. And in Highland Park, 41 southbound from Park to Clavey Road. Construction there takes out the left lane. Expect delays. Edens is good. The Kennedy a little slow coming inbound yet. 22 minutes in from O'Hare. Slow in spots between Lawrence and Pulaski. On the Eisenhower heading out, 19 to Manheim, 32 out to Thorndale. Inbound still slow. Racine to the Burns Circle. 31 in from Thorndale. 18 from Manheim. The tollways all look good tonight. Chicago weather tonight's low 46 degrees. Wednesday a possible shower, high 61. Next update in 15 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Albert Mohler for Townhall.com. Today marks yet another great exercise of hard-won freedoms. Millions of Americans will be streaming into voting booths today, exercising a right that most human beings have never known, the right to elect those who will govern us. The stakes are always high, for in a democracy, different visions of life and public policy compete for the votes of individual citizens, who are voting one by one all over this vast nation. Have you cast your vote yet? If not, what could possibly be more important on this one day than taking your stand with those who defend the right to exercise democracy and fulfill the responsibility of citizenship? How can you face your neighbors or your children and say that democracy just takes too much of your time? So go vote. Vote your convictions, vote for life, liberty, and the cause of what is right. Let your voice be heard. I'm Albert Mohler.
The daily insight, analysis, and clarity in the townhall.com commentary comes to you from the Salem Radio Network.
Hi, this is Steve DeJohn, president of the DeJohn Advisory Team. If you're a baby boomer retiree, I invite you to visit our website, yourretirementcheck.com. Listen to the following client examples. A 50-year-old rolls over a $250,000 IRA and receives a $33,000 cash bonus. In addition, at age 70, he receives $39,000 annually for life. How about a 60-year-old that rolls over a $500,000 401k and receives a $66,000 cash bonus, and at age 71 receives $61,000 annually for life? Visit yourretirementcheck.com or call 866-515-6669, and we will rush you our free DVD, Paycheck for Life. We will also email your quote today. Aren't you curious what your paycheck for life can be? Visit yourretirementcheck.com or call 866-515-6669, yourretirementcheck.com or 866-515-6669.
Hello, gorgeous. Bare Minerals just won its 10th Glammy Award for Best Prestige Foundation. And to celebrate, we're offering risk-free trials of Bare Minerals makeup to all women nationwide. That's right. Every woman who calls right now can get a full-size, risk-free trial of Bare Minerals makeup, plus a free 5-piece makeup set. For yours, call 1-800-400-5016. This is an exclusive radio-only offer you don't want to miss. Bare Minerals Foundation gives you flawlessly beautiful coverage with a no-makeup feel, and it's clinically proven to promote clearer, healthier-looking skin. No wonder it's won 10 Grammys in a row. And now you can try Bare Minerals makeup for yourself. Call now to find out how you can participate in our nationwide risk-free trial and join the millions who've already tried Bare Minerals makeup and fallen in love with their skin again. Plus, we'll send you a free 5-piece makeup set, our gift to you. Hurry, don't miss this exclusive radio-only offer. 1-800-400-5016. 1-800-400-5016.
AM 560, The Answer. Now, more of continuing coverage of Election Night 2014 on AM 560, The Answer.
Joe Walsh, AM 560, The Answer, back with you on election night, looking at all the races in the state of Illinois and around the country. Kind of interesting, keeping our sights here on two different targets, Illinois and the nation, beginning to get some initial numbers from Wisconsin as well. But I'm obsessed right now with this battle for control of the United States Senate. The Republicans right now have netted 3 seats. To discuss it, I'm joined by Ken Vogel, the chief investigative reporter for Politico. Hey, Ken, thank you for joining me. As you look at this thing, where we stand right now, what's your thought on how the Republicans are doing?
Yeah, I think it's looking increasingly likely that Republicans are, in fact, going to capture control of the United States Senate. The 3 pickups that you mentioned were, some expected, but some were sort of toss-ups. Arkansas, I think there was a lot of questions going into Election Day whether Republicans would pick that up, would knock off a sitting U.S. Senator, Mark Pryor. They did. Tom Cotton, congressman from Arkansas,
yeah,
the youngest United States Senator at present, real strong candidate, one who sort of united the Tea Party faction with the fiscal conservative wing and the national security wing of the Republican Party. This is really sort of where we're going to see the interesting dynamics if Republicans do, in fact, capture the Senate, whether they're going to be able to stay united. Tom Cotton gives them a good step in that direction, but there's no guarantee.
Hey, Ken, I am really intrigued by this race in Virginia between Ed Gillespie and Senator Warner. What's your outlook on that race, and are you surprised by this as well?
Yeah, surprisingly close. I think a lot of folks, even national Republicans, wrote off Ed Gillespie, which is super telling because Ed Gillespie is one of them. In fact, he was the chairman of the Republican National Committee. He was really the forefather with Karl Rove of the sort of super PACs, yet he was not seen as one of the main prospects in knocking off Senator Mark Warner, the sitting United States Senator from Virginia. Didn't get a lot of outside investment, which is, again, telling because he was the one who sort of started this outside big money regime, and the fact that they weren't able to sort of mount a real push for him suggested that maybe he was on the ropes and didn't stand much of a chance. If he beats Mark Warner in Virginia, I think we're going to see a huge pickup for Republicans, possibly 8 seats even. It would be really a bellwether if he could pull it off.
I'm with Ken Vogel, chief investigative reporter for Politico. You're right, Ken. It does seem like there's a bit of a Republican wave going on here, but then I look at New Hampshire and North Carolina, and it seems to me that the 2 sitting Democrats there may well be able to hang on.
Yeah, what's so different about this, I do agree, it does seem like we're seeing sort of the trappings of a wave, that being an election marked by a shift in power from one party to the other in a big way with a big pickup of seats with some sort of national issues. But what Democrats were able to do to prevent what we really think of as a wave, where there's like a single overriding national issue that really drives people. In 2010, when Republicans captured the House, it was dissatisfaction with Obamacare. Going back to 2006, when Democrats captured Congress, it was the rising war weariness with the military intervention in Iraq. We didn't really see that necessarily in 2014. Yes, there was dissatisfaction with President Obama, and Democrats were really sort of saddled with his lagging approval ratings. But there wasn't like a single overriding issue, and that's a testament to Democrats going into some of these places early. North Carolina, you mentioned, is a great example where Senator Kay Hagan was seen as super vulnerable. Republicans really tried to link her to Obama, her vote in favor of Obamacare. But Democrats went in early with their own big money and were able to make the race to some extent about a statewide issue, education funding, where the Republican, who's the North Carolina State House Speaker, Tom Tillis, was seen as a leader, and there was some dissatisfaction there. That race became just as much about that as it did about Obamacare Obama. That's a testament, if Kay Hagan hangs on, to national Democrats, fighting, trying to litigate these races on a state-by-state level.
Hey, Ken Vogel, Chief Investigative Reporter for Politico. Ken, I know you're busy. Thanks so much for taking some time.
Hey, it was a pleasure.
Interesting stuff. Again, right now, the Republicans have picked up a net gain of 3 seats in their fight for control of the United States Senate. They need 3 more. There are a number of interesting states out there. We're going to keep an eye on all of that, as well as some fascinating numbers coming out of the state of Illinois.
Securities offered through Pro Equities, Inc., a registered broker-dealer and member FINRA SIPC. Advisory services offered through Harvest Investment Services, LLC, a registered investment advisor. Toboda and Associates and Harvest Investment Services, LLC, are independent of Pro Equities, Inc.
Do you think all financial advisors are the same? Hi, this is Jack Toboda of Toboda & Associates. I have spent 35 years educating and coaching retirees on the importance of financial planning. Having been a high school teacher, I chose to become a fiduciary, which means I'm obligated to give you all the retirement options as an investment advisor representative. You owe it to yourself and your family's future to sit down with a fiduciary like me, where during our 3-step review, I'll be able to tell you the amount of risk that you're taking and the amount of fees that you're paying. Many people who meet with me find out there are better options for them with their 401k and the retirement next egg. We review your tax return and see if there's any money falling through the cracks. Call 630-777-7955. That's 630-777-7955 or Toboda.com.
How much time a week do you spend watching TV? More than you probably should? What if you could cut back just a fraction of that time to do something that could change your life, like learn another language? If learning a language appeals to you, you're listening to this station at the perfect time, because Rosetta Stone is celebrating its Language for Life event with a life-changing offer. We're offering every caller an absolutely free demo. Yes, a free demo. To try your free demo now, you must call 1-800-514-4933. With Rosetta Stone, nothing stands in your way to learning a new language. No books, rote memorization, or boring drills. Quite simply, it's the fastest, easiest way to learn a new language, guaranteed. There's never been a better time to get started. Participate in the Language for Life event with a free demo from Rosetta Stone. Call 1-800-514-4933. For your free demo, call 1-800-514-4933. 1-800-514-4933.
8:30 on AM 560, The Answer. Good evening. I'm Mike Scott on this election eve. 6, the magic number for Republicans bidding for Senate control in tonight's elections, and 3 have gone the way of Republicans. We'll have some interesting numbers developing throughout the state of Illinois in the governor's race, and some very interesting numbers shaping up in the 11th district here in the state of Illinois. All that coming up in our next half hour on AM 560. Now the latest from Fox News.
This is a Fox News election alert. I'm Lisa Lacera. Fox News projecting in Nebraska, Ben Sass taking the open Senate seat vacated by Mike Johans. South Dakota Republican Mike Rounds defeats Democrat Rick Weiland and Independent Larry Tressler to replace Democrat Senator Tim Johnson. Polls closed about a half hour ago in Louisiana, where Mary Landrieu is hoping for a 4th term. Fox News Radio's Evan Brown is live in New Orleans.
Alicia, the votes are being counted here in Louisiana. Some parishes have reported in. Others, big ones like here in New Orleans, have yet to show results. But already the votes are very evenly split between Democrat incumbent Mary Landrieu and prime Republican challenger Bill Cassidy. And there's a healthy showing by Tea Party Republican Rob Maness. If nobody, however, wins half the ballots, the top 2-place candidates need to go to a December runoff.
Thanks, Evan. This is a Fox News election alert.
Setting the table of topics and serving up some interesting conversations.
The confusion, the impotence of the president on foreign policy, Libya, North Africa, Iraq, Iran, Israel, Hamas, Gaza, and then we can add to that, I guess, now the South China Sea. That's coming.
Sean Hannity.
Most troops oppose ground troops in Iraq. Of course they don't want boots on the ground because they don't trust this guy.
Weekday afternoons at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
If you own or run a business, Alarm Detection Systems would like to give you a free checkup. For years, this local Chicagoland company has been trusted and used by some of the most security-minded businesses. Here's another example.
This is Jim Ecker. I'm the president of Old Second Bank. Old Second Bank has been a market leader in Kane and Kendall counties since 1871 with 28 locations. Obviously, security is a top priority for us. We trust Alarm Detection Systems for protection of not only our facilities, but also for the safety and well-being of our employees. They design the security systems to meet the unique requirements of each location. That's not easy. Their services and expertise provide Old Second with peace of mind 24/7, 365 days a year. We're in banking. It's good to know we have solid protection and a great partner with Alarm Detection Systems.
Go to adsalarm.com. Alarm Detection Systems, protecting lives and property. Illinois Alarm License 127-000-143.
Stuck in traffic? We've got the answer from the ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
I'm Neil Fiorito taking a look at the roads. Good news in Fox Lake, Route 173, both directions at Lake Street has been reopened. That accident has been cleared. In Wheaton, crews working an accident Geneva at Gary. And in South Elgin, Stearns at Dunham, an overturned semi being worked on at that intersection. Highland Park 41 southbound from Park Avenue to Clavey. Roadwork set up in the left lane until 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. Edens is good both ways. The Kennedy a little bit slow coming inbound in spots between Lawrence and Pulaski. Plan on 22 in from O'Hare and 11 from the junction. Eisenhower backs up inbound 2. Racine to the Burn Circle, 31 in from Thorndale, and 18 minutes from Manheim. Chicago weather tonight slow down to 46. Wednesday a possible shower, high 61. Next update in 15 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Secure Retirement Radio with Raj Shah. Sunday mornings at 7, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Election Night 2014 on AM 560, The Answer. Now, here's Joe Walsh.
Joe Walsh, AM 560, The Answer, back with you, watching what's going on in Illinois and around the country here on election night. I want to quickly shoot out to Nicole Wilson. She's not on yet. We're going to get to her in a second. She's going to report to us from out at Quinn headquarters. We're beginning to get some real substantive numbers back when it comes to the Quinn-Rauner race. So let's shoot out to Nicole. Hey, Nicole, thank you for joining me. What is the mood at Quinn headquarters?
Oh, I tell you, the people here are very excited. They're confident, actually, that Governor Quinn is going to pull the election out. They say they're satisfied with the voter turnout. They think that their get-out-the-vote effort was successful, and in the end, they're going to actually pull out and beat Rauner and hang on to the governor's mansion.
Hey, Nicole, in looking at some of the numbers that are just beginning to come in, if I'm the Quinn team, I'm a little worried about the numbers coming out of Chicago, but you don't sense any of that, huh?
I don't sense that here. Now, I will say that, that has been the sentiment for the last 3-4 weeks or so. Governor Quinn and Bruce Rauner have been in essentially a dead tie, and his numbers in Chicago have been fairly strong. And so, it does look very, very close, but the Quinn campaign and his supporters here are very excited and they're confident.
And Nicole, who's there? Are there other big Democrat heavies there as well?
Absolutely. You have, obviously, the former Senate President, Emil Jones Sr. is here. His son, Emil Jones Jr., who is now a state senator, is also here, along with other state lawmakers. And I would say probably the biggest name in the crowd is the Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr. here.
Oh, great.
Taking questions from the press and posing with people in the crowd.
Yep. Cool, Nicole. Hey, thanks so much. We will check in with you again. That's Nicole Wilson at Quinn headquarters. Let's shoot again over to Amy Jacobson. She's at Team Rauner headquarters. Amy, what's the mood there?
Well, people are slowly starting to lighten up a little bit, and every time they see these slow projections on the big screen, they gently, quietly clap. It's not when you cover the Democratic candidate or Democratic candidate, people the crowd roars if they see that their candidate is ahead. But they're optically, excuse me, can I talk? They're optimistic a little bit, cautiously optimistic is what I'm trying to say, that they might be able to pull out a win. But I just spoke with Reverend Pastor Corey Brooks, your good friend, Joe.
Yeah.
And they're going to meet privately with Mr. Rauner when he arrives here at the Hilton Chicago. And then hopefully we'll have, he says they feel good. They thought they saw a lot of people at the polls today. But we're hearing reports that only 33% of registered voters in the city of Chicago turned out to vote today. They know that the African-American vote is key for Bruce Rauner. He needs 15 to 20% of the African-American vote to win. And they're also relying heavily on voter turnout for suburban women since he is, a social, since he is, a moderate. And they, that's the last time Bill Brady lost because of that, because he was a conservative. So they think that since he's a moderate, he can pull off that vote.
So Amy, when we talked to you about 45 minutes ago, they were nervous. Is it safe to say that they've moved off of that just a little bit?
Yes, now they're anxious.
Now they're anxious. Baby steps, Bob. Baby steps. We're making baby steps.
And we have a very diverse crowd here. For a Republican candidate, I have to say, you never expected to see so many African Americans. There's a ton, a lot of Latinos here in different groups and different ethnic groups, and faces that I see from Democratic campaigns that appear. People like Hermie Hartman, the publisher for Indigo.
Yeah.
And, we just had a long conversation. She said, look, I personally took people to the polls, and I know a lot of my friends voted for Bruce Rauner in the African-American community.
Interesting. Amy, thanks so much. We'll check in with you again. Mike Scott, I wanted to shoot to you because you've got a bit of an update on that governor's race.
Well, let's start in suburban Cook County, where the numbers have pretty much remained static. Quinn still with a 51 to 46% lead. In Lake County, Rauner has extended his lead just a bit, 58 to 39%, and Grimm in this case is staying under that magic 3 number we told you about, 2.2% of votes, with precincts being counted, about 50% of precincts counted or more in Lake County. But let's swing around the state a little bit. Bureau County, Rauner beating Quinn 60 to 35%. But Chad Grimm, again, going into south of I-80 territory, Grimm at over 4% of the vote there. And by the way, in Bureau County, it's a big Randy Kinzinger area. He's leading in his race there, too, just to give you a snapshot there. Aurora, the city of Quinn over Rauner, 70 to 25% in the city of Aurora. That's that's a large city, but again, numbers not complete there. Clark County, Rauner, 70 to 23%. Cole County, very large county, lots of votes. Rauner over Quinn, 64 to 29. But here, Grimm is over the 5% mark there. Livingston County, lots of votes. Rauner over Quinn, 64 to 29. Nothing from Macoupin County. That's a key county, 31,000 votes there. We'll keep an eye on that. Nothing there yet. Tazewell County, 85,000 total votes in that county, 13,000 votes in, 49 of 135 precincts. Rauner over Quinn, 60 to 32, but Grimm at the 7% mark there in Tazewell.
Did you take a look at Sangamon County yet?
Have not seen any official results from Sangamon County. I'll have to pull that up. That's interesting as well.
Wait, Wes, unless I'm wrong, and I could be wrong, it sounds like some of Rauner's numbers down there could actually be stronger than what Brady's were in 10.
Well, could be. That's true. I'm very curious about Sangamon County because, as we were talking before, with voters motivated out of self-interest, all of the state employees wondering whether Rauner coming in to, quote, shake up Springfield, unquote, would be bad for them, bad for their pensions and bad for their outlook on life. So I'm guessing Quinn's going to do a whole lot better than Brady did down there this time.
Well, Wes, you and I were talking before we went on air tonight. It clearly, for Quinn to win, he needs a strong turnout among African Americans. And
did Amy say 33% in the city? Was that the turnout?
33% so far. I think, Mike, was that right? Yeah, I think that's what she said.
That's what she said. Yeah.
So that's horrible for Quinn.
Yeah.
That's not good at all.
That's horrible. Now, I don't want to jump the gun, and we're certainly willing to get out there and do that, but not. I mean, that's just awful.
Yeah, that's not a strong turnout as well. He needed a strong turnout there, and he needed strong union turnout. And it's I don't know yet if we know anything about that. Let me go to Mike.
You ask, and you shall have delivered the Sangamon County votes. Pat Quinn trailing Bruce Rauner in Sangamon County.
Okay.
Again, large county, large number of votes. 47% of precincts counted. Rauner up 52 to 41%. Grimm at 5%.
That's big.
That's 25,000 votes so far. That's big.
This is huge. This is a bell. If that's a bellwether, which I think it is, that signifies big things for Rauner.
Sangamon County.
Yes.
Wow, and Mike, you've got about half of Sangamon County in.
About 47%, yes.
Wow, it's interesting. And again, Wes, talking to Amy, you can clearly see that the mood in the Rauner camp has begun to shift a little bit based on some of these numbers coming in.
Yeah, I think it is. Now, you wouldn't have really judged that based upon the ambient sound behind her voice.
No,
I mean, there wasn't much going on. It almost sounded dead, frankly. I would have expected a little more animated crowd, but be that as it may, I think the numbers are speaking for themselves. We'll have to see. I mean, maybe these are just quick snatches of.
And remind me,
snapshots.
what was Sangamon County in 10? Do you remember? You said something, Brady, Quinn.
Well, I have downstate. I don't have. I don't have Sangamon County.
But that's a real indicator.
I think it is, just simply because of what Rauner represents, and if they believe, if they're buying into Rauner's message, versus Quinn, that again, I think that bodes well for Rauner.
Interesting. Sangamon actually went 58 to 42, 58 to 34 for Quinn in 2010.
Yeah, that sounds right.
For Quinn.
For Quinn.
There you go.
That's
huge.
City of Chicago is up to 64% reporting, and that's an interesting number to watch as well too. We'll have the vote totals in
You
just a
mean
moment.
not turnout, but reporting.
Reporting precincts.
Yeah.
And Wes, I'm wrong. Sangamon County went for Brady, 58 to 34 for Brady.
Okay, good.
That
makes more sense to me.
That makes more sense.
But so if Rauner can do as well with those numbers now, then that's, again, it's continuing to speak well for him.
And Mike, what did you just say about Chicago?
64% in. That's an updated number on number of precincts in. Quinn was 76. Again, a static number, 76. 22% for Rauner,
okay, so
and 7% for Chad Grimm.
He's holding on to that 22%.
Or 2% for Chad Grimm.
2% for Chad Grimm in the city.
Grimm has actually maybe lost a little bit.
So he's hanging above. Rauner is hanging above that 20% number. Stick it here. We'll be right back.
How can you get from here to there? We've got the answer from the ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
I'm Neil Fiorito taking a look at the roads. We start in Wheaton, where an accident is being worked on. Geneva at Gary. South Elgin, Stearns at Dunham. An overturned semi still being worked on at that intersection. In Highland Park, 41 southbound from Park Avenue west to Clavey. Roadwork set up there in the left lane. Expect some delays on and off with that. Over on the expressways, expect no delays on the Edens. 19 either way between Lake Cook and the Kennedy. Kennedy is fine. 20 minutes out to the airport and back. On the Eisenhower, expect delays coming inbound between Racine and the Burns Circle. That because of construction. 31 minutes in from Thorndale, 18 for Manheim. Stevenson and the Dan Ryan look all right. Chicago weather, tonight's low 46. Wednesday, a possible shower, high 61. Next update in 15 minutes on AM 560. The Answer.
Investors try to predict market trends, but the key to successful investing is eliminating guesswork and emotion. That's why an investment model based on key indicators yields stronger returns. Arlington Capital Management has successfully implemented a model called Proactive Asset Allocation Strategy, or PAS. It eliminates guesswork, market timing, and an outdated buy and hold strategy. For example, the PAS model shifted to cash in 08, avoiding the bear market and 49% decline in the S&P, then shifted back in 09, and since the S&P has gained 123%. I'm Joe Lopresti, president of Arlington Capital Management. Our clients have found that a proactive strategy helps build their wealth during bull markets and preserve it during bear markets. I'd like to invite you to a proactive investment management seminar.
Join Arlington Capital in Arlington Heights, Illinois on Saturday, November 15th at 10 a.m. Reserve your seat by calling 847-670-4030. That's 847-670-4030 or register at arlington-capital.com. Listen to Empowered Investing Saturdays at noon on this station. Your server room is overheating, risking the a loss of data worth millions of dollars. Your food processing plant has lost temperature, and your product is in danger of spoiling. Your business normally runs like a well-oiled machine, but any business can take a surprise hit. It's up to you to periodically take the temperature of your company's financial health. Literally. Air Comfort works to improve the climate for hundreds of businesses in the Chicagoland area. Since 1935, they've built a culture of caring and a tradition of excellence in HVAC and mechanical services. Recognized as Contractor of the Year by Contracting Business Magazine, Air Comfort takes the time to understand your company's environment and business. They'll customize a preventive maintenance plan for your building's mechanical systems, which assures that the temperature of your business stays healthy. Don't assume that all contractors have the same background and capabilities needed to do the job. Take comfort with Air Comfort. Visit aircomfort.com to find out how they can improve the climate of your business. That's aircomfort.com.
AM 560, The Answer. Now, more of continuing coverage of Election Night 2014 on AM 560, The Answer.
Hey, Joe Walsh, AM 560, The Answer, back with you, our election coverage with Wes Bleed and our news director, Mike Scott. Let's take a look around the country. Mike, what are we learning?
Louisiana runoff. The jungle primary down there in Louisiana has turned into the runoff. That is actually expected, considering the three candidates that were running in there. Louisiana Representative and Senatorial candidate Bill Cassidy says people in his state do want the change. They'll get the chance with the runoff against Mary Landrieu, and we'll watch that one very closely. Again, a runoff from that jungle primary in Louisiana. What else would you expect from Louisiana? Craziness down there, absolute craziness. That's okay. Florida is coming in, and the numbers are large. 2.8 million plus votes for Rick Scott, 2.77 million votes for Charlie Crist. Right now, unofficially, 48-47 for Rick Scott in Florida.
Wow.
Virginia, we're slicing and dicing like daikon radishes in Virginia. 970,000 plus for Ed Gillespie, and that is, if this turns out, it is the shocker of the night.
Yep.
970,000 for Ed Gillespie, 950,000 for Mark Warner, 49-48 Gillespie right now.
How much? I want to hit you there, Mike. Do we know? Okay.
Unsure.
Okay.
You know what? I'll do that in the break. I'll try to find out number of precincts reporting, and I don't have numbers of what's coming in right now.
Got it.
North Carolina, wow, 48.4% for Tillis, 48.0% for Hagan, 996,000 votes for Tillis, 988,000 votes for Hagan in that race.
Oh, my gosh, Mike, that's incredible. And we've got some early numbers coming out of Wisconsin. Governor Scott Walker with a comfortable lead, but again, it's very, very early. Wes Bleed, I know you're glued to Illinois, but some pretty encouraging numbers for Republicans around the country.
Absolutely, and you have that sense that maybe this is going to be an evening that the Republicans had long thought would be theirs, just, again, simply because of the swing of the pendulum.
Yeah.
But also, when you think back, the president and his administration pretty much offered up a lot of opportunities here by the way things played out. There was, as you mentioned earlier in the evening, there was Ebola, there was ISIS, there were a number of things that were going on that reflected, if not ineptness, some level of questioning among the voters about just how the administration was performing. And while all politics is local, as we know, and Obama's not on the ballot, certainly that was in the back of a lot of voters' minds as to whether or not it was time for change. And in Illinois, obviously, we also had some other dynamics going on, too.
And Wes, again, so you and I have spoken to this. Speak again to the profound difference between midterm elections and presidential. I mean, I got elected in 2010. A total of 100,000 people voted in that race. When I lost in 2012, 220,000 people voted.
Well, and we've been talking about turnout tonight. If we're talking about numbers of 33, 35%, I mean, at least you've got numbers of 50 to 55, maybe 60 or so percent in a general election,
exactly.
in a presidential year. And when you talk about an off-year election, people are just not as motivated unless they've got a local issue, a referendum, or there's a battle, like, say, for example, in the 10th Congressional District.
Yeah, and that the folks that sit out tend to skew more Democrat. Republicans tend to do better in off-year elections.
Yeah, and again, what is it? What's that driving motivation?
Yeah.
And do the unions and others, are they able to galvanize enough support on the people that they want to get to the polls? And are some of the other Republican or more conservative groups, are they able to turn out the vote? It's always a tough call to know just how much the ground troops and the ground forces are able to do.
Again, where we stand nationally right now, the Republicans have netted 3 seats in their drive to grab control of the United States Senate. They need to pick up 6. We're still waiting on, Montana's going to be in the bank, so that's going to be one. But the big states to look at are what's going on in Iowa, Colorado, Louisiana. Mike Scott just reported that's going to go to a runoff. We still don't know Georgia. That could easily go to a runoff. News just in right now, some news outlets now are beginning to call Florida for Governor Rick Scott. So we're beginning to see that come in now. They had almost 96% of the precincts reporting. It looks like Governor Rick Scott is going to get reelected. But Republicans still have a number of states that they're playing in. Where we stand with Illinois right now, this thing is still close, though, Wes, is it safe to say that if you're Team Rauner, you're feeling a little bit better than Team Quinn?
I think they are. They're at least feeling that they're closer to where they wanted to be at this time of the evening than if things had fallen much further south for them. I think it's still a struggle. They know it. Nobody's going to count this thing over with anytime soon, but they are probably thinking, hey, we're on the right track. We're doing the right thing. And I can't imagine Quinn's folks saying the same thing.
And you've been down this road before, but if you are Team Rauner, what still concern do you have out there? What are you still worried or nervous about?
I want to see more Collar County totals, and I want to see, frankly, I want to see a little more downstate as well.
Yeah.
Just to see where this support, is it holding? And or are they able to gain even any more of a margin?
Let me shoot over to Mike Scott. Mike.
I was just going to say, you want some more downstate information. The information from St. Clair County, like Sangamon County, fairly Democrat county, Bellwether County, big county, right now 50 to 41% for Bruce Rauner.
50 to 41.
About 14% of precincts reporting.
Wow, interesting.
That's right across from St. Louis in St. Clair County.
You said 14% reporting?
Only 14%.
Okay, so we've got a ways.
Reporting.
Yeah,
we do.
Got a ways to go yet.
And again, I don't want to leap, but I may leap a little here on this congressional race. Wes, Bob Dole trying to get that seat back. Things look pretty good right now. He's winning in Lake County pretty comfortably.
They do, and what a race that has been. The money spent on advertising. Obviously, Mark Kirk, the senator, was involved heavily in support of Bob Dole and the rematch with Brad Schneider.
Maybe one of the most expensive congressional races in the country. Big deal here, big news here. Fox News is calling Colorado for Republican challenger Congressman Cory Gardner a big win over Democrat Senator Mark Udall. So that now gives Republicans a net gain of 4 seats. 4 seats. They're 2 away from their net pickup of 6. That's an amazing story because my former colleague was 10 to 12 points down only 4 or 5 months ago. That's a big pickup.
And that's in Colorado, of all places.
And that's in Colorado.
And that's good for the governor candidate there on the GOP side, Bob O'Prey, who's running against Hickenlooper in that race.
Close race.
That's a really close race. We could see Ed Gillespie, Mark Warner type numbers in that Colorado governor's race as well.
Absolutely. I am Go ahead,
And
Wes.
with the Udall name, the history there with Mo Udall and all of that, there are generations involved here, and so people had that going. Udall had that going for him.
I am so intrigued with that race in Virginia. Wow. Mike Scott, Wes Bleed, Joe Walsh. We'll be back with you.
By now, you've either climbed a ladder, risked bodily injury, and cleaned those fall leaves out of your gutter, or you haven't. If you cleaned your gutters already, don't tell me the thought of falling and winding up in the hospital didn't cross your mind. If you haven't cleaned out your gutters yet, don't tell me you haven't thought about it, dreaded it, and put it off another day. Either way, you'll need to call LeafGuard right now. LeafGuard is a patented one-piece covered gutter system. It lets the water in and keeps the leaves and debris out. It carries a lifetime no-clog warranty. If it ever does clog, LeafGuard Guard will clean it for free. We've seen this gutter in action, and let me tell you, it's amazing. We're just weeks away from snow and ice in Chicagoland, so don't put this phone call off any longer. Set up your free gutter analysis, and just for letting Leaf Guard show you how this amazing system works, you'll get a dinner for two, no cost, no obligation. 630-884-6060. That's 630-884-6060. Or check them online at gutterchicago.com. That's gutterchicago.com.
Are you over 25 and need to lose more than 30 pounds? If so, the next 60 seconds are crucial to your well-being because we're giving away free trials of new Garcinia Cambogia to anyone looking to lose the maximum amount of weight. To experience the most dramatic weight loss, you must be over 25 and want to lose more than 30 pounds. Call now for your free full-size trial. 1-800-500-5883. A famous doctor called Garcinia Cambogia the holy grail of weight loss, and it's no wonder why. New Garcinia Cambogia is so powerful, you can lose up to 4 pant sizes without starving yourself or spending hours at the gym. But hurry, due to overwhelming demand, there's a strict limit of 1 free trial per household. Again, if you're over 25 and need to lose more than 30 pounds, it's crucial that you write down this number for your free trial of new Garcinia Cambogia. 1-800-500-5883. 1-800-500-5883. If lines are busy, try again. 1-800-500-5883.
AM 560, The Answer.
That was a sound you've recently heard all too often. But do you know what that sound may mean to your roof? Damage. All Roofs specializes in insurance work. So if you think recent storms may have wreaked havoc on your roof, invite All Roofs out. Let them take a look, and they'll tell you if you have a claim. That's the sound of your new residential or commercial roof being installed by All Roofs. All Roofs does it all. They install heavy-duty shingles, cedar shake, flat roofs, copper, metal, Spanish, or any other types of tiles. And that was the sound of relief. The relief you'll get from knowing your home or business has been covered and protected by All Roofs. For a little peace of mind, give All Roofs a call and have them inspect your roof. Call 800-RE-ROOF-0. For a free estimate, call 800-RE-ROOF-0. Financing is available. For any roof, call All Roofs. 800-RE-ROOF-0 or visit allroofs.us.
This is Albert Mohler for townhall.com. Today marks yet another great exercise of hard-won freedoms. Millions of Americans will be streaming into voting booths today, exercising a right that most human beings have never known, the right to elect those who will govern us. The stakes are always high, for in a democracy, different visions of life and public policy compete for the votes of individual citizens, who are voting one by one all over this vast nation. Have you cast your vote yet? If not, what could possibly be more important on this one day than taking your stand with those who defend the right to exercise democracy and fulfill the responsibility of citizenship? How can you face your neighbors or your children and say that democracy just takes too much of your time? So go vote. Vote your convictions, vote for life, liberty, and the cause of what is right. Let your voice be heard. I'm Albert Mohler.
The daily insight, analysis, and clarity in the townhall.com commentary comes to you from the Salem Radio Network.
It's news, opinion, insight. It's AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago.
This is a Fox News election alert. I'm Ron Flatter. Republicans have now won 5 of the 6 Democratic seats they need to get control of the Senate.
It's time to go in a new direction.
Mitch McConnell reelected in Kentucky, and now he's hoping to go from minority leader to majority leader in the Senate. Fox News projecting that Congressman Steve Daines has been elected from Montana, and Congressman Cory Gardner has defeated incumbent Senator Mark Udall in Colorado. Projections also the Republicans win Democratic Senate seats in South Dakota, Arkansas, and West Virginia. One seat the Republicans will not get remains with New Hampshire Democrat Jeanne Shaheen. Fox News projecting that she's been reelected, defeating former Republican Senator Scott Brown, who moved there from Massachusetts. We won't know the outcome of the Senate race in Louisiana until next month. Fox News projecting a runoff between Democratic incumbent Mary Landrieu and Republican Bill Cassidy. Fox News also projecting that Republican Mike Enzi will remain a senator from Wyoming and that Ben Sasse has won the Senate seat held by retiring Nebraska Republican Mike Johanns. Still waiting to see about a Senate race that's closer than polls might have suggested. Live in Washington, Fox News Radio's Jill Nato.
Just a 1% lead for Republican Ed Gillespie over incumbent Democratic Senator Mark Warner, but that's more than than enough to have Democrats worried. There weren't too many concerns about Warner getting reelected because he's been so popular for so many years, but Gillespie attacking Warner for voting with the president 97% of the time and for being supportive of Obamacare. That was enough to get much of the southern and western parts of the state fired up against Warner. Gillespie's a former staffer for George W. Bush and has never held office. Ron?
Jill, from there in Virginia to Colorado, where the pro-life personhood initiative has been voted down. It would have extended certain inalienable rights to unborn fetuses. You're listening to Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Still to this day, I'm sure you get all those email blasts from the Democratic and the Republican Party.
John Howell and Amy Jacobson.
Total up, and I get more emails from Democratic candidates than Republican ones. I mean, if Al Franken emails me one more time, I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. And you get them from Michelle Bachmann, from everyone.
There's a way to get off those lists. You have to scroll
I know.
down.
I'm just waiting for the election to be over.
Amy, we talked you in off the ledge this morning. Fantastic. Hey, that's $175. Glad I could help.
Wake up with John and Amy. Mornings starting at 6 on AM 560. The Answer.
With an increasing number of Illinois concealed carry instructors having their credentials revoked, don't leave your training to chance. Safer USA, Chicago's trusted name in firearm training, has trained almost 6,000 students to be responsible firearm owners. We're offering the most comprehensive Illinois concealed carry program available. Our program will actually prepare you to carry a firearm for personal protection, including firearm, holster, and ammunition selection, a comprehensive law review designed to keep you out of trouble, and even how to deal with home invasion. We provide the firearm, ammunition, holster, class notebook, and lunch. Safer USA and the Aurora Sportsman's Club invite you to participate in this one-of-a-kind Illinois concealed carry program. For more information, visit saferusa.com or call 877-954-3030. That's 877-954-3030. Safer USA, choosing to own a firearm is your business. Teaching you to own it responsibly is ours.
Health Markets Insurance Agency is the DBA of InSphere Insurance Solutions Incorporated, licensed in all states. Service and product availability varies. Agents may be compensated based on your enrollment.
Hi, Louise. I'm on my way over now.
Sorry, I lost track of the time. I'm a bit flustered. It's time to enroll in my Medicare plan, and there are so many options.
Do what Ed and I did. Call Health Markets.
Health Markets?
They helped us find the right plan at rates we could afford, and it's a free service. They were wonderful, but you need to call them before the enrollment deadline expires on December 7th.
Medicare enrollment is open, but there is a deadline. Don't struggle to find the right plan. At Health Markets, we'll research thousands of plans from leading companies for the right coverage on your budget, and we'll do it for free. In the past 3 years, Health Markets Insurance Agency has enrolled Americans in over 1 million insurance policies. So use our free service and call 800-396-7957 for a free consultation with a Health Markets licensed agent. That's 800-396-7957. 800-396-7957.
Stuck in traffic? We've got the answer from the ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
I'm Neil Fiorito taking a look at the roads. We start in Elmhurst, St. Charles at Route 83. There's an accident. In Highland Park, 41 southbound from Park Avenue West to Clavey. Watch for roadwork set up in the left lane until 5 a.m. tomorrow. Expect delays on and off because of that. The Edens looks good tonight, 19 in either direction between Lake Cook and the Kennedy Junction. Kennedy Expressway as you're coming into the city, no issues. 20 minutes back out as well. Eisenhower inbound, slow between Racine and the Burns Circle interchange because of road work. 31 minutes in from Thorndale, 18 for Manheim. The outbound side is fine. Stevenson looks good, as does 55 and the Dan Ryan. All the tollways are moving along fine. Chicago weather, tonight's low 46, Wednesday a possible shower, high 61. Next update in 15 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
You're listening to a special presentation of AM 560, The Answer. Election Night 2014 with Joe Walsh, AM 560 News Director Mike Scott, and special guest Wes Bleed. Now, here's Joe Walsh.
Happy to be back with you this election night. It's starting to shape up a little bit. Let me update you quickly on what's going on in the battle for control of the United States Senate around the country. The Republicans now have picked up 5 seats. The magic number is 6. They picked up Montana and Colorado, so that now gives them a net pickup of 5. They need to get to 6 to win control of the United States Senate. The polls in Iowa just closed, so that's very, very encouraging. As Mike Scott said, Louisiana is heading to a runoff, and I think Georgia may be heading to a runoff as well. Mike, I'm with Wes Bleed and Mike Scott. Mike, I wanted to ask you about Illinois' 10th congressional district. What's that looking like?
Dold Schneider. We'll start with the Lake County numbers. 289 of 309 precincts reporting. Bob Dold with a 52-47% advantage. In Cook County, suburban Cook County, with 98 of 110 precincts reporting. Dold with a 51-48 lead over Brad Schneider. Still too soon to call, but the trend line right now working against the Democrat in that race. I think officially now, according to the suburban Cook County numbers, we can call the race in the 3rd district for Daniel Lipinski against Sharon Brannigan, the Republican. The numbers very wide in that. And I think we can also project out, but not officially call, the Tammy Duckworth race. We'll see where that goes. In suburban Cook County, Duckworth with a 56-43% lead on Larry Kafish. But again, all those numbers are not in yet, 170 of 194, but it's an uphill battle right now, according to the numbers for Larry Kafish.
And Mike and Wes, I'm so new at this game. I can just go ahead and call it. It sure seems to me, Wes, that my former colleague Bob Dold is going to win.
I think so. I think it looks like
we called it.
Yeah, AM 560.
AM5, Joe Walsh officially called it for Bob Dold. I don't know if I can do that, but Bob's a friend, so I did it.
Well, Joe, you can't. You just did it.
Yeah, but somehow.
So let's say you're right. Let's say it does work out that way. What are the chances of a rematch 2 years from now?
I doubt we'll have a rematch, but I can tell you, with Hillary Clinton at the top of the ticket, they are going to throw an unbelievable candidate at Bob Dold, because that's a Democrat district.
Yeah, especially the way they redrew it. Yeah.
Yeah,
so,
a resounding theme tonight. Mike Scott and Wes Bleed know this. You're talking about two different electorate pools in an off-year election, in a midterm and a presidential. It's like night and day, Wes.
Yeah, and this would have been the chance for the Republicans to pick up potentially in the 11th congressional district. That does not look good right now for Darlene Singer, the Republican challenger, with about a quarter of the votes counted in the 11th district, and we're talking DuPage, Kane, a little bit of Kendall, a fairly good portion of Will. Darlene is trailing the incumbent Bill Foster about 55 to 45%.
And that surprises me. And Bobby Schilling in the 17th is trailing. But, Mike, you mentioned all the way down in southern Illinois in the 12th district, Mike Bost is just giving Congressman Enyart a spanking, it looks like.
Right now, Bost is leading with the early numbers, returning from around his home city of Murfreesboro, in and around Carbondale. He has the lead. Enyart has the lead up near Belleville, where he is from right now. And both tremendously decent men.
Yeah.
Southern Illinois Republican versus a gentleman Southern Illinois Democrat. Certainly different than Democrats up here in this part of the state. It's in terms of stature and in terms of geniality at the State House in Springfield. But it looks right now that would be an interesting and somewhat surprising pickup for Mike Bost.
Well, yeah, and to that point, Mike, though, in a number of the folks that I've spoken to over the last couple of months, the two Republican seats, Wes, that we thought we had the best chance to pick up were Bob Dold, and a lot of people thought Mike Bost had a great chance down in southern Illinois.
Right. And one other congressional race we should mention, just because a lot of people know of him, and that is Rodney Davis. Looks like he's doing pretty well in the 13th district.
He's run a great campaign. Mike Scott, any sort of update at all on the governor's race? Anything you've seen coming in?
I've not seen the numbers change or deviate in terms of percentages from around the state. And all of those counties that we've been clicking on, trying to get a snapshot, 10 or 12 counties around the state, the percentage numbers are not changing that much, although we've seen a stall in the amount of votes coming in from St. Clair County and from Sangamon County. We seem stuck at a certain number of precincts, around 50% right now, and nothing budging from there.
Remind me, ballpark, how much of Chicago is in?
About 74%. I can give you those numbers in just a second.
Okay, that's very significant.
That's significant.
If that much is in Chicago, and we're talking about a total, that's about 45% total reporting, That means we've got a lot of Collar County votes and a lot of downstate votes yet to go.
Yeah, 72.2%, 1,495 out of 2,069 precincts in. Quinn at 76%, Rauner at 21%, the latest projected unofficial numbers from the city of Chicago.
I would say, Joe, within about 45 minutes, we should see Rauner start to change the overall total, because right now he's trailing 51 to 46. My guess is that will flip, not necessarily completely, but be very close to flipping within about 45 minutes or so.
Your sense is that reflects a lot of votes up here, Chicago and... Because we haven't even seen the Collar counties yet.
Right. Well, a little bit. We've gotten some snapshots.
We've seen Lake County, but that's about it.
We've seen Lake. Okay. Interesting. Again, cautiously optimistic for Rauner. At a break, did you tell me that the Topeka Sheila Simon race was close? Wes, I lost your mic there.
Oh, you know what?
There you go. Now I gotcha.
I should know more about how to do radio, right? You can't turn the on-air switch off.
40 lashes with a wet noodle.
Yes. With about 43% of the vote reported in the comptroller's race, Simon is up 51 to 45. But, again, similar numbers here.
Okay.
And if we're counting the same numbers and the same pool of numbers, the same pool of ballots, these numbers all could change. So if you're out there thinking, hey, I'm going to go to bed, I'm going to call it a night because, my candidate's lost, don't give up yet. You got to keep it right here at AM 560.
No, and keep it right here because also we're beginning to get some initial numbers out of the state of Iowa. Remember, Republicans right now have picked up 5 seats. They need to pick up only one more seat to gain control of the United States Senate. This race in Iowa, which Harry Reid said, baby, we got to win this thing or we're going to lose. The results now are just starting to come in. Republican Joni Ernst running against Democrat Braley. So we'll be able to take a really good look at that race in a little bit. Louisiana, again, is heading to a runoff. And Mike Scott, I think that Georgia's probably heading to a runoff. I don't know when you last looked at that. I think Georgia could be heading to a runoff as well.
And the interesting thing about that, Joe, is that those voters in those runoffs have what happened today in the background. They will be able to say, you know what? I want to help the Republicans out. Or
absolutely.
I am motivated to stop another Republican senator from taking office. So that is all happening after today's results are in.
Absolutely. And again, we're going from the national to the local. I can't wait, Wes, to look over the course of the next hour at some of these state legislative races in Illinois because I'm dying to pick at Michael Madigan's majority. Mike Scott, you're giving me a funny look.
I'm just saying you're going to cry a crocodile tear for this one, Joe. I know you so badly that when you hear that Clay Aiken is heading for a loss in North Carolina, I just know that big tear is just going to, out of one eye, is just going to come dripping down your face.
Tell me it was close, though. Tell me it was close.
I don't know the numbers yet. I'll tell you in a minute.
Oh, my gosh. Hey, coming out of the state of Georgia, David Perdue is up 53% to 44% over Michelle Nunn. He's got to stay above that 50% margin.
50% plus 1.
So right now, that's actually looking pretty good for Republicans. That's actually sort of surprising because that race was fairly neck and neck. Yep. Purdue now 3 points ahead of that magic 50% number. I may need to sit down, Mike Scott. Clay Aiken looks like he's going to lose.
I know. It's so sad.
That's a big deal. I'll confess, I watched him back then.
I'll sing for you. I promise. I'll sing for you.
My daughter was 14. We watched Clay sing back in the day. Net gain. Republicans are sitting on 5. They've picked up 5. They need one more. I cannot wait to find out. Looking at North Carolina, the Hagen-Tillis race is still really, really close. Unless you're calling something, Mike.
No, getting wider, though, at 30. It had been
up
a good point. About 14,000. It's at 34,000 right now. I'm not sure where the margin is where you call for a recount, though, in North Carolina, or if somebody wants to just to gum up the works. But the margin is widening from paper thin to thin.
Well, and that's really interesting because that was one that most people thought North Carolina, the Democrats would hang on to.
Yeah.
But if Kay Hagan beginning to lose that race, that's really, really fascinating. Hey, stick with us. I'm with Mike Scott, Wes Bleed. It's election night. We're taking a look at everything that's going on in the state of Illinois and the country at large. I love the smell of an election, Eric.
How can you get from here to there? We've got the answer from the ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
I'm Neil Fiorito taking a look at the roads. Elmhurst, a crash still being worked on. St. Charles at Route 83. Highland Park, US 41 southbound from Park Avenue West to Clavey. Roadwork set up there in the left lane until 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. Over on the Edens, quiet. 19 either way between Lake Cook and the Kennedy Junction. You'll find no delays anywhere on the Kennedy right now as it takes you 20 minutes out to the big airport and 20 minutes back in as well. Eisenhower still slow coming inbound between Racine and the Burns Circle interchange. That's a 31-minute trip in from Thorndale, 18 from Manheim, that because of construction. Otherwise, the Stevenson moves well, so does the Dan Ryan, and the tollways look good. Chicago weather, tonight's low 46 degrees. Wednesday, a possible shower, high 61. Next update in 15 minutes on AM 560. The Answer.
Hello, sir. We're on the street today asking people what all-in computing means to them.
All-in computing?
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like everything I would need to get things done on my computer.
So, specifically, what would you want included in all-in?
Well, new computers, repairs, someone to call when I need help. Kind of like a 100% guarantee that everything's going to work.
Sounds nice. Do you know anybody out there doing that right now?
No.
You do now. You've heard the name Turnkey IT on this station for years. You know them as the pros that manage and maintain your networks. But now they're stepping up their game. Introducing All-In Computing from Turnkey IT. All the equipment, all the programs, and all the monitoring and maintenance you'll ever need wrapped neatly in a package with low monthly fees. Keep your networks from failing. Use brand new equipment covered by warranties. And never worry about lack of support again. Turnkey IT. Visit turnkey.pro today to set up the all-in plan for your office. That's turnkey.pro.
Pausing the show because I've just been handed something remarkable. Right now, I'm holding a coin unlike any I've seen before. It's a 2014 official half dollar, celebrating the 75th anniversary of the National Baseball Hall of Fame. It's the first 3D curved coin in American history. On one side, a stitched baseball literally emerges from the surface like a real baseball. On the flip side, a classic baseball glove is open, curved inwardly as if ready for a catch. This unique first-ever legal tender coin was recently released by the U.S. Mint and made headlines as several versions of the coin sold out before most Americans even knew they existed. But today's lucky radio listeners have a second chance at the world's first, thanks to a shocking cache of these coins just released by government.com. But only if you act now. To claim one, you need to call 1-800-500-5613. You'll also receive a free collector's box and a certificate of authenticity. Again, 1-800-500-5613. Wait and you'll miss out. 1-800-500-5613.
Okay, team, we need a three-pointer to win it. I'm pulling the All-Stars and I'm giving the Towel Boy the final shot.
Coach, that's a horrible idea.
Nonsense. Let's win it all right here, man.
Developing a wild plan at the last minute doesn't always work. That's why when planning your 401k, you should visit the 401k Active Watch tab at Tabota.com. That's Tabota.com. Click on the 401k Active Watch tab. Securities offered through Pro Equities Inc. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advisory services offered through Harvest Investment Services, a registered investment advisor where they harvest gains and limit losses.
Welcome to Move Time Radio, presented by the Arthritis Foundation. And we're smack dab in the middle of our dance-a-thon to fight arthritis pain. Me, I've been grooving for 10 hours straight, baby, but I'm a boogie machine. See, movement is just one of the ways to help fight osteoarthritis pain. Another is weight loss. You get rid of just 1 pound. That's 4 pounds of pressure off each knee. For more information on managing pain, visit fightarthritispain.org. Then meet me on the dance floor. This message brought to you by the Arthritis Foundation and the Ad Council.
AM 560, The Answer. Now, more of continuing coverage of Election Night 2014 on AM 560, The Answer.
Joe Walsh, AM 560, The Answer, Election Night. Plugging away here, trying to figure out what's going on in Illinois and around the country. I can tell you, and I'm excited about this, they're calling the race. Who is that? That's Fox News is calling the Wisconsin governor race for Scott Walker. Only 26% of the vote in, but Fox News is already calling it for Scott Walker. That's just fascinating. Let's stick on the national here for a minute. I'm excited because Ben White joins me. He's the chief economic correspondent for Politico. Now, I follow Ben on Twitter. He's at Morning Money Ben, and I got to tell you, if his tweets are any indication, Ben's probably a little ticked off that he's up past 10 o'clock tonight covering this damn election. Either that has him upset or he can't sleep because his Redskins just stink this year. But, hey, Ben, thank you for joining me.
Pleasure.
Hey, so let's say the Republicans win the Senate.
Yeah.
What's going to happen, say, with stocks tomorrow? Come on. What's going to happen?
What's going to happen? My guess is they probably tick up a little bit. I was looking at charts on market reaction given different outcomes in elections, and they tend to like split government with one party in the White House and one in control on the Hill. So I think stocks would react relatively well to a Republican takeover of the Senate. Obviously, generally speaking, markets like Republican approach to taxes and regulations and all that sort of thing. A lot of stuff's not going to get through given it's on the fill of the White House. But I think it'd be a positive market reaction to Republicans taking over.
Hey, Ben, this is Wes, and I'm wondering how much of a factor do you think pocketbook issues, not necessarily the stock market, but, for example, the decline in gas prices over the last couple of months, things like that. How much did that drive any decisions today among voters?
I think the overwhelming sense of economic anxiety was the driving force. I think, the dropping gas prices might have actually helped Democrats a little bit in that makes people feel a little wealthier, that they're not spending as much on gas, have more pocket change for other things. But, you look at the exit polls, something like 78% said they think the economy is moving in the wrong direction. People's wages aren't going up. The top line numbers on job creation look okay, and the GDP number looks okay, but nobody votes on those numbers. They vote on what's in their back pocket, and that has not gone up under this president. People are frustrated with it and angry about it, and that's why you see a lot of Democrats losing, and that's why the Democrats may lose the Senate, because people are just looking for some kind of new solutions on the economy, and so you're likely to see Republicans take the Senate for that very reason. So I think it's that economic uncertainty and anxiety that's hurting the president and Democrats tonight.
Hey, so Ben, so the Republicans take the Senate. Let's assume that's going to happen. I mean, the business community, you've got a Republican House and Senate working with Obama, a Democrat in the White House. Does the business community expect anything to get done? Do they want anything to get done?
They want a couple of things to get done. They'd like to see some kind of immigration reform that would increase the number of high-skilled workers, particularly in the technology industry, that we could have in this country. They'd like to see corporate tax reform get done, lower that top rate, and maybe close some loopholes, though it depends which loophole you're talking about.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody really expects that to happen. I think what they just hope for the most part, is no real confrontations over the debt ceiling, no big government shutdowns, any of that kind of stuff. Like no big negative plays, to put it in football terms.
Right.
So that's what they hope for. It'd be icing on the cake to get a couple of big bills through, but nobody's really expecting that.
Cool, man. Hey, Ben, thanks for taking some time. I know you're probably much in demand tonight, but thank you. Ben White, Chief Economic Correspondent for Politico. Thanks,
Great
Ben.
Pleasure. Thank you. Yep,
You got it. You got it. Interesting, around the country, again, I want to get back to this race because it's a personal favorite of mine. Governor Scott Walker has been projected by Fox News the winner up in Wisconsin. That's great. I'm still looking at this governor's race down in Florida. Appears to be neck and neck between Governor Scott and Charlie Crist. Another very tight governor's race in Maryland that a lot of people were watching. That is neck and neck. So a number of these gubernatorial races around the country are still very tight. And interesting, again, there's the race in, I don't want to jump there. I'm now looking just above me, and Politico has just actually called the Florida gubernatorial race for Governor Scott.
They've called it.
They've called it.
Wow. Yeah. And, we're also looking tonight, Joe, at the start of the 2016 presidential campaign.
I
The
agree.
fact that Scott Walker has now won re-election
absolutely
puts him in the mix in some people's minds of potential candidates, you would think.
Oh, Wes, I think he's an all-star candidate, and it's amazing to me. This was his third race in 4 years.
Exactly, because he had to face the runoff and survive.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. So he's earned his chops again this year, it sounds like. Florida, Governor Scott beating Charlie Crist, already called by Politico and a couple other outlets. That's a big victory over Charlie Crist, who seems, again, to change party every single days. And the race for control of the United States Senate, Republicans need one more, baby. One more. They've picked up 5 seats. Trying to pick up one more. We're waiting on Iowa. Georgia has still not been called, but the Republican in Georgia is above the 50% threshold to avoid a runoff, as we're going to see in Louisiana. So right now, Georgia looks pretty good as far as a potential pickup. Iowa, it's still too early. We don't know. And, of course, the polls are still open in Alaska. So nothing back from Alaska. That big win by Congressman Cory Gardner in Colorado over Senator Udall was a big victory. And hopefully Iowa, which is a purple state somewhat like Colorado, that will come in favorably for Republicans as well. Keep it here. We're not going anywhere. We've got our eyes glued to this race between Rauner and Quinn. Stick it here. We will have the latest from that race and others coming right back.
Have you been getting the runaround on a mortgage modification application? Underwater with your mortgage? Well, you'd be not alone. Let me tell you something. There's a lot of other people in the same boat with you. My name's Lou Bridges. My partner Scott O and I put together a law firm. One of the things we do is help people with modifications, only we don't just submit an application. Through proprietary software that we have access to, we determine what program or programs your loan is eligible for and what it would take to qualify you for those programs under the regulations. We work with our team of people, paralegals and clerks, and we put together everything, and then we submit the application for modification to the servicing bank. Only then we're not asking them, we're telling them this is the modification program our client has chosen from among those that we have confirmed they qualify for, their loan is eligible for under the regulations that you will give. And you must give because the net present value is far greater for the owner of the mortgage. So servicer, thank you for the modification. No more runarounds. Give us a call. We'll give you a free consultation.
224-513-1231.
This is a critical message for listeners who need to actually lose 30 pounds or more for legitimate health or personal reasons. Because for the next 5 minutes, the makers of AF Plus are giving out risk-free trials of their incredibly effective weight loss supplement. It's proven and can cause dramatic weight loss. So only call if you need to lose 30 pounds or more. Call toll-free 1-800-771-6414. Because it's so potent, take no more than 1 capsule once a day. You can expect to experience maximum weight loss, pounds in days. It's all natural, safe, and healthy. But if your weight loss with AF Plus is too dramatic, please decrease use and only take it every other day. For your risk-free trial, you will be given a full-size supply to use absolutely risk-free. Supplies are limited. If you need to lose 30 pounds or more for legitimate reasons, call now, toll-free, 1-800-771-6414. Phone lines will be open for the next 5 minutes. 1-800-771-6414.
9:30 on AM 560, The Answer. What started as a ripple is becoming a wave across the country as Republicans roll towards possible seizure of control of the U.S. Senate. The latest on the Illinois governor's race, with vote totals now beginning to pour in from across the state, and a win north of the border for Scott Walker, a projected winner in the governor's race there. Details coming up next from Fox News on AM 560, The Answer.
This is a Fox News election alert. I'm Lisa Lacera. Fox News projecting Republicans will continue control of the House and will gain about 10 seats. In the Senate, Fox News also projecting Montana Republican Steve Daines takes the Senate seat, and the Colorado Senate race goes to Republican Cory Gardner. Iowa governor's race has been decided. It goes to Republican Terry Branstad. Fox News Radio's Jeff Bonasso covering the Senate race in Iowa.
Lisa, it's a packed house here in West Des Moines where Republicans have gathered to await the results of a very hard-fought Senate battle between Republican Joni Ernst and Democrat Bruce Braley. In this, also the victory party for Republican incumbent Governor Terry Branson, who, as you mentioned, beat Democrat Jack Hatch, winning an unprecedented sixth non-consecutive term. The GOP telling Fox News Radio moments ago they're expecting a big night here tonight. Lisa.
Thanks, Jeff. This is a Fox News election alert.
Okay, if it's a cold day, you put on a jacket. If your husband has a cold,
Kids, please. No, stay there. Love you.
you don't kiss him. Common sense.
There's a lot of fear of Ebola.
Sean Hannity.
Let's not infect anybody else. Let's not let people from these countries into this country.
Weekday afternoons at 2.
You can hear it if you listen.
Common sense.
On AM 560. The Answer.
I'm Nick Soboleski, a Select Quote agent with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a $300,000 group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and can't take it with him. Well, I impartially shopped the highly rated term life insurance companies we represent and found Ray, who is 41 and takes medication to control his cholesterol, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $23 a month. That's almost twice the coverage for less than half of what he had paid. If SelectQuote hasn't shopped for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-579-9368. That's 1-800-579-9368. 1-800-579-9368. Or go to SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price could vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
Stuck in traffic? We've got the answer from the ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
I'm Neil Fiorito taking a look at the roads. In South Elgin, Illinois 25 shut down southbound at Stearns. There's an overturned semi there being worked on. Over in Elmhurst, St. Charles, and Route 83, a crash. And US 41 southbound from Park Avenue west to Clavey Road and Highland Park. Roadwork set up there in the left lane until 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. On the Edens, moving well. 19 either way between Lake Cook and the Kennedy. Kennedy Expressway 20 minutes both ways between O'Hare and downtown. The inbound Ike a little slow between Racine and downtown. 31 in from Thorndale, 18 from Manheim. Outbound is fine. No backups on the Stevenson. Also, the Dan Ryan moves well. Chicago weather, tonight's low 46. Wednesday, a possible shower, high 61. Next update in 15 minutes on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by All Roofs. To re-roof for your home or business, call 800-RE-ROOF-0.
This is Election Night 2014 on AM 560. The Answer. Now, here's Joe Walsh.
Joe Walsh back with you, election night, taking a look at Illinois and around the country. As always, we welcome your calls, 312-642-5600. We're going to be here until a winner is declared in the race for governor in Illinois. I'm joined by Wes Bleed with Mac Communications, a communications strategist. Good to have Wes in the studio. And, of course,
good to be here.
AM 560, The Answer's news director, Mike Scott. Mike, let's stay on that governor's race. What's the latest?
Well, we have some interesting numbers. We'll start in the city of Chicago, where 78% of precincts are reporting. That's a large number, and things are beginning to wrap up there. And we are seeing Governor Quinn with a lead, as expected, in the city of Chicago with 360,000 votes. He is at 76%. Bruce Rauner is at 21.8% with 102,191 votes. In McHenry County, we're seeing early returns come in there. Bruce Rauner at 65% with over 30,000 votes there. And Rauner right now leading in Tazewell County, in Cole County, in Macon County, in Christian County, in Bureau County. All these numbers between 59 and 68% like they are in DeWitt County. These are small to medium-sized counties. We're again adding up numbers there. And the city of Aurora, for instance, the numbers shrinking a little bit with 45 of 73 precincts reporting. Governor Quinn now leads 54 to 41% over Bruce Rauner there. So the Illinois governor's race, way too early to call. One has to wonder, though, and start tabulating the vote totals and the numbers that Chad Grimm is beginning to pile up around the state and see if those numbers, I think it was about 6,000 to 7,000 in the city of Chicago alone, if those numbers start coming to play when you're doing your modeling and how you're doing around the rest of the state.
Yeah, and if you go back to the numbers that Mike gave just a moment ago about the city, he said 360,000 votes for Pat Quinn so far.
Yep.
Well, the total that Pat received, Governor Quinn, last time in 2010 was 520,413. So 520 for a total. He's at 360 right now, and he's not going to make that. He's not going to get anywhere close to that with just 25% more of the vote to come in. So already we're talking about a smaller pie.
Yeah.
Bruce Rauner has 102,000. Last time, Bill Brady had a total of 120,000.
In the city of Chicago.
In the city of Chicago.
So Rauner's not going to hit that number.
Well, he very well may hit that number, but it's going to be a bigger percentage of a smaller pie.
Right.
Okay.
I think that's right. I think that's fairly accurate. And we're seeing that played out across the state where Rauner is getting bigger percentages of smaller pies, for example, in Sangamon County where the vote is beginning to come in as well there too. And right now, Bruce Rauner leading 55 to 37%, but he has 32,000 votes over Pat Quinn's 22,000. Bigger percentages of smaller pies.
Yeah. Hey, again, it's official now, guys. They're projecting that Bob Dole is, in fact, the winner in Illinois' 10th congressional district. We called that about a half hour ago, but go ahead, Mike.
We did. I was just going to say, what do you think about Mark Kirk weighing in fairly late in that race?
Yeah.
Coming out with the coffee table discussion ad that seemed to calm the nerves of some of the more moderate voters up there. Kirk coming on strong in that. Did that play a role, or were there other things? I saw the dirty carpet ad. That seemed to really rile up people on both sides of the aisle. I wonder what you think.
I will just say, and then, Wes, I want to hear your thoughts. Mark Kirk is still the gold standard in that district.
Yep.
And so that really helped because Schneider kept trying to paint Dole as a Tea Party nut, and that's just not Bob.
No question about it. I think
I'm a Tea Party nut, by the way.
Senator Kirk's endorsement and visible support was huge. I also think, when you get right down to it, Dole had the conventional support of the editorial boards as well, and I think that overall, I think people said, you know what, let's send him back.
Well, and the difference is that district leans Democrat in an off year. It's overwhelmingly Democrat in a presidential year. So Bob Dole now is going to be on a mission to try to hang on to this seat for another 2 years.
Yeah, and as you mentioned before, this 2016 race likely to be the Hillary Clinton race to lose. That'll be huge.
Hey, Mike, your thought on Cook County at large, not just the city of Chicago, are the vote totals? We're getting more vote totals in? Do we know what those percentages are?
Yeah, I'll update that right now, in fact, for you, as the suburban numbers are just being updated by David Orr's office. And and again, I've got about 16 windows open, so pardon while I tap dance here a minute. But things are beginning to really come home to roost in terms of numbers. 1,400 of 1,600 precincts in a lot of cases are beginning to come in, and the numbers are staying the same, as we said about a half an hour ago. In suburban Cook County, Pat Quinn and Paul Vallis lead over Bruce Rauner and Evelyn Sanguinetti, 52 to 46%. But again, there's big numbers of votes here. 289,000 for Quinn, and for Rauner, 256,000 votes in that case.
Okay.
So bigger numbers, turnout at about 40% projected right now. In that race.
Okay, Wes.
And Joe, I said about 30 minutes ago, I said we'd be seeing the reversal, Rauner taking the lead by 10 o'clock. Well, he's already done it now.
Yeah.
70% total. 70% of the votes total reporting.
Okay.
Of the precincts reporting. 49% to 47%. Rauner over Pat Quinn.
And where's Grimm at?
3%.
So he's at that magic number of 3%.
Yeah, he is. And it looks like, by the way, as numbers begin to turn the tide around the country, we're watching that David Perdue race out of the corner of our eye. They're putting a check mark by him on CNN.
Oh, interesting.
And if that is the case, and the numbers looks very wide, he's at 57%. So as we see these numbers begin to come in and it's a big win, and we see Republican numbers continuing to increase for Ed Gillespie in Virginia. And we see those numbers beginning to come home to roost here in this state. It's looking better for Republicans. The wave trickled over from Indiana, where Republicans swept to almost entirely every seat in that state, is coming this way, it looks, as well.
Well, and I can tell you, Mike, you're right. So David Perdue, they're now projecting the winner, a fairly big winner. That would be 6 pickups for Republicans. That means they control the Senate. Fox News and NBC is projecting that in Kansas. Pat Roberts has hung on in. No, that should be 6 seats. I'm doing my math right now. That would be if they're projecting David Perdue. That's a hold. That's a hold. My bad.
So he's not going to be over 50%.
No, he will.
No, Perdue will be over. Purdue's at 57%.
It's not a net pickup for the Republicans.
Roberts is not a pickup.
And
that's
Roberts
a hold.
Excuse me, I jumped. Roberts is not a pickup. Roberts is a hold as well. Okay, jeez, I'm getting the hang of this. So we're still waiting on Iowa. I cannot wait to hear how and get a look as to what Iowa looks like. In North Carolina is still out there too close to call.
It is.
Mike.
Iowa, I've very few precincts reporting, 99 of 1,781 unofficially, according to the state, the Secretary of State's office. They're the tabulator of votes in Iowa. Joni Ernst trailing Bruce Braley 74,000 to 60,000. But we have heard some major media outlets already calling this race in Iowa for Joni Ernst.
I don't know how that could be, Mike.
I'm looking at early numbers. 98 of 1,781 precincts reporting in Iowa, and guess what? Takes a long time to get those votes in from Orange City.
Well, they're not projecting off of the votes. They're projecting off of their exit polls.
Right.
So to correct, Georgia is a hold. It's a hold. Georgia and Kansas are holds for Republicans. Democrats had great hopes that they might be able to steal one in Georgia, and they had the independent candidate in Kansas that they thought might steal one from Pat Roberts. They're going to hold those. So we're still waiting on Iowa. There's still Alaska out there, by the way, which would be a pickup. The polls don't close for another hour and a half in Alaska. So those are 2 potential pickup opportunities. And again, I keep going back, Mike, to this. North Carolina is still fairly tight.
It's very, very tight, and we just saw some numbers flip in Virginia, where Mark Warner now has about a 50,000 vote margin in
my gosh.
in Virginia right now. Both well over 1 million votes in that race. A heavily tracked race and a heavily voted on race, it looks like, but again, still way too close to call. But Warner is finally, this late in the night, edged into a lead.
And there was a third-party candidate in that race.
Was there?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh, that's a huge turnaround. So now it looks like the Democrat, Mark Warner, will hang on to Virginia. This is getting more fascinating by the moment here. And I cannot wait to get back here in a second and get the numbers from the latest from the race for governor here between Rauner and Quinn. Still nervous time in both camps. I'm with Mike Scott. I'm with Wes Bleed. Don't you dare go anywhere. We're sticking here until that governor's race is done, baby.
How can you get from here to there? We've got the answer from the ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
I'm Neil Fiorito taking a look at the roads. South Elgin, Illinois 25, southbound at Stearns, shut down right now, an overturned semi. In Highland Park, 41 southbound from Park Avenue West to Clavey has roadwork set up in the left lane. That until 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. Expect some delays with it. Over on the expressways, the Eden's Good 19 either way between Lake Cook and the Kennedy Junction, which is Montrose. If you're on the Kennedy, you're moving along just fine either way. 20 minutes between O'Hare and downtown. On the Eisenhower, expect a slowdown inbound between Racine and downtown. 31 in from Thorndale, 18 for Manheim. Outbound is good. The rest of the expressways look fine. Chicago weather, tonight's low 46. Wednesday, a possible shower, high 61. Next update in 15 minutes on AM 560. The Answer.
You may or may not see it, but you'll feel it. On top of the damage it can do to your house, mold also has side effects that can drastically affect your health and well-being. If you're not sure what mold is doing to your household, or you're ready to prevent the outcome, it's time you hire Mold Pro Chicago. Mold Pro Chicago helps households just like yours banish the harmful effects of mold. From risk prevention to removal services, Mold Pro Chicago will take care of your home. A+ rated by the BBB and EPA certified. There's no chance for mold to be a frightening experience, structurally or physically. Visit moldprochicago.com today. There you'll see a before and after gallery of what their comprehensive treatment plans are and just how they'll work for your specific situation. Mold doesn't have to be scary. Let it be your opportunity to increase not only the quality of life, but your property value as well. Call 708-560-PROS today. That's 708-560-PROS. Or visit moldprochicago.com. Mold Pro Chicago. Lifetime mold protection for a healthier Chicagoland area.
Too many Americans are living without dental insurance, which means they might not be getting even the most basic care for their families. After all, a simple cleaning can cost $100, and other procedures like crowns and root canals can cost hundreds more. That's why at Physicians Mutual Insurance Company, we're proud to offer dental coverage that Americans can afford for less than $1 a day, with the freedom to choose any dentist you want and never pay a deductible. This isn't a discount plan. This is real dental insurance that can help pay for over 300 procedures. Everything from cleanings and fillings to crowns and dentures. Acceptance is guaranteed for one of these insurance policies no matter what, even for folks on Medicare. We're on a mission to help provide Americans with good dental insurance. So please, if you don't have coverage, call 1-800-300-9802 for all the details. That's 1-800-300-9802 to receive a free information kit directly by mail. 1-800-300-9802.
AM 560, The Answer. Now, more of continuing coverage of Election Night 2014 on AM 560, The Answer.
And just so we're all aware, this is how ahead of myself I've gotten. I called the 2016 presidential race all ready for Scott Walker. I've gotten 2 years ahead of myself already. Scott Walker, we can project as the next president of the United States.
And who's his running mate?
It's a secret. Hey, so I called the Senate for the Republicans about 5 minutes ago, forgetting that Georgia and Kansas were not pickups. So, Wes Bleed and Mike Scott, here are our Republican pickups. We've picked up 5 seats: West Virginia, Arkansas, Colorado, Montana, and South Dakota. Baby. We're still waiting on Iowa, and it's just some confusing numbers coming out of Iowa. We're going to sit and wait and see what happens there. Alaska, the polls haven't even closed yet.
No. And Iowa, you have major media outlets in Iowa already calling the race for Joni Ernst. In fact, one who the last line I'm reading is, Ernst will be sworn into the Senate in January. We hope that's not on the front page of a newspaper tomorrow, because the official election results from the Iowa State Board of Elections show Bruce Braley right now with about a 9 to 10 point advantage. But again, only about 200 of the 1,700 precincts coming in that race, and 3,000 votes separating Mark Warner and Ed Gillespie.
Oh boy, that's
Virginia.
a surprise. Scott Brown's not conceding yet. There's a surprise.
3,422 Warner and Gillespie separated by right now.
Wow,
that's Virginia.
Well, I don't know, Wes, Mike. Can we call Iowa, or you still want to hang tight on that one? I'm still nervous about that one.
I can't. It's.
There's not enough here.
Not enough. There's not enough here to call that as of yet. CNN's not calling it. Fox not calling it that I've seen. Politico not calling it that I've seen as well too. We'll see.
And Mike, I'm surprised because I'm looking above me about 90-something% of the vote in North Carolina. Tillis has a fairly comfortable lead, and they're not calling that yet.
No, and I'm seeing it's Charlotte with late returns. I just saw a story cross the wire where Charlotte's votes are late getting in.
Okay.
Some boxes are delayed.
Okay.
That's practically the only major metropolitan area in the state. People from North Carolina might dispute that, but Charlotte's a big deal, and if votes are delayed getting in there, they'll wait to count those.
Absolutely. That would be an area where she would stand to pick up some there.
Your successful Republican governors, gang. Scott in Florida is going back. Wisconsin, Scott Walker's been reelected, and Greg Abbott down in Texas.
And in Illinois, we have Bruce Rauner in the lead. Now we have 71% of precincts reporting, and Rauner with a 49 to 47% lead over Governor Pat Quinn, and Chad Grimm, an independent. What's his
Libertarian?
Libertarian.
Yeah,
yes.
3%.
3%. And Mike, again, I know you've got 39 screens you're looking at.
Yes, I am.
But if we've got 71% of the total statewide vote in, how much of Chicago do we think is still not in? Because I'm thinking that's the only thing that Quinn's got left.
Let me tell you, I'll give you that number. It's above 82%, but I'll give you that. Number.
While he's looking for it, unless you have to look for it.
No,
I've got it. Okay,
84.68% are in right now. 84% are in. 387,000 to 109,000 in the city of Chicago. And it just seems kind of odd that they're not at least putting a projected call on that. You mentioned other Republican governors, by the way, as we search for a few other numbers here, that running mates, Scott Walker, John Kasich, Mike Pence, all those other guys, Rick Santorum, who was all over the place today saying he wants to run and already has one financial backer in the bag. Susana Martinez was a big winner tonight. Nikki Haley was a big winner tonight. Republican women doing very well tonight, especially in those gubernatorial races, if you're looking for running mates.
Well, and the big winner, Mike and Wes, is a race nobody talked about because he won by so much. John Kasich in Ohio.
Yeah.
The fact that he won going away like that and it wasn't even discussed is amazing. In the state of Ohio.
That's right. And can I bring one more race back from Illinois?
Absolutely.
Here? We haven't mentioned the comptroller's race a whole lot, but she's got Judy Bartopinka is virtually the same number as Bruce Rauner, a 49 to 47% lead over Sheila Simon. So it looks right now as though attorney or controller Judy Bartopinka will be reelected.
That's very close.
That's very close.
With an ineffective, let's be honest, let's put our political hats on here, with an ineffective campaign by Sheila Simon, who quite honestly was stunned when Lisa Madigan didn't run for governor, and she wanted to run for attorney general. And so she was given the consolation prize of running for comptroller and run an ineffective campaign. It shows two things, I think. One, the Simon name still has some political strength in this state, and she has lots of friends in Carbondale and in Belleville, two big Democrat cities.
Because there was almost no campaign there.
That's right.
And in the race for treasurer, where there was a campaign, Mike Frericks, the Democrat, is leading Tom Cross, the former Illinois House leader, 49 to 47%.
So that's tight, but that's flipped from what Topinka and Rauner are doing.
Correct.
Yeah, suburban Cook County went for Frericks in quite a big way, 53 to 43%.
Okay.
In that race.
Interesting. When we do come back here in a little bit, Wes, I want to find out about some of these state legislative races. Again, nobody has called. This Warner Gillespie Senate race in Virginia. It's been flipped a little bit. Warner now is on top, but of the slimmest of margins. So we're still waiting to hear from Virginia. We're still waiting to hear from Iowa, North Carolina, and Alaska when it comes to Senate races. Most of the major governor races are already out there. We've already got those results. The big one that we're still waiting to be able to call is right here where we're standing and sitting, the great state of Illinois. That has not been called yet at all, but things certainly seem to be moving in Republican Bruce Rauner's direction. Man, we're going to keep you posted on that. And again, projected breaking news, everybody is on board that Congressman Bob Dole is going back. He's won. I haven't looked, Mike, but I've got to believe Mike Bost down south is still doing well as well.
He's doing well.
Yeah.
Bobby Schilling was cutting into the lead of Sherry Bustos, but I think she still had an advantage, and we're also keeping track of that Duckworth race that we do believe Duckworth Cafish race that it appears to be going the way of Tammy Duckworth.
Yeah, it looks now like in Illinois, Republicans will pick up 2 congressional seats, the 10th Bob Dole, and all the way down in the 12th former state rep Mike Boss down there. We're keeping an eye on all of the other races, and most importantly, we're keeping an eye right now on 2 things that I want to be able to yell out and shout out before we go off air. We're not going anywhere. Announcing Bruce Rauner as the next governor of Illinois, and hopefully being able to announce that the Republicans have gained control of the United States Senate. We're not quite there yet, but we're not going anywhere. So keep it here.
Investors try to predict market trends, but the key to successful investing is eliminating guesswork and emotion. That's why an investment model based on key indicators yields stronger returns. Arlington Capital Management has successfully implemented a model called Proactive Asset Allocation Strategy, or PAS. It eliminates guesswork, market timing, and an outdated buy and hold strategy. For example, over the last 14 years, investments selected by the PAS model achieved returns 5 times greater than a broadly diversified portfolio. I'm Joe Lopresti, president of Arlington Capital Management. Our clients have found that a proactive strategy helps build their wealth during bull markets and preserve it during bear markets. I'd like to invite you to a proactive investment management seminar.
Join Arlington Capital in Arlington Heights, Illinois on Saturday, November 15th at 10 a.m. Reserve your seat by calling 847-670-4030. That's 847-670-4030. Or register at arlington-capital.com. Listen to Empowered Investing, Saturdays at noon on this station.
By now, you've either climbed a ladder, risked bodily injury, and cleaned those fall leaves out of your gutter, or you haven't. If you cleaned your gutters already, don't tell me the thought of falling and winding up in the hospital didn't cross your mind. If you haven't cleaned out your gutters yet, don't tell me you haven't thought about it, dreaded it, and put it off another day. Either way, you'll need to call LeafGuard right now. LeafGuard is a patented one-piece covered gutter system. It lets the water in and keeps the leaves and debris out. It carries a lifetime no-clog warranty. If it ever does clog, LeafGuard will clean it for free. We've seen this gutter in action, and let me tell you, it's amazing. We're just weeks away from snow and ice in Chicagoland, so don't put this phone call off any longer. Set up your free gutter analysis, and just for letting LeafGuard show you how this amazing system works, you'll get a dinner for 2, no cost, no obligation. 630-884-6060. That's 630-884-6060. Or check them online at gutterchicago.com. That's gutterchicago.com.
AM 560. The Answer.
Okay, team, we need a 3-pointer to win it. I'm pulling the All-Stars, and I'm giving the Towel Boy the final shot.
Coach, that's a horrible idea.
Nonsense. Let's win it all right here, man.
Developing a wild plan at the last minute doesn't always work. That's why when planning your 401k, you should visit the 401k Active Watch tab at Tabota.com. That's Tabota.com. Click on the 401k Active Watch tab. Securities offered through Pro Equities Inc. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advisory services offered through Harvest Investment Services, a registered investment advisor where they harvest gains and limit losses.
My name is Meera Batra, and this is how I live united. Many families have come to America for a better life. I advocate for these families with United Way. United Way empowers them to see opportunities available. We help them get involved with their kids' schools and network within the community. My name is Meera Batra. I help families see opportunity and succeed. I don't just wear the shirt, I live it.
Give, advocate, volunteer, Live United. Go to liveunited.org. Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
Hi, folks. This is Alan Thicke, and if you're one of those millions of Americans who owes back taxes, if you get nervous when the mail comes because you might get a letter from the IRS, then you've heard. They're cracking down this year. They can garnish your paycheck, levy your bank account. Even your home or business could be up for grabs over unpaid taxes. It's all true. But it's also true that they're offering a new way out. It's called the Fresh Start Initiative, an important government program for tax debt forgiveness. It's one of the biggest breaks the IRS has ever offered, so now's the time. If you qualify, the experts at Optima Tax Relief, their team of attorneys and enrolled agents, will get you the best deal possible. Optima has an A rating with the Better Business Bureau. Don't mess with the IRS. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima for a free consultation.
Call 800-711-5743. That's 800-711-5743. 800-711-5743. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
What's happening? What does it mean? Why is it important? We've got The Answer. AM 560. The Answer. WIND. Chicago.
This is a Fox News election alert. I'm Ron Platter. Republicans are closing in on control of the Senate, not only by winning seats held by Democrats, but keeping closely contested ones they already have. Fox News projecting that three-term Senator Pat Roberts has defeated independent Greg Orman in Kansas, that Republican David Perdue holds on to a seat that Georgia has had by beating Democrat Michelle Nunn, and that Idaho Republican Jim Risch has been reelected. Also projecting that fellow Republicans have taken 5 of the 6 Democratic seats that they need, hoping to add a 6th in Iowa. Fox News Radio's Jeff Manasso live in Des Moines.
Ron, looking around here at Joni Ernst headquarters, and people are energized, but at the same time they're tense. And they break out into cheers every time Republicans pick up a Senate seat or a gubernatorial win, like their own governor, Republican Terry Branstad, who just gave his victory speech after beating Democrat Jack Hatch. The GOP put everything they had into the midterms, and Iowa's polls are now closed with the fate of what could be a power-grabbing Senate seat, soon to be decided, for now too close to call, between Ernst and a very well-funded Democrat, Bruce Braley. Ron?
Jeff, another gain the Republicans made was in Colorado. Live in Denver, Fox News Radio's Rich Johnson.
Where the cheers have been loud all night as Republicans were declared winners. The loudest, though, in Fox News called the Colorado Senate race for Cory Gardner over Democrat incumbent Mark Udall.
I'm thrilled for Cory because I've known him for a long time.
And hopefully the Senate gets to become Republican, and we see a very good victory and a change in Washington.
This is step 1 of winning the Senate. Step 2 is now fighting for conservative policies.
And yes, already the talk is shifting to 2016 and what Republicans can do to win the White House. Ron?
Rich, Fox News projecting Democrat Tom Udall is reelected to the Senate from New Mexico, Jeff Merkley from Oregon, and Brian Schatz from Hawaii. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Still to this day, I'm sure you get all those email blasts from the Democratic and the Republican Party.
John Howell and Amy Jacobson.
Total up, and I get more emails from Democratic candidates than Republican ones. I mean, if Al Franken emails me one more time, I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. And you get them from Michelle Bachmann, from everyone.
There's a way to get off those lists. You have to scroll down.
I know. I'm just waiting for the election to be over.
Amy, we talked to you in Off the Ledge this morning. Fantastic. Hey, that's $175. Glad I could help.
Wake up with John and Amy. Mornings starting at 6 on AM 560. The Answer.
If you own or run a business, Alarm Detection Systems would like to give you a free checkup. For years, this local Chicagoland company has been trusted and used by some of the most security-minded businesses. Here's another example.
This is David Ziegler, third-generation owner of Ziegler's Ace Hardware. Security is important to our business and brings me peace of mind, because our family operates 8 ACE stores in the Fox River Valley. Alarm Detection Systems has been our security provider for over 40 years because they have always and continue to earn our trust. I highly recommend them for your security protection. It is a beautiful thing when locally owned family businesses like Alarm Detection Systems and Ziegler's Ace Hardware can work together to serve our neighbors with helpful service in Chicagoland.
Go to adsalarm.com. Alarm Detection Systems, protecting lives and property. Illinois Alarm License 127-000-143.
Health Markets Insurance Agency is the DBA of Insphere Insurance Solutions Incorporated, licensed in all states. Service and product availability varies. Agents may be compensated based on your enrollment.
Hi, Louise. I'm on my way over now.
Sorry, I lost track of the time. I'm a bit flustered. It's time to enroll in my Medicare plan, and there are so many options.
Do what Ed and I did. Call Health Markets.
Health Markets?
They helped us find the right plan at rates we could afford, and it's a free service. They were wonderful, but you need to call them before the enrollment deadline expires on December 7th.
Medicare enrollment is open, but there is a deadline. Don't struggle to find the right plan. At Health Markets, we'll research thousands of plans from leading companies for the right coverage on your budget, and we'll do it for free. In the past 3 years, Health Markets Insurance Agency has enrolled Americans in over 1 million insurance policies. So use our free service and call 800-396-7957 for a free consultation with a Health Markets licensed agent. That's 800-396-7957. 800-396-7957.
Stuck in traffic? We've got the answer from the ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
I'm Neil Fiorito taking a look at the roads. South Elgin, Illinois 25, southbound at Stearns. That's shut down right now because of an overturned semi. In Highland Park, US 41 southbound from Park Avenue West to Clavey. Roadwork set up there in the left lane until 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. Eden's good both ways, 19 minutes between Lake Cook and the Kennedy. Kennedy, a good trip, about 20 minutes either direction between O'Hare and downtown, but I-190 coming inbound, eastbound between O'Hare and Bessie Coleman Drive, stop-and-go traffic. Over on the Eisenhower, slow inbound between Racine and downtown. 31 in from Thorndale, 18 from Manheim. Rest of the expressways and the tollways look good tonight. Chicago weather, tonight's low 46, Wednesday a possible shower, high 61. Next update in 15 minutes on AM 560. The Answer.
You're listening to a special presentation of AM 560, The Answer, Election Night 2014, with Joe Walsh, AM 560 News Director Mike Scott, and special guest Wes Bleed. Now, here's Joe Walsh.
Joe Walsh, AM 560, The Answer, still battling away here as we try to answer really the two big old questions we're trying to get at here. When will the Republicans take control of the United States Senate? And will Bruce Rauner be elected the governor of Illinois? Mike Scott, I want to go to you first, and I want to take a look at the country and the battle for the Senate. Are we learning any more right now about Iowa, North Carolina, or Virginia?
We know Iowa right now is a 48 to 47% race. Those numbers are again being updated consistently on the Iowa site. She is gradually overtaking Bruce Braley. As the numbers started on the east side of the state, Braley's from Cedar Rapids, I believe, and the east side of the state. As the numbers go west in Iowa, the numbers go up for Ernst as you go west past Des Moines, and you're headed towards Sioux City in the west and places like that, and some urban areas there. Virginia right now is about 6,000 votes apart, and it fluctuates between 3,000 and 6,000, paper-thin margins.
Wow.
Gene Shaheen in New Hampshire and Scott Brown, you mentioned Brown's not going to concede.
He shouldn't, it sounds like.
It shouldn't. We have one precinct reporting, one precinct not reporting anything, and it seems to be a precinct that has a number of potential Brown votes, so they're going to let that lie for a while. Even though they've given it to Shaheen, now that they found that precinct with 0 votes, they're starting to kind of back off on that a little bit and kind of let that one lie as well too. Tom Tillis has had a consistent in the thousands lead over Kay Hagan, and right now we cannot find anyone calling that race.
Right.
They're sort of letting that one lie, very similarly to how they are letting the governor's race in this state lie. For now, they're just sort of waiting for things to finish up. But North Carolina's been done for what, 3 hours? They should have a good sense of where that's going to go right now.
So if you're keeping score at home, the Republicans are up 5. They need to get to 6 to get control. They're waiting on Iowa, North Carolina, Virginia, and we haven't even spoken to Alaska yet. They need to just win one of those 4 races, which sure seems like they're going to do.
It seems academic at this point.
And, oh, by the way, we're still talking about Louisiana, which is now forced to a runoff.
That's a runoff, and we're going to keep our eye on New Mexico. I know lots of folks sort of dismiss that state as, Susana Martinez is it there and a superstar on the Republican side from their polling perspectives. But this guy, Alan Way, retired military, highly decorated, and has waged quite a campaign against a Udall, Tom Udall, I believe, in that race.
Yeah.
And that is now within the margin of error. It is within 3% in New Mexico right now, a place that everyone thought it would be. And that one is going to be a nail-biter. And, again, that would be a huge surprise, but not all that unexpected if you talk to voters in New Mexico.
And Wes, cautiously optimistic for Rauner.
Well, I'm actually even more cautiously optimistic because the latest numbers now are with 84% of the votes of the precincts reporting. 84%. We have Rauner up 50 to 46% and 3% for Chad Grimm. So that Grimm number is still 3%. Interestingly enough, that's still it's still close for Judy Bartopinka in the controller's race. She's up 50 to 46% as well. Excuse me, I thought it was 48, but it's 46.
Okay.
And Tom Cross has come within a few thousand votes now.
Oh, wow.
He is trailing Mike Frericks 50, let's see. Well, it's statistically, percentage-wise, it's tied 48-48. Numbers-wise, it's about 10,000 votes.
So that race has tightened.
Yes.
The Judy Bartopinka race is tight.
Nah, it's about the same, 4%, 50 to 46.
Okay, and Mike Scott, the bug up my rear end always is, where are we with the city of Chicago in that? What is still outstanding from the city of Chicago?
Not a whole lot. The last number we had was 84%, and if you give me a second, I'll refresh it. 89%, 1,857 out of 2,069 precincts in. So 90% essentially are in, and the numbers have not changed.
Right. So I'm not sure exactly what we're waiting for at this point. When we're talking about statistically very few votes left in the city of Chicago.
That's right.
We assume that we're also close to.
Hey, gentlemen, let me jump in here again. NBC News has just called it for Bruce Rauner.
That's what we're just saying. I'm not sure what we're waiting for.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we're. I've seen nothing flip in any of the counties that we've been surveying all night long. I've not seen anything change. The numbers have stayed very consistent.
I was just going to say, Joe, maybe we should do another AM 560 call and call it for Bruce Rauner. But
let me quickly grab Amy Jacobson. Amy, you're back on with Joe, Wes, and Mike. What's going on?
Well, I have to tell you, the whole attitude of this room has changed dramatically, as you can imagine. People thought it was over when the first returns were coming in and he was not winning. People were, they thought, all right, another Democrat. They probably went and bought votes. But now that has all changed. They were playing the song Forever in Blue Jeans. Now they're playing party songs, and people are drinking and celebrating and dancing because they're pinching themselves. Could this really be real? Could Bruce Rauner really beat the incumbent governor?
And Amy, so you need to know, NBC News has just called it, for Bruce.
That's true. Yeah, but they're waiting. I mean, the last we saw here was 50% to 47%.
Right.
So they're not taking the stage anytime soon. I know Bruce Rauner and his wife and 4 of his 6 children arrived about an hour ago. They're having a private party outside the Grand Ballroom right now for certain donors and staff members, that higher up staff members.
Yeah.
And when they're ready to come out, they will. But there's a victorious feeling in the air, and what a difference 2 hours can make.
Amy Jacobson, thank you so very much for that report. Mike, Wes, it's clearly taken a turn here in the last hour or two.
Well, after millions upon millions of dollars in time, and by the way, Bruce Rauner didn't just put all of those ads on. He really worked the state. Up and down. You remember that big bus tour he had? I'm wanting to say sometime in the spring or early summer, he was downstate for several days in a row. I mean, it just never ended. I watched him personally, again, when I was working with Dillard. I watched him in the room. He was a very good retail politician. He was not at all bashful to come up, shake hands, say, I'm Bruce Rauner running for governor. In a lot of ways, he did everything that you would want a successful politician to do. And then in addition to that, of course, he had all of the resources that were available to him, not only his own pocketbook, but the pocketbook of several wealthy friends.
So NBC calling it for Rauner. Mike?
I was going to say the one thing that we've seen that the Republicans have been doing across the state, starting in Virginia, where we've seen high vote turnout in that Ed Gillespie race that's yet to be conceded, higher than expected vote turnout, although probably under a general election number in North Carolina. Reince Priebus has said all along they are doing to this party what the Democrats did to their party in 2006. Updated from a social media perspective, updated from a contact perspective, updated from a get out the vote perspective, and just change the inner piping, the inner mechanics of the party to try to keep up with where the Democrats are.
Yeah.
And this election tonight was a beta test of what they're going to try to roll out, I would imagine, for 2016, projecting ahead. If you look at the numbers here in this state and you look at the numbers of turnout, you look at how they did it and why they did it and who they targeted, I think you will find that that the Republicans, starting with Reince Priebus, have been testing some type of a method to determine how 2016 is going to lay out across the country.
Again, I just want to reiterate, NBC News has called it for Rauner. I don't think anybody has as yet.
AP is not.
AP has not. Anybody else? But the numbers sure look good.
It doesn't appear as though there's any way Quinn can make up the deficit. He is trailing Rauner 50 to 46% vote totals, it's 1.4 million to 1.3 million.
Well,
so
and Wes,
it's well over 100,000 votes.
You startled me about an hour or so ago. I think you said something like in 2010, Quinn got 520,000 some votes out of the city of Chicago.
That's right.
He's on track to get maybe 400,000 this year.
That's correct. Yeah.
That's a huge difference.
So that's either a combination of voter apathy, not the interest. There just wasn't the momentum, the motivation, et cetera, that we talked about earlier in the evening, or it was lack of the sufficient ground game that Mike was talking about that the Republicans had been able to turn out on their end. So
411,000 votes in the city of Chicago for Pat Quinn this time. 411,698. That may be a key number we'll look at all night long.
109,000 difference from 2010.
That's the difference. That's fascinating. Wes or Mike, the race for treasurer and the race for comptroller, those are two races I'm now very interested in to see if Bruce Rauner can bring home another statewide candidate.
Yeah, see if he can put them on his shoulders, because he campaigned heavily with Tom Cross, especially in Kendall County, in Oswego, and Cross went with him into Peoria. And Cross mentioned on our station just a few days ago that he spent time in Belleville, in Carbondale, and DuQuoin, and places like that, where they had to go retail to retail to try to win votes for Cross. And Cross had mentioned that I'm not sure about Judy Barr. Yeah. I'm not sure how much campaigning she actually does anymore.
And with the latest numbers in now, 86% of precincts reporting, Tom Cross is now in the lead.
Hey.
With with 1.3, let's make it 1,347,000 to 1,341,000. So about 6,000 separating the two candidates.
And I got to tell you, I'm stunned, Mike, that the race between Topinka and Simon was close. From my eyes, Simon didn't even run a race.
I think we said that before. We never really saw Simon until the very end run any ads. We never saw even Judy Barr with the very kitschy and kind of cute. I'm out at a Stuff Mart, retailing, buying lamps off a yard sale type spot.
Right.
It was really under the radar. And Judy, I tell you what, she's an old school Cicero Republican. And you could tell today that she knew she had to run hard today, because everywhere you went in the western suburbs from 290 all the way down to I-55, there were Topinka signs everywhere. She knew she had to retail today.
That's an interesting point. I did not see a lot of Quinn signs out in DuPage County.
No.
There just was not the sign.
Hey, exciting breaking news. It looks like it's going to be Bruce Rauner. NBC has called it. We're not going anywhere. We'll be right back.
How can you get from here to there? We've got the answer from the ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
I'm Neil Fiorito taking a look at the roads. Elmhurst, a crash still being worked on. St. Charles at Route 83. Highland Park, US 41 southbound from Park Avenue West to Clavey. Roadwork set up there in the left lane until 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. Over on the Edens, quiet. 19 either way between Lake Cook and the Kennedy Junction. You'll find no delays anywhere on the Kennedy right now, as it takes you 20 minutes out to the big airport and 20 minutes back in as well. Eisenhower still slow coming inbound between Racine and the Burn Circle interchange. That's a 31-minute trip in from Thorndale, 18 from Manheim, that because of construction. Otherwise, the Stevenson moves well, so does the Dan Ryan, and the tollways look good. Chicago weather, tonight's low 46 degrees. Wednesday, a possible shower, high 61. Next update in 15 minutes on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, one of the reasons we won the Super Bowl in 1985 is because we had a great defense. Hi, this is Mike Ditka. In today's uncertain financial times, you need retirement accounts with defense you can count on. The stock market, it's a roller coaster. It can have a disastrous impact on your retirement. Now, Steve DeJohn and the DeJohn Advisory Team have been growing and protecting retirement accounts for years. Their product of choice, fixed indexed annuities. Now, these are not risky securities on Wall Street. They are insurance products with protection. If the market does well, so does your account. If the market does poorly, your account is protected. The DeJohn Advisory Team offers hundreds of products for your IRAs, 401ks, or any other retirement money. Call 866-515-6669 or visit retainyourgains.com and request their 10-minute DVD. Tell them Coach Ditka sent you. Call now and see which plan is right for you. 866-515-6669. That's 866-515-6669.
Hello, sir. We're on the street today asking people what all-in computing means to them.
All-in computing?
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like everything I would need to get things done on my computer.
So, specifically, what would you want included in all-in?
Well, new computers, repairs, someone to call when I need help. Kind of like 100% guarantee that everything's going to work.
Sounds nice. Do you know anybody out there doing that right now?
No.
You do now. You've heard the name Turnkey IT on this station for years. You know them as the pros that manage and maintain your networks. But now they're stepping up their game. Introducing All-In Computing from Turnkey IT. All the equipment, all the programs, and all the monitoring and maintenance you'll ever need wrapped neatly in a package with low monthly fees. Keep your networks from failing. Use brand new equipment covered by warranties. And never worry about lack of support again. Turnkey IT. Visit turnkey.pro today to set up the all-in plan for your office. That's turnkey.pro.
Did you know by age 50, half of all men have an enlarged prostate? This means more trips to the bathroom, longer time in the bathroom, waking at night to go, or issues in your romantic life. If this sounds familiar, call us now, because we're shipping free bottles of Super Beta Prostate to listeners of this station. Super Beta Prostate is a non-prescription formula guaranteed to reduce the symptoms of your enlarged prostate. It's yours free. Pay only shipping and handling. Just call 1-800-952-3467. In clinical trials, the ingredient in Super Beta Prostate was shown to reduce urges to use the bathroom, speed up bathroom trips, reduce waking at night to go, and improve quality of life. This Super Beta Prostate free offer is for listeners of this station, but it won't last. Don't wait. Just call 1-800-952-3467. That's 1-800-952-3467. Call 1-800-952-3467.
AM 560, The Answer. Now, more of continuing coverage of Election Night 2014 on AM 560, The Answer.
Joe Walsh back on The Answer with Wes Bleed and Mike Scott. Mike, I just got a text from a good friend of mine who's on the Rauner team, and he said, we won big. How come this thing hasn't been really called yet?
I don't know.
I think it's sort of.
It's 51-46. I would project Bruce Rauner the winner of the race in the state of Illinois right now, with a lead that would be very hard to drop. The numbers have remained consistent all night long. The projections are for Browner, I think, to win this based on his strength in almost every county in the state, holding a 57 to 65% voting advantage over Pat Quinn. And that number in the city of Chicago, where Quinn went under 500,000 in total number of votes, could be a number we're going to look at for a long time as to why Pat Quinn may have lost this race.
That's a profound difference. And now they're starting to come in. NBC 5 Chicago projecting Bruce Rauner the winner. You're right. There's just no path for Quinn.
Well, no, because he trails Bruce Rauner by over 1.1 million votes right now.
You mean 101,000?
101,000. If it were 1.1 million.
Thank you.
We would have projected that a long time ago.
Thank you very much. 101,000 votes. Yeah. And he can't make that up.
No.
Excuse me.
So
I wish my daughter were here with her math skills.
Yeah, well, Wes, I'm worse than you are.
I'll give you my glasses.
Yeah.
Mike Scott, look for a moment and tell me if you're learning anything out of Virginia or North Carolina.
North Carolina, the lead is expanded to over 50,000 for Tillis over Hagan. Still no projection in that race. Again, one of those shrug your shoulders, and I don't know why it hasn't been called yet.
And Wes and or Mike, tell me what you can tell me about the treasurer race and the comptroller race, where we're at right now.
Well, 88% for the precincts reporting. Tom Cross with the lead still. 1,412,000 to 1,395,000.
Okay, and I can tell you both that Fox News now has officially called it for Joni Ernst in Iowa. So there's your Republican.
6.
There it is. And they're just calling it now, Mike, for North Carolina. AP just called North
AP
Carolina.
Just called it, yep.
Tillis in North Carolina. Ernst in Iowa. I'm going to say it's 7, baby. 7, right?
Lucky 7.
Hold on. Let me make sure I got that. 5 plus 2. That's 7.
Don't rub it in.
It's Wes, that was directed to me.
Yeah.
5 plus 2. Republicans have picked up 7. They control the United States Senate. We're still waiting on Virginia. We're still waiting on Alaska. And there's a recount in Louisiana in early January.
Right. And we're waiting on New Mexico, where that's a 2-point advantage for the Democrat right now, too.
So it sure looks like they're going to be 8 to 9 seat pickup, 7 to 9 seat pickup for Republicans in the United States Senate. That's pretty big.
Yeah, no question about it. And you've got to think. My mind is going back to the governor's race here. That Pat Quinn and Bruce Rauner are probably talking right about now.
Have to be.
And that Quinn, we should probably hear from him within the half hour, I would think.
Yeah.
If Rauner gives him the courtesy of a concession speech, and we will hear from a man who has been a politician all his life, practically. Yeah. I mean, I have known Pat Quinn since about 1980, I want to say.
Yeah.
And, he has weathered all kinds of ups and downs, and he is the unconventional candidate, and some people called him the accidental governor. And if, in fact, this is the end of the road for his political career, I believe he said this is his last election, regardless, win or lose.
I think so, too. Kinzinger wins, by the way, projected out by AP in the 16th for Illinois.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the end of the road for Pat. So it'll be interesting to see how he wraps it up. And he's the guy known for his ad libs. He doesn't like to do a lot of heavy speech preparation.
Well, in Wes, so now you're looking at really a battle down in Springfield for a few years between Rauner and Madigan.
No kidding. And speaking of, we talked at the beginning about the magic number 1. The Republicans needed to pick up 1 seat
in the Illinois
in the
State House
to avoid Speaker Madigan, having a veto-proof majority. Well, they may have found that one Republican in Christine Winger in House District 45. She was battling Democrat Jenny Burke. This was the Dennis Rebeletti seat.
Right.
And it looks like Winger is going to win 51-49. However, there were several other key races we were looking at, and it looks like Democrats have prevailed. District 44, Fred Crespo, the incumbent, fighting off Republican Ramiro Juarez.
Yep.
Looks like he'll win 55-45. So not only winning, but winning handily. In House District 46, it looks like Democratic incumbent Deb Conroy survives over Heidi Holan 51-49. And House District 55, it looks like Democratic incumbent Marty Moylan wins over Republican Mel Fillins 53-47. District 56 may be too close to call yet, so I'll just not bring that one up yet. But right now, Michelle Mussman is hanging on. And in District 59, Carol Senti looks like she has won over Republican Leslie Munger.
And ABC 7 calling it for Rauner. Everybody's calling it for Rauner. Bruce Rauner is your next governor of Illinois.
Can help protect your assets, but you may not know if a living trust is right for you, or maybe you have questions about creating your own living trust. The fact is, almost everyone can benefit from a living trust, which can protect your assets from the court system and your loved ones from unnecessary expense and inconvenience. Learn more at a free seminar on Wednesday, November 5th. Estate planning attorney Robert Zapolis will explain how to create your living trust, estate planning under the new tax laws, why a will not avoid probate, and more. Have your estate planning and living trust questions answered absolutely free. Don't miss this important seminar on Wednesday, November 5th at 6:30 p.m. at Papa Joe's Restaurant, 145th and LaGrange Road in Orland Park. The seminar is free and a complimentary dinner is served, but you must make a reservation now. Call 708-478-1400. That's 708-478-1400. Call 708-478-1400.
I'm Nick Soboleski, a Select Quote agent with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a $300,000 group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and can't take it with him. Well, I impartially shopped the highly rated term life insurance companies we represent and found Ray, who is 41 and takes medication to control his cholesterol, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $23 a month. That's almost twice the coverage for less than half of what he had paid. If SelectQuote hasn't shopped for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-579-9368. That's 1-800-579-9368. 1-800-579-9368. Or go to SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price could vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
10:30 on AM 560, The Answer. I'm Mike Scott. 6 was the magic number, but the magic spills over to 7 for Republicans trying to gain control of the U.S. Senate. Dick Durbin a winner here in this state. Bruce Rauner officially called the governor-elect of the state of Illinois. We'll have details on that developing story and new numbers in that race against Pat Quinn coming up next. The latest from Fox News on AM 560, The Answer.
This is a Fox News election alert. I'm Steve. Republicans have gained control of the Senate. Fox News projects a net gain of 7 of the 6 Democratic seats they needed. One of the toughest races was in Colorado, where incumbent Democrat Mark Udall was challenged by Republican Cory Gardner. Live to Denver, and Fox News Radio's Rich Johnson.
Where Gardner not only challenged Udall, he beat him quite handily. A 7-point lead for Gardner with 3/4 of the vote counted. Here at Republican election headquarters, we've seen a parade of winners tonight. Not yet in that parade, Bob Beaupre's. He's leading the race for governor over incumbent Democrat John Hickenlooper, but only by 1 point. Steve, we expect to hear from Senator-elect Cory Gardner soon.
Rich, once again, Fox News projects a net gain of 7 of the 6 Democratic seats that Republicans needed to take control of the Senate. This is a Fox News election alert.
Dennis Prager believes he has an easy test of morality.
The attitudes towards Israel are a very good indicator of a person's value system and whether their moral compass works. And the Western world is not faring very well in that regard. Doesn't mean Israel's above criticism. Nobody's above criticism. It's that if you don't understand that Israel is admirable and its enemies are not, there's something wrong with you.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weeknights at 11, right after Michael Medved at 8 on AM 560. The Answer.
By now, you've either climbed a ladder, risked bodily injury, and cleaned those fall leaves out of your gutter, or you haven't. If you cleaned your gutters already, don't tell me the thought of falling and winding up in the hospital didn't cross your mind. If you haven't cleaned out your gutters yet, don't tell me you haven't thought about it, dreaded it, and put it off another day. Either way, you'll need to call LeafGuard right now. LeafGuard is a patented one-piece covered gutter system. It lets the water in and keeps the leaves and debris out. It carries a lifetime no-clog warranty. If it ever does clog, LeafGuard will clean it for free. We've seen this gutter in action, and let me tell you, it's amazing. We're just weeks away from snow and ice in Chicagoland, so don't put this phone call off any longer. Set up your free gutter analysis, and just for letting LeafGuard show you how this amazing system works, you'll get a dinner for 2, no cost, no obligation. 630-884-6060. That's 630-884-6060. Or check them online at gutterchicago.com. That's gutterchicago.com.
Stuck in traffic? We've got the answer from the ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
I'm VG Lozano with your look at traffic. In South Elgin, emergency crews remain on scene with an earlier rollover semi that's shutting down the southbound side of Route 25 right at Stearns Road. On the ice and how we're heading inbound, it remains heavy between Ogden Avenue and the Burns Circle interchange. On the O'Hare extension, I-190 heading eastbound, it's stop and go between the O'Hare Airport and Bessie Coleman Drive. In Highland Park, the left lane is shut down due to roadwork on southbound side of Route 41 from Park Avenue to Clavey Road. No other incidents to report or any accidents on any of the expressways or tollways. The rest of the roads are doing fine. The Dan Ryan Bishop Ford at 9:57 are moving along with 15 minutes. And Lakeshore Drive is wide open with 15 minutes in either direction. Your current Chicago forecast is a cloudy low around 44 for your Wednesday morning, a high of 58, and your Wednesday night a low around 47. Your next update is in 15 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Get Down to Business with Shalom Klein, powered by Tandem HR and sponsored by Everett College Funding. Heard Sunday evenings at 6.
This is Election Night 2014 on AM 560, The Answer. Now, here's Joe Walsh.
Joe Walsh, AM 560, The Answer. Election night with Mike Scott and Wes Bleed. What a night it's been. Fascinating. It's 10:34 right now, Chicago time. Within the last 20 minutes, virtually every station has called it for Bruce Rauner, the next governor of Illinois, Bruce Rauner. And at almost exactly the same time, the Republicans gained control of the United States Senate, Iowa and North Carolina, both being called for the Republican candidates. And it's fascinating, Mike Scott. Paul Vallis was just on the TV, and they're not conceding anything.
I'm not sure why.
It's a big number. Those are a lot of votes.
It's a lot of votes. It's over 101,000 now. And it is not conceivable. There is no way path forward. I just looked at the Sangamon numbers, the St. Clair County numbers, places where Democrats do have a large body of votes. I just looked at some Champaign County numbers. There's not a path forward right now unless this is a repeat of the Tony Parika Cook County Board race where bundles of votes were found at the last minute on the west side of Chicago.
Yeah.
And it is, but one would suspect that's not going to happen, and one would suspect that we'll hear from the governor, who probably, I agree with Wes, he has to get himself ready. He has been in the state treasurer's office. He has been battling with the Citizens Utility Board.
Yeah.
He has been out front and a decent man, and certainly was in the fight of his political life, maybe for the first time ever. And I wonder how he reacted to that, and reacted badly early, then gained momentum, but still didn't have enough.
And it was a tough, bitter campaign. And I'll confess, I thought tonight would be really, really close. And I can see one of these candidates not conceding if you're talking about, my gosh, 10, 20, 30 some thousand votes. But Wes, I was stunned listening to Paul Vallis up there, not at all conceding yet.
No, I don't understand that, because it's pointless. It's not only pointless for what eventually will be the story, that is the results of the election, but it's pointless for your supporters. Why keep everybody hanging around unnecessarily? I have never understood that.
And Wes and Mike, Vallis talked about hundreds of other thousands of votes out there. Was he alluding to early votes or mail-in votes? But that's just too big of a difference.
Well, yes, and you have to assume that there's a certain level of proportionality to those votes, whatever they may be, the early votes and absentee ballots and so
provisional
forth.
balloting, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you have all of those things that, and there were some provisional ballots cast because of voting irregularities and numbers not stacking up in the old-fashioned over and under voting that happened again today as well.
But I think the interesting story is Chad Grimm, with all of the heavy support that he got from some of the unions, the people who thought that they wanted to attack Bruce Rauner, do an end around, that if they could support Grimm, that they would then take votes away from Rauner. He never got more than 3% statewide. There might have been some pockets where he pulled a little bit better, but not overall, and that was key. We were talking about that magic 3% or so, and he never got above that.
And I'm struck, both of you gentlemen, by the vote out of Chicago, how Pat Quinn did not come near the vote he secured in 2010.
445,768 votes right now, 93% in for the city of Chicago.
And it may not have all been his fault, per se.
Right.
It's not necessarily all a ground game issue, but it was overall a kind of a general malaise about this election, perhaps due in part to some extent because everybody was over it. I mean, all of the advertising and everything else that we have all endured over the last several months.
Yeah.
It does wear you down.
So the two big stories, the Republicans have gained control of the United States Senate. Right now, they've picked up 7 seats. They needed to pick up 6. They just got Iowa and North Carolina, so they've picked up 7. And, Mike, we still don't have anything definitive on Virginia?
Nothing for definitive on Virginia. That has fluctuated between 3,000 and 10,000 votes. We know Scott Brown is not conceding.
Well, in New Hampshire, for that matter.
In New Hampshire. That is a very, very close race. And, again, we have one area that appears to have some Brown support in it with 0 precincts reporting as of yet, and that is essentially a 50-50 tie as of right now.
So it's looking like Republicans are going to land somewhere when all is said and done between maybe a pickup of 7 and 9 seats. They needed 6. That's pretty impressive.
Well, that's essentially flipping what it has been. So, I mean, you go from a 10-vote Democratic majority, possibly up to the same Republican majority for the final 2 years of the Obama administration. And then, of course, you have to then jump to the next point, and that is, so what does that mean for the next 2 years?
Exactly. And before we get to that point, either of you two gentlemen, the race for treasurer and the race for comptroller, I'm most curious to see how those are settling in here.
I'll let Wes dig that out and tell you that someone you probably know, Joe, Michael Grimm, the New York Republican congressman from New York.
Did he survive?
He survives, defeating former Democratic New York City Councilman Dominic Recchia. And that gentleman who was brought up on federal corruption charges and threatened to throw a reporter off the balcony of the rotunda at the U.S. Capitol. He survives in that race. Very interesting. Illinois picks up 2 congressional seats for Republicans. Dold and very likely Bost, AP has projected him as a win. And one has to wonder what happens logistically and mechanically between Boehner and the Senate majority, the new incoming Senate Majority Leader McConnell. When those two start plotting out what's going to happen.
And I'll be frank with you both. The map that was drawn in 2012, the congressional map that went a long way toward getting rid of people like me, if we can't pick up a couple more of those seats in a year like this, there's no way we're going to pick up congressional seats in 2016.
Yeah.
The most we can get is 2 more here, and they're both going to be fought for in 2 years again.
Yeah. Well, and you put your finger on something very important. If Kirk Dillard had been able to win
in 2010,
they would have had a Republican map. All of these races would have been different. You probably would not be on the radio tonight. So
I wouldn't be with you two guys.
That's right.
You would have been missing an awful lot.
You would be looking at your third election, whatever.
Yes, that's right.
So that's the kind of thing that happens with these outcomes like this.
Well,
and so it's so important.
You're right, Wes. It's a difficult map, and Madigan drew the state legislative map, and it sure looks like, even though he may lose maybe 1 or 2 or 3 seats, that's a pretty tight map. He held his own. Right. Up in some of these suburban legislative districts.
And he was really hammered against. And, in fact, I think the best political ad was Mel Thillen's television ad where he had Madigan in a 1970s workout suit.
Yeah.
It may have been the best political ad, funniest and most eye-catching ad of the campaign. The best political campaign I saw and heard this year, though, was the gentleman who came out for Mitch McConnell, a union worker in Paducah, Kentucky, who whispered because of a throat condition that he suffered while at work, working at a plant where he suffered radiation poisoning, and McConnell brokered a deal to get them health benefits. The whispered campaign ad may be the one that gave Mitch McConnell the win in Kentucky.
Hey, Wes, do you have anything on Cross and/or?
I was going to give you some numbers here. Judy Bart Topinka is leading Sheila Simon by about 140,000 votes. So that's 50 to 45.
Okay, so she's widened that a little bit.
Yeah, so there's no problem there.
Okay.
And Cross is still holding to a slim lead over Michael Frerichs. I don't know why I'm having trouble with that.
It's hard to say. Frerichs.
I'm glad Tom is leading, so we can all say Tom Cross. Simple enough. And that looks like about a 14,000 vote.
So that's
margin.
Really tight.
Still close. Yeah.
Wow. And again, we're waiting on possibly Bruce Rauner, who's going to come down and speak. I don't know where Team Quinn is right now. Lieutenant Governor nominee Paul Vallis basically said 10, 15 minutes ago that they're not conceding anything. There are still some votes out there, 312-642-5600. A pretty big night. I mean, it's late. I feel like I've been on the radio for 2 straight days. Bruce Rauner has been elected governor of Illinois, and the Republicans nationwide have taken control of the United States Senate. Hey, Illinois, you've got a Republican governor in Illinois. That's a big, big deal. Pat Quinn has been defeated. I think he understands that right now. And we've got a Republican majority in the United States Senate. 312-642-5600. West.
The last Republican election victory for governor in Illinois was 1998.
Wow. A lifetime ago. Let me hear what you're feeling about these two big pieces of news. 312-642-5600. Give us a call. We'll keep you posted. Don't go anywhere.
Stuck in traffic? We've got the answer from the ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
I'm BG Lozano with your look at traffic. In South Elgin, no changes. Route 25 remains shut down on the southbound side right at Stearns Road. This is all due to an earlier rollover semi. On the inbound side of the Eisenhower, it's heavy between Racine Avenue and the Burn Circle interchange. And heading eastbound on the O'Hare extension, I-190, it's stop and go from the O'Hare Airport and right before Bessie Coleman Drive. Otherwise, the rest of the roadways are doing fine. No incidents or accidents to report. Nighttime road construction on the eastbound side of the Jane Addams Tollway shuts down the two left lanes from Randall Road to the Elgin Toll Plaza until 6 o'clock. And heading westbound, it's the left lane that's blocked from Higgins Road to Bartlett Road. Your current Chicago forecast is 44 for your Wednesday morning. It's going to be a cloudy high of 58, and for your Wednesday night, a cloudy low around 47. Your next update is in 15 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
It's going to happen to someone else, not me. That's what Adrian used to think about identity theft. Before he tried to buy a new car and the dealer ran his credit. He was shocked to learn that someone had racked up a $15,000 credit card balance and bought a timeshare in his name. This motivated Adrian to become a member of LifeLock, the industry leader in identity theft protection. And in the time since Adrian signed up, LifeLock's gotten even better. With their new LifeLock Ultimate Plus service, you're provided protection for your identity, bank and retirement accounts, credit cards, even the equity in your home. Look, no one can stop all identity theft, but LifeLock Ultimate Plus provides the most comprehensive identity theft protection available. Help protect yourself with LifeLock Ultimate Plus now. Visit LifeLock.com and enter promo code AWARE or call and mention AWARE to save 10%. Call 1-800-838-6010. 800-838-6010. 800-838-6010. Network does not cover all transactions.
Do you live with stress? If you have nervousness or common everyday anxiety, we're looking for you. Because right now we're sending risk-free supplies of a fast-acting supplement to listeners of this station. You heard right. Every listener who calls right now will learn how to get a risk-free bottle of Stress Block, a naturally derived formula that promotes feelings of calmness, alertness, and focus in just moments. Supplies for this risk-free offer are limited, so don't wait. Just call 1-800-498-9170. Stress Block is a fast-acting, non-prescription formula to support relaxation without causing drowsiness. Your nervousness is guaranteed to begin fading like magic in just minutes. This special risk-free offer is for listeners of this station, but it won't last. Call us now for this exclusive Stress Block risk-free offer. Just call 1-800-498-9170. That's 1-800-498-9170. Call 1-800-498-9170.
AM 560, The Answer. Now, more of continuing coverage of Election Night 2014 on AM 560, The Answer.
Joe Walsh, AM 560, The Answer. Republican Bruce Rauner has been elected governor of Illinois. The Republicans have taken over control of the United States Senate. I'm with Mike Scott and Wes Bleed. Wes, your thoughts? It's 10 to 11 here on election night. I didn't know how long we were going to be here.
No, I thought we'd be here well past 11 o'clock. I also was unsure of this outcome. I certainly didn't think a 5 or 6 point edge like we're seeing. We're seeing 5 points, 51-46 for Rauner. I thought it would be much closer than that. I thought it would be a squeaker, and I was actually thinking, at the end of the day, maybe Quinn pulls out another squeaker of an election victory, almost, mirroring what he did in 2010.
Right.
I do think that Quinn did a lot of things right from his perspective. It amazed me that the income tax was not more of a central theme. Rauner, I think, got lost. He had to play so much defense about his wealth, his personal wealth, and about his nursing homes and his business interests and everything else that the Quinn campaign was able to effectively put him on his heels. And I don't think that the real message of what Rauner wanted to talk about actually got out. At least he seemed to me to take his eye off the ball. The message was not clear. It was basically, I'm not Pat Quinn, and Pat Quinn's been a bad guy. Now, not that that's not a bad message, because the state's in a mess. We're billions in debt. we've got unpaid bills, and we have underfunded pensions staring us in the face.
Yeah.
I mean, things are not good.
Yeah.
So that's the message, and I don't think that got across. And what was Quinn's message? He was talking about minimum wage. I mean, come on.
Yeah. Hey, Mike Scott, your thoughts and reactions to what we've seen tonight.
I'm still interested in how, in such a race as this, where there were many competitive races, congressional seats were up, folks were talking about elections, and there was a lot of campaigning going on, even if the Dick Durbin, Jim Oberweis Senate campaign wasn't as close as they wanted us to believe early on, both sides in that case. We're still seeing turnout at 46%. As a general rule of thumb in counties around in the city of Chicago at 33% of potential voters, registered voters, which versus actual ballots cast.
Is it simple enough to say Chicago stayed home, guys?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I think so. I think so. I think we can actually say, based on projections, that Chicago stayed home for Pat Quinn. They stayed home and didn't vote for Pat Quinn, and that may and perhaps that those who stayed home were motivated by other things, and perhaps we see Bruce Rauner finally making some inroads into the city of Chicago. Maybe he pulled some of those people that were former Quinn voters over. We don't know that yet. We do know that Rauner converted a lot of union workers in central and southern Illinois,
clearly,
to vote for him. Painters unions and others were very favorable to Bruce Rauner. Some unions in St. Clair County, across the river from St. Louis. So, his work paid off. His work retailing in southern and central Illinois paid off. And I think we can say that Chicago stayed home when Pat Quinn really needed
the most. Wes, go ahead.
I was going to say, which is interesting because Rauner also spent a lot of time in the city.
Yeah.
He did.
And he tried to go to the black churches. He tried to get his message across there. I'm not so sure that was time well spent at the end of the day.
And I guess I'm surprised that Rauner won by more than I thought he would. I guess I thought that might have lifted a couple more congressional races, Republican congressional races, and Wes, a few of the state legislative races, especially in the suburbs and the collar counties, and we're not seeing that.
No, I think that really showed the local issues and the local personalities were at play, certainly. And in some cases, the districts, Joe, just weren't there.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
You can't move against an immovable object. Those kinds of things are very, very difficult to overcome.
That's a very good point. These are tight districts that have been drawn. Mike Scott, I know you're looking all over the map. I'm just curious about one national story right now.
Sure.
Virginia, baby, Virginia. Anything?
Let me look. Other than
that was still neck and neck in New Hampshire.
That was neck and neck. New Hampshire's neck and neck. We finally have Tillis winning in North Carolina, the projected winner there. Nothing new in Virginia, and again, the numbers are static. They're not changing in Virginia, and one has to wonder if Ed Gillespie will follow in the footsteps of Scott Brown and perhaps say, let's not concede and let's go find some votes.
Well, it's just interesting. Flashing above the screen above me, guys, Bruce Rauner beat Pat Quinn in the collar counties by about 85,000 votes.
Yeah.
That's a large number. That's a really large number. Wow. Downstate.
And
Rauner won with 61% of the vote downstate.
Yep.
And Brady only was able to get 120,000 last time.
Yeah, and I don't think Brady hit 61% downstate.
No. Downstate, Brady had 58.7.
Yeah, so Rauner exceeded that.
Yeah, we saw those projections all night long as we went through the counties. We picked off 12 to 14 counties every hour and said, how are things going in that county for Bruce Rauner? Between 57 and 68% every hour, all night long after 8 o'clock. He never wavered in those counties south of I-80. He never wavered.
Fascinating night, guys. Republicans, we know, have picked up 7 seats in the United States Senate. They have taken control of the United States Senate. Virginia is neck and neck. That could be another pickup. Alaska, we haven't heard anything about yet. The polls are going to close in about 6 minutes. New Hampshire, is still projected to the Democrat, but that's really close. And there's going to be a runoff in Louisiana. So Republicans will pick up more than 7 seats. Your governors, the Republican held firm in Florida. Scott, Governor Walker in Wisconsin got reelected. In Texas, Greg Abbott won. In Michigan, Republican Snyder won. And obviously in Illinois, Bruce Rauner won. And in Massachusetts, don't even tell me. And in Maryland, the Republican candidates for governor won in Massachusetts and Maryland.
Unbelievable.
And we talked about
that's
right.
Wow.
Yeah, we talked about the libertarian vote impacting things here in this state. Ed Gillespie could perhaps be kept from a win in Virginia with almost 2.5% of the vote, 53,000 votes going to Robert Sarvis, the libertarian in Virginia. That vote number just coming in.
Oh, I'd forgotten about that, Wes. You mentioned that. I didn't realize that. That could prevent Gillespie from... That's stunning. Governors, new Republican governors in Illinois, Massachusetts, Maryland, and obviously Texas, a solid Republican state. Boy, I'll tell you, that's fascinating.
And you mentioned Kasich in Ohio earlier.
That we haven't even talked about because he ran such a great race.
And how much of a national perspective does he have, or potential?
Wow. Election night, baby. What a night. We're coming right back.
Investors try to predict market trends, but the key to successful investing is eliminating guesswork and emotion. That's why an investment model based on key indicators yields stronger returns. Arlington Capital Management has successfully implemented a model called Proactive Asset Allocation Strategy, or PAS. It eliminates guesswork, market timing, and an outdated buy and hold strategy. For example, the PAS model shifted to cash in 2008, avoiding the bear market and 49% decline in the S&P, then shifted back in 2009, and since the S&P has gained 123%. I'm Joe Lopresti, president of Arlington Capital Management. Our clients have found that a proactive strategy helps build their wealth during bull markets and preserve it during bear markets. I'd like to invite you to a proactive investment management seminar.
Join Arlington Capital in Arlington Heights, Illinois on Saturday, November 15th at 10 a.m. Reserve your seat by calling 847-670-4030. That's 847-670-4030. Or register at arlington-capital.com. Listen to Empowered Investing, Saturdays at noon on this station.
This is Dan Tullis, and I just called Joel Clark, one of Select Quote Insurance Services' term life agents.
Hi, Mr. Tullis.
Joel, how does Select Quote save you money on term life insurance?
Well, buying term life insurance is all about choosing the right company. Let's say you take antidepressants or you smoke. All insurance companies are going to price that differently. We'll impartially shop all the companies we represent to find you the best price.
Can you give me an example?
Sure. I just got a man, 40 years old, on cholesterol medication, a $500,000 policy with a highly rated insurance company. His price, $22 a month.
Call 1-800-600-1582 and see how affordable term life insurance can be. That's 1-800-600-1582. 1-800-600-1582. Or go to SelectQuote.com. We shop, you save. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price could vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
This winter, thousands of children will face the cold weather without so much as a coat, hat, or mittens.
And Merlin 200,000-mile shops are asking for your help.
From now through December 17th, Merlin shops are collecting new and like-new coats, hats, gloves, and mittens for kids of all sizes.
It's Merlin's Snug Hugs for Kids clothing drive.
And we're helping the Children's Home and Aid Society to warm the heads, hands, and hearts of kids.
The holidays are a time for goodwill. We'd like to extend that goodwill to Children's Home and Aid.
It takes so little to impact a life.
So please include one more charity on your list this holiday season, Merlin's Snug Hugs for Kids.
One coat, one hat, one pair of mittens from every single person listening can change so many lives this Christmas.
So please
bring a coat, hat, or mittens to your local Merlin 200,000-mile shop and give a warm, snug hug to a child this winter.
From all of us at Merlin, a very warm and very snug holiday season.
You wanted to be a teacher when you were little, but as you grew up, things changed. Teaching just didn't seem like the best option anymore, so you decided to become something else. But what would your 12-year-old self say? Interesting and innovative things are happening in teaching today, so it's time to put it back on your list. Don't try to convince yourself otherwise. You had it right the first time.
Find out how you can make more at teach.org. Make more. Teach. Brought to you by Teach and the Ad Council.
You need a website. Why not do it yourself? You know your business. With Wix.com, you can create a professional website all by yourself. It's easy and free. With Wix.com, you don't need to be a programmer. Just use the intuitive drag-and-drop website builder. There's no limit to how creative you can be. It's your website, your style. Show the world what you can do. Create your own stunning website today. Go to Wix.com. It's easy and free.
It's news, opinion, insight. It's AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago.
But her story. She's a National Guard commander, raised on a farm, and her skill on the stump set her up for a major political upset. Bill, Republicans are happy here in Iowa tonight.
Republicans have now won and Democrats have now lost Colorado, Arkansas, Montana, West Virginia, South Dakota, Iowa, and North Carolina. Democrats have won New Hampshire. Gene Shaheen, the winner, defeating Republican Scott Brown, a former senator from Massachusetts. Voters in Louisiana voted once, and they will have to vote again. Fox Radio's Evan Brown joins us live.
Bill, the election night here at the Hyatt Regency in New Orleans is wrapping up, but Louisiana's Democrat incumbent Senator Mary Landrieu says the campaign for her re-election is just getting started again. She's talking about her impending runoff with Congressman Bill Cassidy, the Republican, who had been leading her in today's voting, but neither took 50% of the votes needed to win in Louisiana. But Landrieu also took time to congratulate third-place candidate, Tea Party runner Rob Maness, whose more than 10% of today's votes will now be chased after. Bill?
In some of the governor's races, Illinois has flipped red. Bruce Rauner defeating Democrat Pat Quinn, and Massachusetts flips red. Republican Charlie Baker the winner over Democrat Martha Coakley. You're listening to Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
How can you get from here to there? We've got the answer from the ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
I'm BG Lozano with your look at traffic in South Elgin. The intersection of Route 25 and Stearns Road remains shut down on the southbound side, all due to a much earlier rollover semi. Fire crews do remain on scene. And heading eastbound on the O'Hare Extension, I-190, a nightmare of a delay. It remains heavy between the O'Hare Airport and right before Bessie Coleman Drive. Heading inbound on the Eisenhower, earlier heavy delays have disappeared. It remains light between Racine Avenue and the Burns Circle interchange. On the CTA Blue Line, both directions of the Blue Line service will be sharing a single track between Austin and Harlem, all due to nighttime maintenance work that's going on in the area until 4 o'clock this morning. Otherwise, the rest of the roadways are doing fine, no other incidents or accidents to report. Your current Chicago forecast is 44 for your Wednesday morning, a cloudy high of 58, and your Wednesday night, a cloudy low around 47. Your next update is in 15 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
The door opens at Midlothian Music. And just like that, you're a customer for life. With their huge inventory of hundreds of guitars, drum kits, and string instruments, they've got you covered. Midlothian Music, the largest American-made selection of handcrafted, name-brand instruments, lessons for every level of musician, and free lifetime in-house repair and service. Midlothian Music. After 54 years of success, they live and breathe music. Whether a beginner or a pro, Midlothian Music has the right equipment at the right price to make you a true rock star in your band or in your band. Talk to the pros in person 7 days a week. Midlothian Music, 708-403-3733, or visit midlothianmusic.com. That's midlothianmusic.com.
This is Sean Morrison, CEO and founder of Morrison Security. I've been blessed to build a successful nationwide security company based right here in Chicagoland, and I believe it's good to give back and directly make a difference when you can. So when the distraught mother of a missing 15-year-old girl came into my office and explained her 15-year-old daughter went missing, I put my personal resources and my company's experience into action. Shortly after, we located the girl, rescued, and returned her safely to her family. We learned that she was drugged, beaten, raped, and forced into human trafficking at the hands of a violent street gang. As a result of this experience, we started Operation Restoring Innocence, a pro bono task force dedicated to the recovery of missing children. Since the creation of the task force, Morrison Investigations has been credited with the safe rescue and recovery of over 85 minor children who, against their will, fell victim to human trafficking. I want you to know about human trafficking. This plague does exist right here in Chicagoland. Please find out more at OperationRestoringInnocence.org. That's OperationRestoringInnocence.org. Or contact me directly at MorrisonSecurity.com.
I'm Nick Soboleski, a Select Quote agent with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a $300,000 group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and can't take it with him. Well, I impartially shopped the highly rated term life insurance companies we represent and found Ray, who is 41 and takes medication to control his cholesterol, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $23 a month. That's almost twice the coverage for less than half of what he had paid. If SelectQuote hasn't shopped for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-579-9368. That's 1-800-579-9368. 1-800-579-9368. Or go to SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price could vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
You're listening to a special presentation of AM 560, The Answer, Election Night 2014, with Joe Walsh, AM 560 News Director Mike Scott, and special guest Wes Bleed. Now, here's Joe Walsh.
Well, baby, we're just getting started, baby. What a long night, Wes and Mike Scott. Here we are.
We thought it would be a long night.
We thought it would be a long night. And actually, I thought it might have been longer than this. The two stories. Republican Bruce Rauner has been elected governor of Illinois. That is just a humongous story, and I think equally big. The Republicans have, it looks like in a pretty big way, grabbed control of the United States Senate. Mike Scott, I'm a broken record. We're still, I think the polls in Alaska just closed, so we've got Alaska out there. We've still got Virginia. There's still maybe something in New Hampshire, and then there's Louisiana.
The Louisiana runoff after that crazy primary system that they have down there. And when a Democrat, Martha Coakley, who lost that race to Scott Brown, loses the gubernatorial race, that should be more than a ripple in the pond. And folks saw that early on as well, too, that Coakley was faring very badly, and that was a harbinger of things to come for Democrats starting on the East Coast tonight and working all their way west. We'll see what happens with Begich in Alaska right now, because he has had a good week of campaigning there.
Well, and that's Mike, you allude to another huge story. If you'd have told me this morning, Wes, that Republican governors were going to win in Illinois, Massachusetts, and Maryland, I would have said, You're thinking about smoking something. That's unbelievable. And now we just find out, Wes, that Sam Brownback in Kansas has hung on, and he's been reelected as the governor of Kansas. And that was expected to be a very tough fight.
Well, and he's taken some criticism for the way he has handled the state's finances. Some people have said he cut taxes too much.
Yep.
And, and others have said, no, that's exactly the tack that Bruce Rauner needs to take and needs to emulate.
Yeah.
So we'll see how much fire and how much passion Bruce Rauner brings to the budgetary process when he starts to take office in January.
So Kansas comes home. Republican Kansas comes home. They end up re-electing their Republican governor. They end up sending their Republican senator back to D.C., and here in Illinois, we are waiting for, hopefully, what will be Governor-elect Bruce Rauner going to come down and hopefully give some remarks.
Well,
Wes.
And he may not wait for Pat Quinn to concede because, Quinn has effectively had almost 45 minutes to come down and make his presentation to his supporters, and that's usually the typical thing. Let your opponent, who you have defeated, let him or her speak, and then you would give your victory speech.
Now, we don't know what's going on. Are you surprised, though,
I'm
that
surprised.
Quinn has not conceded yet?
Yes, I am.
Shocked.
I'm really surprised that we also heard earlier from the lieutenant governor nominee, Paul Vallis, who said, no, we're still waiting, and it was clear that it was over.
Yeah, and the other, again, one of the other big stories in Illinois is the Republicans picked up 2 congressional seats. They got back the congressional seat, the 10th congressional seat. Bob Dole is a congressman again. He'll be going back to Washington. Big congratulations to my former colleague, Bob Dole, and Mike Bost, former state rep Mike Bost, way down in the 12th district, southern Illinois. I'll tell you, you can't talk enough about this race. He destroyed the sitting congressman, Mike. It wasn't even close down there.
Yeah, 51 to 37%. And he campaigned very well. He's very successful as a state representative out of Murfreesboro.
Yeah.
And certainly overcame some odds because Enyart not only had money, he had a very effective base to work from the Illinois National Guard, a very well-respected gentleman. And it's a Democrat-leaning district. It's a large one. It's a Democrat-leaning district. It's where my wife is from, and I know it really well.
But I think you mentioned that Rauner did very well down there.
He did. He did very well in the counties surrounding DuQuoin and Murfreesboro and Carbondale, and even up into St. Clair County, he did fairly well in the 50s in a Democrat county in St. Clair County, across the river from St. Louis. Again, that speaks to Rauner's ability to go into an area that has seen unemployment explode.
Yeah.
Coal miners are all out of work down there. All the guys who worked at the steel mills in Granite City, a ton of out of work guys. They're still waiting for the Boeing jobs to come over that have been promised to St. Louis, and then they promised some to Southern Illinois. Those have not come through. The printing business is falling through the cracks. Southern Illinois has a great agricultural base to draw from, but beyond that, they've seen all their manufacturing and other jobs just vanish over the last 15 years.
Hey, this Rauner-Quinn race, Wes and Mike, can I simplify it even more? Pat Quinn didn't get the African-American turnout that he needed, and clearly Bruce Rauner did very well with union voters.
Yeah, and surprisingly, because he was the guy who wanted to take away pensions, and he wanted to bring in legislation to allow local right-to-work options for communities, and that really roiled some union backers, and they were out to get him, as we witnessed with the third-party libertarian candidate, the support that Grimm got. Yeah. It came from
and there was talk,
unions.
Mike and Wes, that the third-party candidate, the libertarian, they needed to get to 5% to keep him on the ballot for another election. They didn't. They were sort of hovering at 3 the whole time.
We'll see that number because he was at 5 to 7% in some counties in central and southern Illinois. Governor Quinn's spokeswoman has just came out and said they believe there are outstanding votes in the city of Chicago that need to be counted, and a few, the words of the spokesperson, in Cook County that need to be counted. And I'll tell you where the city of Chicago is here in just a minute.
But that's remarkable.
No, but you know what I'm thinking of, Wes and Mike, as Mike looks at this? I wonder, Wes, because Vallis emphasized the provisional ballots, all of the people who did same-day registration, their votes were provisional. Maybe that's what he's alluding to.
Yeah, but were there 50,000 to 60,000, 70,000 provisional ballots? I doubt it. I'm looking anecdotally at the lines, and they were long, and the waits, and they were long, but I would doubt 70,000 long. The city of Chicago's at 96% right
96%.
now. 96% reported. Again, only 448,000. Here, I'll get that number. I have a number that's
so he's
incorrect.
about 70,000 below where he was in 2010.
469,000.
Okay, so he's inching up.
At 97% complete. 127,000 for Bruce Rauner.
And right now, on the one chart that I'm looking at, Rauner has about 150,000 vote lead.
Yeah.
150,000 vote lead.
Yeah. So with about, according to this one, this is 94% reporting, 94% of all of the votes counted in Illinois.
And I just went on Pat Quinn's website, guys, and in the screen there says, we're still waiting for the final results to come in. Mm-hmm. So they're holding
They're waiting
off.
on 59 precincts in the city of Chicago. 59.
Well, 59 precincts and provisional ballots. All the same-day registration folks.
And we have not seen if anyone has challenged the ability, if anyone standing in line for a provisional ballot before a judge was able to cast that ballot, or if they were turned aside. Haven't seen those any challenges like that going through the Attorney General's office or even through the Justice Department. So I don't know what numbers could be outstanding in Cook County tonight. I'll check the suburban Cook County numbers, but they were somewhere in the 90s. As of half an hour
You know
ago.
what, Wes and Mike, it's odd. It's like they know something we don't know. I can't figure this.
I don't understand
it's too big of a number.
No, I don't know that they do know anything. I think it's a little bit of one last desperate move by a political character. Pat Quinn has been political from day one.
I can see, guys, if the differential here was 30 to 40,000 votes, it would make sense. But you're talking about 150,000 vote total. And by the way, that makes me think, Wes or Mike, any other update on the treasurer or controller race?
Still about 15,000 separating Cross and Frerichs.
How many? What percentage is in? Do we know?
94%.
Okay.
Yeah, in 1,609 out of 1,673 precincts in suburban Cook County. So we're talking about 110 precincts we're literally waiting on for Pat Quinn. 110 precincts.
Okay, I'm looking above me, and not yet. No, we're waiting to see if Bruce Rauner is going to come out and deliver some remarks. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, Wes.
Here's the dicey part. If Quinn isn't conceding, then can you actually declare victory? I mean, I guess you can, but does he have to somehow give provisional remarks?
Here's the lieutenant governor to be Miss Sanguinetti. So she's coming out, and she may have something to say here. She's going right to the mic to speak. Yeah. So she may have some sort of an update or announcement. Let's hear what she has to say.
Thank you. How are you Illinoisans feeling tonight? Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. This has been an amazing fight, an amazing flight, but we've arrived. Polls have already closed. The decision has been made. People were called to make a decision whether to stay the next 4 years doing the same thing we've been doing all along, right? Or whether we'd continue and go in a different direction. I believe all of us decided that 12 years of one-party rule was simply not working out. So I've got one thing to say. Change is on its way. I'd like to take a moment to thank my wonderful family, my husband Ray, my incredible 3 children. They've stuck with me through thick and thin, and for that reason, I love you all, and thank you very much. Now, I'm overcome with emotion, clearly, thinking about everything that we've been through, but all of the positive things that await us in our future. Yeah? For me, a Latina girl born to teenage immigrant parents, being raised in extreme poverty, found my way out through education and an incredibly loving family. And today, you are looking at the first Latina lieutenant governor in Illinois history.
Election night,
but this is it's not only my victory.
Hey,
I didn't say anything.
We're gonna cut over to Governor Pat Quinn here.
Everybody's vote counted, and so it wasn't until Friday after the election that the results were really certain. So I think the prudent thing to do on behalf of democracy in Illinois, government of the people. The prudent thing to do is to thank all the people who voted today. They exercised their fundamental right to participate in our democracy, and they're entitled to make sure that the election authorities in every single county, including Chicago and Cook County, count their votes. And they're going to be counting tomorrow and the next day and probably the next day. And until that happens, until that happens, I don't think we should make any judgment on the results of this election. But I do want to say to everyone here and to everyone in Illinois who voted for our side today, who worked in our campaign so hard in such an energetic way. Well, I love you too. We believe in the cause. The cause is making sure that everyday people get a fair shake. That's what I've devoted my life to. And we are the government of the many. And we do have to take on the government of the money. And we will never, ever yield to a result until all the votes are in. Thank you very much.
Well, there's Governor Pat Quinn, Wes and Mike, saying this baby ain't over. Every vote needs to be counted. I'm stunned, again, only because we're talking about 150,000 vote margin, Wes.
No kidding. And this is not what he faced 4 years ago. Now, yes, Senator Brady waited for, I think, 3 or 4 days, and it was maybe on that Friday that he said, okay, we're not going to ask for a recount. It's over.
A 20 to 30,000 vote margin, that was.
Yes, exactly. I don't understand this.
Governor Pat Quinn not at all conceding. 11:20 tonight, Mike Scott, not at all conceding.
I think it is prudent for him to do so because he doesn't want to lose the base that has been supporting him for so long. I think he's thinking that he doesn't want to lose his base, not win the election.
Let me cut you off real quick, Mike Scott. It does appear that Bruce Rauner he's on the stage. It appears that he may be making some remarks here any second. As soon as he begins to speak, Wes and Mike will cut right over to him.
Yeah. And what would you say if you were Bruce Rauner, knowing what Pat Quinn has just said? Because it takes a little bit of the steam out of what you have to say.
Yeah, no, and I think he'd have to, and I think he'll be respectful and concur that every vote has to be counted, but I think he'll also be fairly resolute that we had a great night and we won this thing, and Pat Quinn's going to come to that realization right now. There he is. Just gave Senator Mark Kirk a big old hug. It's a very, very happy room, and actually he looks quite happy and pleased as well as he steps up to the podium. Bruce Rauner.
Thank you. This is your victory. This is the victory for every family in Illinois. Are you ready for a new direction? Are you ready to bring back Illinois? This election is about bringing back our great state. This is a victory for our taxpayers who need to have a lower tax burden. This is a victory for our workers who deserve to have a booming economy. This victory is for our students, our children, who deserve the best schools in America. And this is a victory for our citizens who deserve a government without corruption by getting term limits on our elected officials in Springfield. This is an historic time in Illinois. The voters have spoken. The voters have asked for divided government. For the first time in many years, we'll have a Republican governor and a Democratic legislature. And the voters have chosen to have a divided government, not so we can fight, not so we can bicker, not so we can get angry with each other, but it's to find solutions, bipartisan solutions, to solve the problems of Illinois. Just a few minutes ago, I placed two very important phone calls. I called Speaker Madigan. I understand. I called President Cullerton, and I said to them, this is an opportunity for us to work together. This is an opportunity for us to come together on a bipartisan basis to solve the problems, the challenges facing the families of Illinois. This is our time. This is a transformational period. We will not accept the status quo. We are going in a new direction. The voters have spoken. Booming economy. Booming economy. Value for taxpayers. We will get it done with your help. With your help, we will get it done. We are here tonight to go to work for you. I am honored, I am humbled to go to work for you and every family in this great state. You know, I'm so blessed. I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to every one of you here tonight. I want to say thank you to everyone watching out throughout the great state of Illinois. I'm honored, I'm humbled to go to work for you. We have to accomplish two overarching goals, and I will do it with everyone. I'll work with anyone and everyone in Springfield who shares the goals. We need Illinois to be competitive, and we need Illinois to stay compassionate. We can't do one without the other. They are both critically important. We can judge our state, we can judge our nation by how well we care for our most vulnerable citizens. That is a good way to judge the quality of our life and our families. The most vulnerable among us need our help. They deserve our help. But we cannot provide that assistance unless we are also competitive, unless we are also attractive as a place to do business and to have a thriving economy, creating jobs for everyone who wants to work, and creating a strong, dynamic future for our children. And our schools are competitive with schools all over America. We need to be competitive. We need to be competitive and compassionate. And to be competitive and compassionate, we have to fundamentally change the structure and operation of our government. We cannot allow our government to be wasteful, inefficient, ineffective, because every dollar wasted in government operation is a dollar away from our most vulnerable families and our young people in need and our elderly citizens in need. We need an efficient government, and we need to have a booming economy, creating the resources to provide a future for our children. This is our time. Now I want to say thank you tonight. I'd like to say thank you tonight. Evelyn Sanguinetti is the best partner that I could ever have as my running mate. I also want to say thank you to my partner in life, your new First Lady for Illinois, Diana Rauner. I also want to say thank you to our 6 children. We are very blessed with 6 children and a son-in-law for our 7th child. They're here with us tonight. Thank you. Thank you. I love you dearly. Thank you for putting up with this tough process. The mudslinging, the fights, the viciousness, it's hard on the family. We are so blessed. Thank you. Thank you. We started this campaign almost 2 years ago. We've driven over 150,000 miles through the state of Illinois. We've been in every corner of the state. It's an honor to go to work for you. I'm humbled. I'm honored. This is the time to restore good government in Illinois, to bring a government of the people, for the people. Let's do it. Let's shake up Springfield. Let's bring back Illinois. Thank you.
There he is, Bruce Rauner, the next governor of the state of Illinois. Kind of interesting, Mike and Wes. Bruce won, thanking everybody. Let's get to work. Let's change this state. And 5 minutes before him, Pat Quinn saying, I'm not ready to concede. Let's count these votes.
Yeah, your victory, new direction as your governor, opportunity to work together. Spoke with the speaker and the president, President Cullerton already. He's not acting like a guy that's going to wait until Friday. He's acting like a guy who's going to hit the ground running tomorrow.
It's a victory speech.
Yeah.
Although with the state's finances and the trouble they are in, it looks like he's already begun to make cuts. He must have fired his speechwriter because
Let the record show those are the views of one Wes Bleed and not the views of AM 560 The Answer.
He was up there with no notes. He had no prepared remarks. You would have thought that he might have had a few things that he would have put down on paper.
Write it down.
Yeah, well, that's what, Wes, that's also what you have a staff for.
Yeah, exactly. But he's starting to make the cuts already.
Just fascinating. What a fascinating night, gentlemen, Mike and Wes. It was a victory speech.
It was.
Pat Quinn not conceding. There we're looking at the totals. Again, it's my calculations, that's about 160,000 votes.
Yeah.
1.7 million to 1.536 million.
Yeah, it's grown, and now we have 97% of the vote counted.
97% of the vote counted. I'm stunned that Pat Quinn said what he said.
If this were the race that's going on in Connecticut right now, we could understand why Pat Quinn would have said.
Amen.
In Connecticut, they are separated by, count them, 7 votes.
7 votes.
Dan Malloy and Tom Foley, 7 votes, each with 49.4% of the vote. Warner in Virginia is up by 12,924 votes right now. If we would understand if the races were that close, if everyone would stick by their guns and just go forward and do the logical things and the steps that need to be taken, lawyers called, challenges made, provisional ballots counted. This is not Connecticut. This is not Virginia.
So, Wes, what happens now? Your team, Pat Quinn, the next few days, what happens? How does this play out?
They play it out for a couple of days. Quinn, I don't think probably says a whole lot in public because any place he goes, he will be peppered with questions about, so are you going to concede? Are you going to concede? And a few more days, a couple of days go by. The numbers are even more clearly represented. And finally, by Thursday or Friday, he says, well, it looks like I've lost. And I called Bruce Rauner to congratulate him.
Thank you. Mike Scott, thank you so much for tonight. Wes Bleed, thank you so much for the night. It's been...
Thanks, I enjoyed it.
I have too. We'll do this again next election. It's been a long night, but you know what? It's been a really exciting night. A Republican governor in Illinois, a Republican House of Representatives. We haven't talked about this. They increased by about 14 to 16 new members in the House. A Republican Senate. We went 3 for 3, and you should use tonight to celebrate. But here's the deal. Tomorrow the revolution starts. There's still 2 more years of Obama and all of his executive orders. I'm coming back at 5 tomorrow to discuss this Republican wave and the aftermath. Remember this, Chicago. Never forget, Illinois. God bless you. Freedom never sleeps.
SRN Election Night 2014 continues now. Here once again is your host, SRN's Hugh Hewitt.
34 minutes after the hour on a night of incredible Republican wins. Guy Benson in studio with me. We go to Washington, D.C. to the Republican Victory Party, where one of my law partners, Robert C. O'Brien, who was senior on the Romney foreign policy campaign team, joins us now. Robert O'Brien, this is an unexpected and smashing victory. What's the mood like there? Does the party continue?
The party continues. I'm actually back at my hotel room. Greetings to you and Guy from the nation's capital, where Republicans were just rocking the Union Station. It was a boisterous and jubilant night, a big win after a couple of difficult losses, especially in 2012. It was a great night for the party.
Now, Robert O'Brien, you're specialist foreign affairs. Tonight we added Tom Cotton to the Senate. Joni Ernst is another military officer going to the Senate. Probably Dan Sullivan, if the trend continues up into Alaska, will